Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. Jim Allister has been given leave to make a statement on the Kings Mill Inquest, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I remind members that interventions are not permitted. I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until this item has been finished. I call Mr. Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kings Mills, in the annals of the IRA's brutal campaign, stands out for so many reasons, but it is the ultimate epitome of the IRA's evil sectarian murder campaign. And I welcome that on Friday, at the long-running coroner's inquest conclusion, that the coroner called out the IRA as those responsible for this wicked deed, even though they themselves had tried to obfuscate and pretend by the use of false names that it was someone else. I'm also glad he called out the blatantly sectarian motivation and their attempt to frustrate through non-cooperation the coroner's process. And yet a member of this House, Mr. Jerry Kelly, had the brazen effrontery on Friday to say that the King's Mills victims were entitled to the truth which his IRA has withheld all these years. I'm also glad that the coroner called out the fact that this appalling situation at King's Mills was under the control and direction of the IRA Army Council. The same IRA Army Council that oversees and directs Sinn Féin, according to police intelligence. The same IRA Army Council, therefore, that oversees and directs the First Minister in this House. Hence why, as its puppet, she can never condemn the IRA, and indeed tells us there was no alternative. No alternative to taking 10 men off a bus and shooting them down like dogs because they were Protestants. I do want to salute the courage and the campaign of the survivor, Mr. Alan Black. But there are also criticisms to be made of the coroner's inquest. There was an appalling failure to name the dead perpetrators: Colin Murphy, Seamus Houston, the ringleader, and Patrick O'Kane. And there was an appalling treatment of the secret evidence taken in Dublin, whereby the Irish government has legislation, though they demand full transparency in Northern Ireland, whereby evidence is taken in secret, and then a summary, not even the actual evidence, is published by the coroner to provide and maximise the opportunity for cover-up in all of that. In those circumstances, it's quite clear that a public inquiry is now required, and that, I trust, will have the support of this House.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 5th of January 1976 will mark one of the most barbaric and dark days of the Northern Ireland Troubles. 10 innocent men lined up on the side of a South Armagh road and put to the sword by the Provisional IRA. I pay tribute to the sole survivor of that attack, Alan Black, who I spoke to just again this morning. 18 times he was shot, and for over now, some 48 years, he has fought the pursuit of justice for those families. His words, they're crying out from the grave, and I hear them. Friday brought the end to an 8-year inquest into those killings. And whilst there is some warming evidence to show that, yes, it was an action of the Provisional IRA, which was authorised by the Army Council and planned long in advance, whilst these findings help that family who perhaps have felt the cold, dark veil of silence from that organisation over many years. But there's still many questions unanswered. The family feel the need now towards a public inquiry, and we support that call. And we would call publicly now on the Police Ombudsman to publish their report and allow, without delay, their findings to be published to allow this process to continue. We support that family and call out both the British government and indeed the Irish government, who have abjectly failed the victims of IRA violence and the victims of wider troubles in Northern Ireland. But he also pointed towards the silence of those that give the Provisional IRA political cover, namely Sinn Féin. Silence, no cooperation with the inquiry itself, the inquest, But does their actions match their words? And let's look at their actions. Whether it was the taunting of victims when a Sinn Féin MP placed a loaf of Kingsmill's bread on their head, whether it was the naming of a children's play park after the terrorist Raymond McCreast, who was named in the inquest as having fingerprints and hands on some of the very guns that were used not only in this atrocity, but indeed others. Whether it was Jerry Kelly's statement, which talked about victims deserving the truth from Kingsmill. This from a victim maker. The truth lies within their ranks, and I would encourage them now, even at this stage, to please cooperate. Give Alan Black and the family the justice that they deserve, the truth that they're calling out for. And as for the First Minister for all, where is she today? Was there an alternative? Surely there was, to what was only be described as an act of genocide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Kingsmill massacre of the 5th of January 1976 was truly appalling sectarian murder, to be lined up, shot in the back, then fell to the ground, some wounded, and then somebody went along to shoot them in the head, was unimaginable. It came the day after the appalling murder of the Reevy and O'Dowd families, brothers, and we can't forget that. But that's not an excuse, because this was planned well in advance of those murders. But we can't cherry pick on this. Both were appalling. All were appalling. Mr. Speaker, I've written to the Secretary of State and I've asked that he does have an inquiry, and he makes that inquiry public, because the people need to know. The people need to know the secret discourse between the coroner and the Irish government, where they refused to allow the families and their solicitors to attend the information that was given. That is not transparency. And to give confidence to the families, we needed that transparency. And that's what led to 9 of the families withdrawing from the process. So we need to address that. We also need to address the words of the coroner, where he said this was sectarian murder perpetrated by the IRA and their political representatives. And their political representatives were Sinn Féin. And Sinn Féin refused to engage with the coroner's court. They refused to engage with the courts. They refused to uphold the oath of their office for those ministers, that pledge of office. And that pledge of office clearly states that they will support the police and they will support the courts, and they did not. And where some have said this is the time for an apology, and I'm a person who says you give an apology and then it's up to the victims and others of wider society to decide whether or not they accept that apology. But the reality is this apology would be hollow, and here's why it's hollow. Because you cannot spend 10 years failing to engage with a process to give information to the victims and families and then apologise afterwards. Simply not right. So we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity now to start engaging, give information to the families in regards to this. We have an opportunity to make sure that we adhere to the pledge of office that we make when we become ministers. If you don't do it, it's purely words. And words is absolutely no basis for government. So I'd ask them all to reflect on that, and I've also written to the Justice Minister for ask for her adjudication on that particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by saying I am sorry for the lives lost at Kingsmill and for the loss of the O'Dowd and Reevy families, as referred to by Doug Beattie, during that awful time, and for all of the families who have lost loved ones in the conflict. The Kingsmill families are entitled to truth and to justice. A number of inquests in recent weeks involving families, including Kingsmill, Sean Brown's family, Fergal McCusker, Seamus Dillon and Cope, have clearly pointed to the need to tackle the legacy of the past to meet the needs of families. In 2014, the two governments and the main Assembly parties signed up to the Stormont House Agreement, which included mechanisms to ensure families can access truth and justice. The British government should repeal its Shameful Legacy Act and implement the Stormont House Agreement. Over a number of years, I have met with many families who have lost people they loved and they still love, right across the political spectrum, killed by people from all backgrounds. And for all of those families, without exception, they deserve to have the truth, they deserve to have justice, and they deserve to have peace in their lives. I
call Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to not only mark what has passed at the end of last week, but also to mark what was an abhorrent and disgusting and shameful action by the IRA on the 5th of January 1976. Most importantly, today I would like to pay tribute to the sole survivor and the families of those who perished in the Kingsmill massacre. I learned about this massacre as a young adult. Having not heard about it until my late teens, I could not believe that this actually took place. It is shameful, another shameful reminder of the actions of the IRA and the brutality of sectarianism of our past. It is very unfortunate that we remain in circumstances where families and the sole survivor are not happy and still searching for truth and justice. In the days and unfortunately the years that followed, they were marked by that search for truth and justice, and most importantly, through the courage of Alan Black. As he had the courage to go back to the scene of the crime not long after recovery, spoke volumes of his determination then, but now, at over 80 years old, it still stands strong in speaking for the legacy of his friends and colleagues. But let's be clear, only through truth and transparency and accountability of all involved and the pursuit of justice will these families finally be at peace. Thank you.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Kingsmills massacre, which happened 48 years ago, was a grotesque sectarian slaughter. It was a grotesque sectarian slaughter in the same way as the Reeve O'Dowd murders, which happened the night before. But as others have said, and as was said by the Inquest, the Kingsmills massacres would have taken many significant planning ahead of time. It is vital when we talk about these issues that we don't seek to score political points for what happened in the past, but we do need to be specific and direct about the appalling actions of the IRA, of other paramilitary organisations, and at times of the state. I want, as others have done, to pay tribute to the dignity and courage of Alan Black, a man now over 80 and not in the best of health, who has been a voice for decency and for truth for now more than half a century. What happened all those years ago in 1976 was as disgusting and reprehensible an act of sectarian slaughter as it is possible to imagine. Men were ordered off a bus, identified by their religion, and then gunned down. That has not only been exacerbated by the absence of truth and justice for half a century since, it's been exacerbated by the fact that, in plain language, the IRA, the organisation that everyone knows to have been responsible for this outrage, has never formally acknowledged that it was responsible. It is therefore important that all of us who talk about these things are careful and precise with our words. Awful things happened during the Troubles. Awful things were done by paramilitary organisations and at times by the state. There are people on various sides of our political divide and people who are on various sides of the conflict who wish to draw a haze or a veil over the appalling actions that took place during the conflict. While it's important that our politics is not defined by the past, because we have all agreed and we have all signed up to a process of moving on, to working together, to building something better, it is important that we don't simply submit to attempts, which includes the attempt by the UK government and its appalling Legacy Act, to simply draw a gauzy veil over the past, to simply blur what happened, because that would be failing people like Alan Black and the other victims' families in the Kingsmill massacre. So what we should take from this is a reflection on, first of all, how awful that atrocity was, the unacceptability of the UK government's action, and the fact that we will all in this society and in this place need to underline our commitment to real truth, real justice and real reconciliation in order to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, William Irwin.
Speaker, can I say I saw firsthand on Friday, along with my colleagues, the pain and the hurt of the families of Kingsmill Mills. The starkness of the coroner's deliberations were stark for me. The gunmen ordered 12 workmen from the work minibus and told the one Catholic to run. The bloodthirsty murderers not only shot these men, but shot them as they lay on the ground, dying. One man survived even though he was shot 18 times. Alan Black. Pay tribute to Alan and his dignity throughout many years. All Alan wants is justice. Not one person has ever been brought to book for the horrendous murders. I would stand with my colleagues in calling for an independent inquiry. We need to know the truth of what actually happened, and we need to see results and answers. Thank you.
Well, I'm a little Pagella.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to stand here today with so many to mark this appalling atrocity. Over the years, it has been a huge privilege to work with so many families, victims and survivors, including some of those who were involved in the IRA massacre at Kings Mills. I do want to take the opportunity to pay tribute not only to the families in Kings Mills who have had to battle so incredibly hard, justice being denied, but to all of those families who have done the same. Throughout Northern Ireland, there are many, many thousands of victims and their families that have never had justice. And like so many victims and survivors, that hurt and pain continues to this day. There are many who say that we need to simply move on, but we can never move on while forgetting the incredible sacrifice that was paid, the terrible, appalling actions of the past. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very, very clear here today. The coroner confirmed what many people knew already. The IRA Kingsmill massacre was sectarian. There was never any justification. It was, in my view, a war crime. Terrorism was always wrong, and there was always an alternative.
Justin McNulty.
The Kingsmill massacre was a brutally designed act with the sole objective of slaughtering totally innocent human beings for obscene motives. There is no justification, none whatsoever, in trying to justify what happened on the side of the South Armagh Road side that night. The cruelty of that night has been permanently etched into the very soul and fabric of the community I represent. I am sick, sore and tired of the sickening triumphalism that comes courtesy of the so-called commemorative events carefully orchestrated by those who try to make murderers into martyrs for political advantage. There are those in this place that would prefer to try and forget that their political philosophy provided the cornerstone for the delivery of that terrible cruelty that shattered so many lives. Until Sinn Féin's leadership and their representatives are prepared to accept their responsibility for its direct role in the savagery and butchery of Kingsmill, and indeed there's so many other atrocities across these islands, nothing will change. Nothing will change the pain so many souls have to live with every single day. Not in my name. There was always an alternative. I want to pay a tribute to Alan Black. And I met Alan Black in his house in Bestbrook, and I met him to discuss United Ireland, and my party's vision for United Ireland. And Alan said to me, Justin, I'll talk to you all day about United Ireland, but see that crowd? Never. I never want any part of their United Ireland. I'll be back said never. I want a different United Ireland, not one that celebrates and glorifies and romanticises terrorism.
Call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm reminded of a quiet discussion I had as party leader with the late Martin McGuinness about the use of violence. And I put it to him that if you pick up a gun, as the murderers of Kingsmill did, you make a choice. You choose to pick it up. So there was an alternative. Martin's response was, but you didn't grow up in Derry, as he calls it, the way I did. And that is true. And I said, yes, you're right, Martin. But John Hume did. John Hume, the only man on this planet to be awarded the Martin Luther King Peace Prize, the Gandhi Peace Prize, and the Nobel Peace Prize. He made a choice to pursue non-violent means. And this is the same late Martin McGuinness who appeared before the Savile inquiry into Bloody Sunday and said there were things that he would not disclose because as a member of the Provisional IRA, he had a code which trumped providing information to the loved ones about what happened on Bloody Sunday. And that reminds me about the Smithick Tribunal in the Republic into the murders of the two RUC men, Harry Breen and Bob Buchanan. Justice Smithick was very clear in his conclusions. The IRA engaged on their own terms. They took their time and they chose to engage in writing. They would not subject themselves to oral cross-examination. They would not engage properly and fully with that inquiry. I'm also minded of leading our delegation in the Stormont House talks. One day, we were discussing the flow of information from the Republic to Northern Ireland. And an official from the Department of Justice in Dublin, who only appeared once, I asked him about the flow of intelligence because the Irish government were very keen to say information will come from the Garda Commissioner unredacted to the Chief Constable of the Police Service. My question was, if it was coming from G2, the Irish Army's intelligence unit, to the Garda Commissioner, could the head of G2 redact it before it got to the Irish police? And he said, yes, he could. The head of G2 could redact before it got into that information flow. And that was the last time that gentleman was allowed to take part in the Stormont House talks. So what I am saying, Mr. Speaker, two things. There was an alternative. Of course there was an alternative to choosing to pick up a gun. And we have a duty which is unfulfilled as yet to deliver full truth and justice to the victims.
Thank you, members. The next item on the order paper is member statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should be rising in their places, and those members who wish to be called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. I remind members that interventions are not permitted. I'll take any points of order on this or any other matter until this item of business has been finished. I call Stephen Dunn.
I rise today to express my real disappointment and anger at the decision by the PSNI to close the Public Inquiry Office in Bangor Police Station. This decision is a backward step for the police and will unfortunately be a real reduction in service to our local community. This will leave the North Down constituency in its entirety with a population of over 90,000 without a publicly accessible police station. This decision does give cause for concern and alarm regarding accessibility to the station and subsequently to the local policing team, and it's important that the police do all in their power to ensure they are visible and accessible to everyone across the North Down area. In just over a decade within North Down, we have seen the closure of Donaghadee Police Station in 2012 and the closure to the public of Hollywood Police Station a short few years later. There is real concern now that North Down is a soft target for policing cutbacks, and I have written to the Chief Constable urging him to urgently reconsider this plan, which does indeed send out the wrong message to our local community. Whilst I appreciate the significant financial challenges facing the police service of Northern Ireland, I do not believe that cutting this service to the public is the most effective and efficient way of making savings, and indeed it does not improve or increase confidence within our police service. Whilst no final date has been announced, it is expected that this closure will be within the next short number of months. It will undoubtedly be a real inconvenience to many, including those who want to use the public-facing inquiry facility to report a crime or incident in person, or present with legal documentation, organise street collections and charity collections, or fulfilling bail requirements. Bangor and the wider North Down area has a growing population with many new housing developments, and this closure really sends out the wrong message from the Police Service of Northern Ireland about their engagement and being accessible within and right across our local communities. A visible police presence across our local area is essential to deter criminals and also to importantly reassure the law-abiding public that the police are there when we need them most. I will urge the Chief Constable to reconsider this move and ensure North Down gets the policing service it rightly expects and deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cathy Mason.
Last week, you will all be aware that there was another road traffic accident in Ballinhinch which resulted in the tragic death of a 70-year-old man. I want to firstly extend my deepest condolences to his family and friends and the wider community. I also want to pay tribute to the emergency services for their efforts at the scene. The entire community is shocked and heartbroken by this unfortunate incident. And this is yet another sad reminder of the pressing need to move forward and deliver the Ballinhinch bypass. This scheme would greatly improve transport connectivity in the local community and, of course, the wider South Down area. But the challenges facing our road networks are a direct impact of the chronic underinvestment of these institutions by the British Government. This underinvestment is now costing lives. We need the British Government to step up and adequately fund this place. We need more capital to invest in major infrastructure projects in order to deliver for our communities.
Call Paul Bradshaw.
Speaker, I rise to bring attention to the fact that we are still failing the victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse of children here in Northern Ireland. Since being appointed as Chair of the Executive Office Committee, I have met with victims and survivors, listened to their stories and have felt the very raw anger and frustration they continue to feel. Last week, the committee heard evidence from the Commissioner for Survivors of Institutional Childhood Abuse, Survivors North West, Rosetta Trust and Savia, and I thank them all for their contributions and times. Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight one area of particular concern they all raised. That was that 14 years after the religious orders and institutions were put on notice that they would be obliged to make a contribution to redress and recognition, and 7 years on from the publication of the Hart Inquiry report, the institutions responsible for systematically causing harm for what were plainly criminal acts against children have not contributed one single penny in Northern Ireland. The victims and survivors of this childhood abuse want and deserve accountability from them. At a previous committee meeting, we heard from a TO official who advised that an independent facilitator has been appointed and that 2 institutions were ready in mid-February and 2 were close behind and making a contribution. Mr. Speaker, since then we have not seen any movement, and quite frankly I think this is just lip service and we do need to see firm action on this. We know that £90 million has been paid out so far in redress, and that has not included associated costs, nor does it cover the cost of specialist services that the victims and survivors have rightly accessed. Mr. Speaker, we know that children who experience so named adverse childhood incidences will unfortunately experience poor health outcomes in later life. So it is even more important that the religious orders contribute to redress for the pain, suffering and abuse that they perpetrated upon all the innocent, vulnerable children without any further delay. The largest numbers of applicants to the Hart Inquiry wish to speak about experiences in 4 homes run by the Sisters of Nazareth or 2 homes run by the De La Salle Order. The inquiry also looked at 3 homes run by the Good Shepherd's Sisters, Church of Ireland Home, 2 secular homes run by Bernardo's, 5 local authority homes and 5 juvenile justice institutions. There were allegations against 65 institutions or homes in total. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I also want to put them on notice
As Chair of the Executive Office Committee, I will not be letting this issue go. It is a priority for me, and I will come back to it time and again until it is resolved to the satisfaction of the victims and survivors. Thank you.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to speak this morning briefly and hopefully in good humour about something that vexes me on a daily basis. Most will know that I am chair of the all-party groups on disability and visual impairment, but I make this serious plea wrapped in a sprinkle of humour and a dash of compassion. We're here to talk about alt texting, that unsung hero of accessibility in the digital realm. So picture this, Mr. Speaker. You're scrolling through your favourite social media platform, chuckling at memes, admiring travel photos, when suddenly you encounter a post without alt text. It's like being handed a mysterious package with no label. You've no clue what's inside. So now, imagine experiencing this every day, where the vibrant online world becomes like a silent movie for those with visual impairments. It's like attending a concert with your ears plugged, which wouldn't be quite the same experience. But fear not, my fellow MLAs, alt text is here to save the day. Like a trusty sidekick in our quest for inclusivity, it's the superhero cape for our digital content, providing descriptions that empower everyone to join the party. And speaking of superheroes, let me take a moment to salute my pesty bestie, the champion of alt text awareness, which many of you will become aware of over this past few months, with the wit of a stand-up comedian and heart of a philanthropist. She has tirelessly campaigned for a more inclusive online world along with her friends. She is the Gandalf to our fellowship, guiding us through the dark tunnels of ignorance towards the shining beacon of greater inclusivity. So let's embrace alt text like a warm hug on a chilly day, with open arms and a twinkle in our eyes. Let's make our digital spaces a playground where everyone can engage freely, regardless of their disability or abilities. Together we can turn the tide of exclusion into a sea of inclusivity, one alt text at a time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may the alt text be with you.
Declan Kearney.
The ecological catastrophe in Lough Neagh is an environmental crisis for this region, but it has also been a financial disaster for the commercial fishermen and their families who rely upon the lough for an income. The eel fishing season normally lasts 6 months. Last year, it lasted only 6 weeks, with massive financial devastation for our freshwater fishing industry in the lough. The eel fishing season will resume again on the 1st of May, and local fishermen will not be able to sustain the financial losses that they experienced last year. We do need a robust cross-departmental and interagency plan to tackle the crisis in Lough Neagh, but that must also address the financial hardship incurred by fishermen and ensure that they are not exposed to similar financial pressures this year. And I will be writing directly to the Dara Minister to highlight this priority.
Anna McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand to pay tribute to the family and friends of the late Rory Carlin, whose first anniversary is on the 7th of May. Rory passed away in very difficult and tragic circumstances last year, leaving behind a devastated family and community that were deeply shocked by his death. His family, in the face of such difficulty and adversity, have campaigned over the course of a difficult year to raise awareness of the impact of drugs in our society and mental health. Rory was a member of the local Strabane athletic football team, a very polite, lovable and passionate young man, worked as a scaffolder with his brother and also had aspirations to join the Irish Army. His death, as would to any family, came as a considerable shock, and to date, in the months that have passed, the family with the community have raised £65,000 in that short period of time. A tremendous collective effort that is focused on ensuring, in the words of his father Dominic, that no other family go through what they have went through. Last year, the Carlin family's world was rocked by the unexpected and sudden death of their son. There are countless families in all of our communities that are affected by the scourge of drugs and the battle against addiction in our community. Our society is failing countless young people and those that aren't so young who are battling drug addiction, mental health and any other addiction. Services are just not there, and those that are not able to cope with the demands that exist. To raise £65,000, and they're still going, is a tremendous achievement in the face of what has been a very difficult time. But the family are adamant that they want to do their part in Rory's memory to raise awareness, not just for the Strabane community, but beyond. Because the truth is, they recognise, like so many young people who have been speaking about their challenges with addiction in recent times, that services are just not there. This is a tremendous achievement. It will help countless young people and families. And, Mr. Speaker, this House has a responsibility, as does the Executive collectively, to do everything within our power to ensure that the young people that are struggling out there with addiction get the support that they need in these very challenging circumstances. Thank you.
Keith Buchanan. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the commitment, dedication and achievements of Stuart Dallas, a local lad from Cookstown who rose to the pinnacles of not only local football but top-flight Premiership and international football, including at the Euros in France in 2016. Stuart grew up in Cookstown and played for Coke United and Crusaders, winning both the Irish League Cup and Setanta Sports Cup with Crusaders. After being capped at youth level for Northern Ireland, he gained his full senior cap in 2011 when he made his debut against Wales. During his career, he was capped 62 times for Northern Ireland and scored on 3 occasions. On Wednesday, Stuart announced his retirement from professional football following injury. Since then, footballers, managers and pundits all spoke about his ability on the pitch and his commitment to whatever club he was playing with. He finished his professional career with Leeds United, a club he made 266 appearances for and scored 28 goals. I met Stuart a few years ago in Cookstown when a wall mural was painted of him, Ray McCoy and Aaron Hughes, all Cookstown men who played for Northern Ireland. I wish Stuart and his family well for the future and thank him for his inspiration to many young footballers in Mid-Ulster and Northern Ireland and the legacy he has left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the first instance to offer my sincere condolences to all those affected by the tragic incident in Ballynahinch last week, and would echo the comments of Cathy Mason earlier, and that tragic incident that resulted in the death of local man Giovanni Bugia. The town is in a state of grief and shock following the terrible incident, and my thoughts are with all of Mr. Bugia's friends and family at this very difficult time. I am aware that there is an ongoing PSNI investigation into the incident, so my following remarks will be about the wider issues in relation to traffic in the town. The terrible tragedy has highlighted once again the high level of local concern about the volume of traffic in the town, and also about the level of frustration at the delays over many years in delivering the much-needed Ballynahinch bypass. The Department of Infrastructure issued a notice of intention to proceed with that project as far back as December 2016. But the project has been repeatedly delayed since then, not least as a result of long periods of suspension of these institutions when we had no ministers in place. And locals were dismayed last August when DFI announced that the project was once again paused, with no timeline confirming when that would change. The tragedy last week has only refocused the minds of people locally on just how badly Ballynahinch is impacted by high traffic volumes, and I've been contacted by many people from the town who have spoken about how it has reminded them of the urgent need for the bypass to be delivered as a priority. So I want to confirm that urgent need for the project on behalf of the residents of Ballynahinch, and hope that the Minister of Infrastructure will be able to finally commence the project, and I would hope that that could be done on this financial year.
Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like Cathy Mason and our brother Nick, I rise too to remember Giovanni Bugia, who tragically lost his life in a road incident last Monday evening in Ballynahinch. Members will recall the horrific details of the incident reported in the press last week, and Giovanni was a regular visitor to my constituency office in Ballynahinch, and the community will miss his presence in the town, where he would have been seen daily walking through the square. He had a welcome smile and a friendly personality who always had time for a chat. On behalf of the Ballynahinch community, I would like to offer my deepest sympathy to Giovanni's family, his friends locally, but also in Sicily, where he was born and brought up. The tragic death on our roads again highlights the issues of road safety, and I will continue to lobby the relevant departments to maximise the safety of those using our roads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colm Gillingham.
And I just want to make a brief statement this morning in relation to community groups, which all of us will fully understand the value and the impact that all these groups, I'm talking about a full range of groups from neighbourhood renewal projects, right through to groups working in the fields of health, working in the fields of education, in urban and rural regeneration, and in community relationships, and many, many other vital areas, and in every area of the north. And these groups are currently, Concordia, struggling with a range of issues. They're struggling, first of all, financially, in the aftermath of seeing reductions in funding as a result of austerity measures, as a result of Brexit. And they are also struggling with staffing in terms of pay for the staff, availability of staff, continuity of staff, and in circumstances where there is also rising need for the services they provide. I know in my own area in Dungannon, the neighbourhood renewal group there has done tremendous work. I work with Willowbank, who provide physical disability services, St Vincent de Paul, the Vineyard, Costa, and all of these many groups that we all have in our areas. But they are really, really, at this point in time, struggling. So I would look forward as chair of the communities to working with these groups, because I think it's vital that we support and reinforce them where we can. They're often picking up the services that public services are not able to provide, and I just want to acknowledge their contribution to the work we do, and to say that we must all work to provide better support for them.
Deborah Erskine.
Speaker, I rise today on a matter that affects a large proportion of our population in Northern Ireland, and indeed the majority of my constituency, and that is support for farmers. All of us are fed up with the rain and the weather at the minute, and none of us can control it, but it is a particular concern for our farming community. Crops have been destroyed in parts of Northern Ireland, and in relation to slurry as well, weather can be a huge factor. The stress and anxiety placed upon the farming community is huge right now, and I pay tribute to the likes of the Ulster Farmers Union, who've been pushing for the need for leniency from banks and for extra support for the farming community. Farmers are caught in a perfect storm. They are squeezed between margin pressures and energy costs, to name but two issues, and the well-being of our farmers and their families cannot be ignored. And I also pay tribute to Rural Support and other such agencies who are doing what they can to support the mental health and well-being of families. But our rural community is in peril at this moment in time because of the pressures. They are a critical part of food production, naturally, and our economy as well. From this chamber, I pay tribute to the farming community who are doing what they can in very difficult circumstances right now. And I specifically say to farmers, if you're struggling, please do not feel alone. Please do not be afraid to reach out and seek help. Thank you.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night we heard the terrible news that another restaurant was closing, and this time, sadly, it was in my area and locally really well known, Clenahan's outside Acklee in Lagan Valley. And this follows the announcement only a few weeks ago of the Oil and the Pussycat closing in Hillsborough, another hugely popular key hospitality business in my area. I have so many memories over the years of being in Clenahan's, from the Tuesday night trad sessions to nights with friends and families, and it was always incredible food, always incredible service and beautiful surroundings, and this news is hugely disappointing for the area. But Clenahan's unfortunately highlights a huge problem for our hospitality sector, and something that the ministers in this House need to get a grip of really, really quickly. The hospitality industry is a hugely important sector of our economy. It generates economic growth and drives investment in all of our towns and our cities. Our economy needs our hospitality industry to be strong and to grow. And I would ask the Minister of Economy and the Minister of Finance to work to urgently look and act on these issues that the hospitality sector is facing and crying out for help with. This urgently needs all of our support at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Neil McLaughlin.
I'm rising today to speak about a young lady in my constituency whose story I believe deserves to be told in this Assembly. Her name is Zoe. Zoe described her experience in our local hospital in Altnagalvin as dehumanising. When Zoe was admitted to A&E the first time, she was actually sent home. Admitted for a second time, she was finally triaged after she collapsed in the corridor. She was then placed in one of the 28 escalated bed spaces in the hospital. In reality, this meant that she was in a temporary bed for 9 days, a room without windows, a room without a sink, and a room without a door. It was actually the nurse's lockers room. So left with just a bell to ring when she needed care. Throughout this whole time, she went without a shower and her bed wasn't changed in the 9 days. Her personal items were left on the floor of the ward, and her pain was frequently underestimated and, in her words, was dismissed in many times during her stay. When you access the health service, you expect to come out better on the other side. But Zoe's experience in our health service actually has traumatised her. And as we speak, she is still in immense pain, left without a proper diagnosis or treatment plan. I want to be very, very clear. The workers in our health service go above and beyond every single day. This is not a criticism of them. They are selfless and dedicated professionals. It is, however, a critique on the very service that has left both staff and patients down. Patients can't get the care they need, and the staff can't provide the care that they want to. At this moment in time, our health service is actually collapsing before our very eyes for people like Zoe. We talk about transformation, but now it's as much about rebuilding the service as it is about anything else. And I have to say, I really don't see the urgency of the executive or from the executive in this issue. People are literally in agony. Where is the plan? Where's the pace of change that we need to see from the Health Minister and his colleagues? People here deserve a health service that is free at the point of use, with beds that are needed and the proper staff to go along with them. That includes in Derry, where we urgently need to see a new A&E department delivered. Our emergency department simply cannot cope, and our local trust is asking for your support. The Department of Health should listen and deliver on this need in the most deprived area of Northern Ireland. That isn't too much to ask, and it's the least people should and be able to expect. Horror stories like Zoe's should never be allowed to happen in the first place, but it is the responsibility of government to make sure that they never happen again. The Health Minister and the whole of the Executive must get on with the job. There must be an action plan and they must deliver. Thank you.
Alan Robinson.
Speaker, I want to make just a short statement on the House today to offer my heartiest congratulations to Limavady Rugby Club, who last Saturday won the Junior Shield final at the Kingspan Stadium, having won 26-19 against Lurgan Rugby Club. The route to the final wasn't easy. In the quarter-final away, they swept aside Omaaki 61-5. In the semi-final, played at the John Hunter Memorial Grounds, they defeated Monaghan 29-17, earning them an historic trip to the Kingspan. I want to pay tribute to Mark Hylands, the Director of Rugby at Limavady, and to all the post holders, and to the first captain, Ben Riley, who led the club to this fantastic victory. But I also want to pay tribute to all those volunteers who, behind the scenes, make this club tick. They all have played their part in bringing silverware to Limavady and putting the town on the rugby map. And to those supporters who may well still feel a little delicate from last weekend's celebrations, here's to many more in the future. Well done, Limavady.
Well, Jerry Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, Iran fired some 300 missiles at Israel, and the world watched with bated breath as they awaited the outcome of what could have been a wider conflagration in the Middle East. And today, I want to make the call loud and clear for a de-escalation of violence, but also to reflect on what brought us to this point. For 6 months now, Israel has been committing genocide in Gaza, the horror of which would be unimaginable before. They destroyed hospitals, deliberately murdered children, taken thousands of hostages, and systematically denied people food, water, and medical aid. They've killed over 33,000 Palestinians and committed the most heinous war crimes. In that time, Israel has also bombed Lebanon, Syria, the West Bank, Iran, and Yemen, with the complete backing of Western imperialists in the US, Britain, and elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, I have my own view of the Iranian state. I've stood with my Iranian sisters and brothers here in Belfast under the slogan of woman, life, and freedom. But its actions over the weekend were a retaliation to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Damascus. Really, what we're seeing started with Israel's genocide in Gaza and must end with a ceasefire in Gaza. Israel is a rogue state that has risked a wider regional war with every reckless action that it has taken. Israel and those who continue to support and arm Israel, including the US and Britain, are responsible for de-escalating the violence. The G7, the so-called leaders of the democratic world, were quick to defend Israel and talk of guaranteeing peace in the region. As their sophisticated defence systems mopped up Iran's missiles, Israel continued to bombard Gaza overnight with the very weapons they provide. Their hypocrisy and Israel's unchallenged barbarity make a mockery of the supposed rules-based international order. These people will do anything to protect their interests. We've seen it in Iraq, Afghanistan, Palestine, and across the globe. So it is up to ordinary people to continue to press home the demands that can bring about peace. BDS against Israel, the British and Irish government to expel the Israeli ambassador, stop arming Israel, US military out of Aldergrove and Shannon, and the Stormont executive must now urgently call for an immediate ceasefire.
I'll Paul through. You've got 2 minutes, Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that. We are, I think, all horrified at the escalation of the war in the Middle East with the recent attack that Iran has perpetrated on Israeli soil for the first time in history. And we all see the horrors that war brings and the innocent victims that suffer war. But I want to talk, Mr. Speaker, about a group of people who have been forgotten about. And that is the 129 people who were lifted from their homes, who witnessed their family being slaughtered on the 7th of October, and who still remain captive to this very day. Over 6 months, where they have been hid away underground in tunnels with no daylight and very little food, treated appallingly through that time. Now, we all can see and think about 6 months, but these people, the hostages, the Israeli hostages that were taken by Hamas, they fight a war of personal attrition. When they do not know whether they will stay alive for another hour, where they do not know when they are going to eat next or have a sup of water. They don't know when they are going to receive medical attention, and they don't know when they're going to be molested again. And think also, Mr. Speaker, of their families who sit at home waiting the safe return of those hostages, not knowing if they will ever see their loved ones again. Within that number, Mr. Speaker, there are 2 babies that were 9 months old on the 7th of October, and no one knows whether they are alive or dead.
Thank you, Mr. Frew. Patrick Brown has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member has up to 3 minutes to speak. I call Patrick Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving leave to allow this petition to be presented to the House. This petition consists of 12,738 signatures calling for the completion of A1 road improvements. It was started by Ciara Sands and Monica Heaney of campaign group A1 How Many Must Die, following the tragic death of Ciara's partner and Monica's son, Carl Heaney, in May 2018. Since then, this group has been tirelessly campaigning to see the completion of upgrade works to the A1, an exceptionally dangerous road where, in the last 17 years, over 40 lives have been lost. And I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to all the campaigners and all of those who signed this petition, who together have kept this issue high on the public agenda. The A1 is one of the busiest roads in Northern Ireland, carrying over 40,000 vehicles a day and a vital north-south transport link on the economic corridor between Dublin and Belfast. Yet along the 25-kilometre stretch from Hillsborough to Lochbrickland, it is peppered with junctions from main roads and private accesses and has turning gaps all down the central reserve, creating huge risk for fast-moving vehicles on the dual carriageway. Planned upgrades to this stretch of road have existed since 2017, but unfortunately have not been meaningfully progressed. I understand the business case for this scheme is now nearing completion, and that securing adequate budget will be crucial to seeing it progressed in the near future. I would therefore also call on the Finance Minister to work with the Infrastructure Minister to ensure works on this scheme can begin soon, and for both ministers to continue to engage with colleagues in the South to explore additional funding for road safety upgrades on the A1. I also very much welcome the announcement from DFI last week that the Department plans to deliver this scheme via smaller phased packages, something which will allow aspects of this scheme to move forward and hopefully see the most dangerous parts of this road being prioritised first to prevent further tragic loss of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I invite the member to approach the table to present this petition. Thank you. I'll forward the petition to the Minister for Infrastructure and send a copy to the committee. Next item of business is a motion from the UUP on committee membership. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr. Robbie Butler replace Mr. John Stewart as a member of the Business Committee.
Thank you. I call Doug Beattie to move the motion.
It's moved.
The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. If members will take their ease, we're going to receive a ministerial statement and the Principal Deputy Speaker will conduct this item of business.
Members, I've received notice from the Minister of Communities that he wishes to make a statement. I want to remind the Assembly of the conventions that members wishing to ask a question should be in the chamber to hear the Minister's statement in its entirety. Before I call the Minister, I would also like to remind members they must be concise in asking their question. This is not an opportunity for debate or long introductions. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are elected to this place to serve our constituents, to represent their interests and to do what we can to help improve their lives. Now, as we know, this isn't always easy, simple or straightforward. Progress can be frustratingly slow and we can often come up against barriers and hurdles to getting things done. But that's not what our constituents expect. They want action to tackle the most pressing issues that they face. And today, I want to update the House on the action that I have been taking to deal with an issue which has come to the fore of the public's attention in recent weeks and which requires remedy. The outcome of the recent High Court case pertaining to the apartments at Victoria Square highlighted a range of issues that adversely impact on our people. It acutely highlighted the disparity that exists between the benefits enjoyed by citizens elsewhere in the United Kingdom and the lack of those same protections offered here. However, this situation also offers an opportunity. It offers the opportunity for the Assembly and Executive to swiftly and decisively deliver for people in Northern Ireland. Many in this chamber will remember the horrifying scenes in London when the Grenfell Tower tragedy claimed the lives of 72 people. Following an independent review in 2018, Parliament began the process of introducing new law to provide adequate legislation and regulations, ensuring citizens and buildings are protected and safe. People in Northern Ireland deserve these same protections. However, the High Court case has highlighted that the limitation Northern Ireland Order 1989 only permits actions regarding defects in residential buildings to be taken within a 6-year time period in Northern Ireland. This compares to a time frame of up to 30 years elsewhere in the UK. As Minister for Communities with responsibility for housing, I was struck by the disparity in legislation between GB and NI. It places people in Northern Ireland at a clear disadvantage compared to their counterparts in other regions of the UK. It is clear there is an urgent need for fit-for-purpose legislation which provides improved protection to all those who live in Northern Ireland, and that was clear to the public as well. The public wanted to see action on this disparity, but it wasn't immediately clear which minister would take this forward. Although the powers lay with DAERA, Minister Muir had indicated that he believed that this was incorrectly allocated to his department. Following discussions with Minister Muir, I agreed that my department would take responsibility for these issues, and last week I gave my consent to the transfer of functions order for these to move from DAERA to communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that the last thing that the public wanted was for ministers to fight over who is responsible. I am pleased that my department was able to step up and take this on. Minister Muir and I subsequently met with the Finance Minister. The need for urgency and decisive action was apparent to us. We quickly agreed to a collaborative, constructive approach to achieve urgent resolution to the issues raised. And I would like to pay tribute to the cross-party collegiate support and the swift action taken by my ministerial colleagues in agriculture and finance. I also want to thank officials in my department who have been working on this issue. My department acted swiftly and has taken on responsibility for residential building safety. The Residential Building Safety Division was tasked to bring about this improved building safety policy and legislation that enhances the residential building safety system for the citizens of Northern Ireland. And this team will need additional resources sooner than expected in order not to delay or impact upon this significant work. The extension of the limitation period for defective residential buildings is one of the matters that was already under consideration as part of the Department's review of policy and legislation. However, I recognise the importance of this matter and the necessity to quickly bring us into line with the rest of the UK. Therefore, I am pleased to announce today that I intend to bring to the Assembly and Executive, as a matter of urgency, legislation to provide the same protection associated with defective premises for citizens in Northern Ireland as afforded elsewhere in the UK. This proposed bill will introduce new provisions into the limitation Northern Ireland Order 1989, establishing a retrospective period of up to 30 years and a prospective period of up to 15 years in which a party can take action for defective premises. It will also introduce a new clause into the Defective Premises Northern Ireland Order 1975 that will allow a building that contains 2 or more dwellings to be treated as a single dwelling for the purpose of the order. And this will be based on the provisions introduced in England and Wales by sections 134 and 135 of the Building Safety Act 2022. In order for us to continue to deliver for people here, I am seeking the ongoing and urgent support of my executive colleagues and this Assembly to ensure the swift passage of this legislation, which will provide Northern Ireland residents with the same recourse and protection as prescribed in other jurisdictions where a building is shown to be defective. Given the urgency, I am writing to executive colleagues today to seek their support and approval to introduce new legislation under the accelerated passage process. The primary legislation will address the period under which action can be taken with regard to defective buildings and address the unfair disparity that currently exists and disadvantages our people. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not seek consent for the accelerated passage process lightly. I fully respect the rights of this Assembly to have the normal time and scrutiny processes. However, I do not believe that it is right that this discrepancy between Northern Ireland and elsewhere in the UK is left unresolved. Mr. Speaker, I know that Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that this is an issue of grave concern, and it has the potential to impact many people right across Northern Ireland. I wanted to bring this matter to the House to keep members updated on my intentions. I am confident that we can make the desired progress on this issue, but getting it done quickly will depend upon the support and consent of the Assembly and the Executive. I hope that I can count on that support in the coming weeks, and I commend the statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, Minister, as a constructive opposition, we've always said that we would be constructive and welcome progress where executive ministers made it, and so I do commend this, and I thank you for bringing it to the House and for working collaboratively with your colleagues to act swiftly on it. It is very welcome. Can I ask, is the legislation going to be designed in such a way that will allow the Victoria Square residents, who are my constituents, many of them are my constituents, it's in South Belfast, to renew? You mentioned the High Court case. Will they be able to reopen their case, and will the legislation be drawn in such a way that will allow them to take new action? Thank you very much.
Minister.
Well, Principal Deputy Speaker, this legislation came about due to the fact that there is a disparity between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Certainly, I think that the High Court case highlighted the disparity that exists. He will understand that it is inappropriate of me to comment on ongoing civil matters, but I think that it is a positive thing today that we are dealing with that disparity that exists currently between different parts of the UK.
Call the Chair of the Communities Committee, Colin Gilderney.
Minister, I'd like to welcome your statement today, which gives recognition to the need to better protect residents from defective design, workmanship and materials. The Minister will know that the Communities Committee has received over the past number of weeks a number of correspondence from those who have been impacted by this, and will understand that we as a committee will want to work with you to ensure that we can do all we can to provide the support and the redress that they need. So, Minister, my question would be if you can today provide any further detail in terms of your understanding of the timeline which will apply to introducing the forthcoming legislative changes, to establish a retrospective period of up to 30 years and a prospective period of up to 15 years in which a party can take action for defective premises. And also, Minister, if you would, maybe what practical support you're able to offer to those impacted by this in the meantime.
Minister.
Make a number of points. First of all, I don't have an exact timeline on how quickly this can be progressed. However, I would say that I hope that the member will look at the steps that I have taken so far, that he will understand that I take this seriously, that I want this to be progressed as quickly as possible, so that that disparity no longer exists. I will do everything that I can to progress it as quickly as possible. However, some of this is out of my hands. I will require the consent and support of the Assembly, in particular in regards to the accelerated passage process, and the Executive as well. Though I have received a letter from the member in recent weeks on behalf of the committee asking if it would be possible for me to fast-track any new legislation in relation to defective buildings. I hope that that commitment from him and the committee still stands, because that's an important barrier or hurdle that we can get over in order to progress this as quickly as possible. In regards to people that are affected right now, there isn't a role or responsibility for my department in that. My job is to try and deal with the disparity that exists within the legislation, and that's what I intend to do.
Thank you, Minister. I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you very much. I want to first of all thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, can you give me some indications what implementations this is going to be, or issues this is going to have to the building and construction sector, these changes broadly?
Minister.
Well, first and foremost, I hope that everyone would recognise that the well-being and safety of our citizens in Northern Ireland should be something that everybody wants to see happen, and that everybody would want to be part of as well. I understand what the member is asking in regards to the impact on the industry here. And I think it's important to say that many of Northern Ireland's, as the member will know from his own constituency, many of Northern Ireland's construction companies are already working in England and Wales under the increased responsibility and duties placed upon them under this legislation. I believe our local industry is incredibly resilient and has a history of adapting well to new challenges, and I have faith and confidence that they will be able to work to the standards that we hope to achieve through this legislation.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Credit where credit's due. When the Executive was asked to work together to come up with a solution for this, you did do that, and I thank you for that. I'm delighted that you've come to the House today to say that you will be taking forward legislation. That extension of the limitation period for defective residential buildings will introduce new provisions into the Limitation Northern Ireland Order, and if you mentioned it will be a bill which will be primary legislation as opposed to any other type of regulation. Just if you could just clarify how quickly you'll be able to bring that forward to the House, please.
Minister.
Well, obviously there are a number of different hurdles and barriers in the way to getting this through, but I believe very soon I'll be able to send that to the Executive, getting Executive consent. I will then need to get the bill drafted, to get the bill then through to the Executive again. I hope that I can count on the members' support within the committee for the accelerated passage process as well. I can't give a timeline, but again, I hope people recognise the action that I have taken on this to date. The need out there for this disparity to be resolved, and I want to do it as quickly as possible. And if I have the support of the members of this House and the members of the Executive, I believe that we can do that very quickly.
Thank you, Minister. I call Alan Chambers.
Deputy Principal Speaker, I certainly welcome this statement today, and I would ask the Minister if he agrees with me that it points up the advantage of having a devolved legislator in place in this place that can act quickly and decisively in the interests of the people we represent. That is demonstrated by this statement today. It was also demonstrated by how the Finance Minister dealt with the issue of the rates. I've just asked the Minister, can he confirm that this proposed legislation will enable the residents affected to reopen the court system or the legal system that was earlier involved? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, the member will not be surprised to hear that I agree with him in terms of the importance of having a local assembly and executive in place. However, that's only worth having if it's prepared to do the things that need to be done in order to improve the lives of our citizens here. I hope that he has seen my commitment to this from the start. I didn't want there to be a fight over what minister was responsible. I took this on. We made sure that the work was done within the department. We worked with the Finance Minister and the DAERA Minister as well. And I think that this does show how the Assembly can deliver and how the Assembly can get things done. Obviously, I can't comment on ongoing civil matters. My goal here is to deal with the disparity in legislation that exists, and I believe that's what we will do.
Thank you, Minister. I call Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement which you've brought to the House today, and clear demonstration of ministers cooperating together with the Executive in this House, and hopefully we will see a very satisfactory outcome to the circumstances around this particular issue. Minister, you'll be aware that the National House Building Council provides a 10-year warranty for properties. Can you intimate to us, just in terms of the legislation you'll be bringing forward, how it may or may not affect that particular right that is provided to owners of new properties?
Sir.
Yeah, I thank Mr Dixon for his comments, and I know there has been some interest in relation to the NHBC warranty that is offered. Ultimately, though, that would be a matter for NHBC to decide how that would affect the warranty. Perhaps you would want to contact them. I understand it's an issue of concern, but it's not something that we would have direct control or responsibility for.
Thank you, Minister. I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to associate myself with my colleagues' remarks and of thanks of how quickly, Minister, that you have taken this issue on board. I note that you have been working closely with executive ministers with the Minister of Finance, there will obviously be a resource requirement for your department. Has there been any budget discussed, or has there been any expenditure discussed with the Minister of Finance?
Minister. Well, I'm grateful to the member for raising this issue, because I think it is important that not only the Assembly delivers on issues that matter, but people can see that ministers genuinely have been taking a collaborative approach to this, not only in making sure that we get the transfer of functions order sorted out, and that I will hopefully get the support for the legislation as well, but our departments have been working well together in terms of some of the resourcing of this. I'm not primarily concerned with resourcing in terms of pounds. It's people resource is what I need, and I am grateful to colleagues in other departments, in particular the Department for the Economy, who have provided some of the human resource support that we need. That's where the big challenge is at this moment in time. We understand that these are complex issues. We need people with the right skills. Not all of those lie within the Department for Communities, so there has been a very good working together in terms of that resource, and I hope that that will continue. This is one part of an overall issue in terms of building safety that I hope to be able to progress during this mandate, and I will need to make sure that I continue to have that resource in place, and I hope that we will.
Thank you, Minister. I call Brian Kingston.
Deputy Speaker, and as a member of the Communities Committee, I welcome the Minister's statement that he has stepped forward and is taking responsibility for this matter in conversation with other ministers, and that he plans to bring forward the necessary legislation. And similar to as he's just explained, I wanted to ask, does he feel that his department has the necessary resource to deliver on this matter in a timely manner, and indeed the joint working that there will be across the Executive to deliver for these residents?
Minister.
Well, certainly in the meantime, yes, we're getting the resource that we need. However, it is important to highlight that this isn't over yet. We're starting this process. We're making good progress, but there is more to be done, and so I will continue to need the support of executive colleagues, not just in terms of allowing this legislation to progress, but importantly making sure that I have access to the resource that I need. Perhaps that will be financial, but it is more likely to be human resource, and I hope that I can continue to depend upon the support of others for that. But I think there is a collective will to get this done, so I hope that the funding and people will follow that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and like others here today, we very much welcome the steps that have been taken by our Minister and ensuring we can support and close the legal loophole in relation to the residents. In relation to the residents, could you update the Assembly in relation to what meetings or ongoing engagement you have with the affected residents? Thank you.
Minister.
So at this point in time, I assume the member's referring to specifically the Victoria Square residents that were highlighted through the High Court case. I have not had any direct engagement with them at this time. I'm more than happy to do that. I'll be more than happy to meet with the residents and explain what it is that I'm intending to bring forward. But I would just give one note of caution. I cannot, and no one would expect me to get involved directly within the process that's ongoing. It's a live civil matter. It would be inappropriate for me to do that. But I'd like to think that my door is always open as a minister. If anyone has any concerns that they want to raise with me about any issue, I'd be happy to do that. So certainly I'm happy for that to be on the agenda. I just need to make that very clear distinction between what we're trying to do here and the separate matter that's ongoing.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jim Allister.
Mr. Rather avoided Mr. O'Toole's question. So can I ask him a question which I think he can and should answer? Will the legislation contain express provision to enable actions struck out for limitation infringement to be re-litigated?
Minister.
Well, as I've said a number of times here this afternoon, I am not going to comment or get involved on ongoing matters. As he would understand, it would be inappropriate for me to get involved in the specifics of that. But it is very clear, or certainly I hope it will become apparent to the member when the legislation is produced what exactly that will do, and I look forward to being able to publish that legislation.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jerry Carroll.
It sounds positive, Minister, but we need to look at the detail, obviously, and people have expressed to me the need for legislation before the recess for all sorts of reasons. Minister, I am disappointed, though, that you've refused to urge people who are in different dwellings but similar circumstances as Victoria Square apartments to come forward. This would help you and your department to get a holistic view of the problem and get robust legislation. In light of your announcement today, will you reconsider looking at that?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think at any stage I've refused to meet with anybody. If someone wants to send me an invite in order to talk about these issues, I'm more than happy to do that. I think the member had previously asked me if I would do a call out in order for people to come. I'm happy to meet with anybody that wants to talk to me about this, but I have to say I believe that this is a good day. This is a day where a problem has been identified. We had the potential for a fight over who was responsible, but instead of doing that, executive ministers worked together to bring a resolution to an issue that has the potential to impact people right across Northern Ireland. And I want to make sure that we have legislation in place that deals with that disparity, and for what reason, so that we can provide additional protection for people in Northern Ireland. I think that's something that everybody should welcome, and most have.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions on the statement. I'm just going to take our ease for a wee minute. The first item of business is the introduction of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. I call on the Minister of Health to move the first stage.
I beg to introduce the Hospital Parking Charges Bill.
Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to modify the operation of the Hospital Parking Charges Act, Northern Ireland 2022, so as to postpone the ban on charging money for parking vehicles in the hospital car parks.
So that constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. Thank you. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the draft period products, Department of Education, Specified Public Service Bodies, Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Education to move the motion.
Madam Deputy Principal Speaker, I move the motion.
Okay, thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call upon the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Well, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to bring these draft regulations to the Assembly for approval. The regulations will be made under powers conferred by the Period Products Free Provision Act of Northern Ireland 2022. And before I turn to the regulations themselves, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the enormous benefits of this provision. Free period products, which can be accessed easily and in a dignified way, will be life-changing for girls and women across Northern Ireland, particularly at a time when household budgets are under so much pressure. My department has already been providing free period products in schools under the Period Dignity Pilot Scheme for almost 3 years. Feedback from pupils and teachers has been overwhelmingly positive, as demonstrated by the responses to a survey when the pilot scheme was launched in September 2021. This initiative is not simply focused on period poverty. It aims to respect the dignity of our learners so that they can attend school confidently, take full part in activities and focus on their education. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, members, no female should be prevented from fully participating in education simply because they have periods. I'm delighted to say that the pilot scheme has been successful in this regard. In fact, 82% of pupils availing of the scheme said it increased their confidence in managing their periods in school. The pilot also provides education on periods aiming to increase knowledge of pupils and teachers, male and female, and break down the stigma associated with periods. I am hopeful that this excellent educational support developed by the Northern Ireland Council for Curriculum Examinations and Assessment will continue. Turning to the regulations, the draft regulations, members will be aware that all departments in Northern Ireland must specify in regulation the public service bodies that will have duties under this Act. May I thank the Executive Office for establishing an interdepartmental working group to ensure that there is a coordinated approach. The powers provided under the Act to make these regulations are very specific. Departments must specify which of their bodies will be legally required to make sure free period products are available for use on their premises. As well as specifying public service bodies, the regulations may provide for descriptions of premises, persons, and when premises are to be treated as being in use. Given the policy intention of the Act to make products widely available, my department aims to minimise any limitations of this provision in making the regulations. My department is required to specify bodies with functions that would enable them to discharge duties under the Act in relation to persons in school premises. My department proposes to specify the Education Authority as manager of controlled schools, boards of governors of all voluntary schools, and grant-maintained integrated schools and proprietors of independent schools. My department may also specify public service bodies other than schools, provided the specified bodies are statutory bodies serving the public or the public interest. So my department proposes to specify the Education Authority in relation to statutory youth settings. It's education other than its school settings and in relation to its administrative accommodation. Other arm's-length bodies that meet the definition of public service body under the Act are also included in the draft regulations. These are the Council for Catholic Maintained Schools, the Northern Ireland Council for Curriculum Examinations and Assessment, and the General Teaching Council for Northern Ireland. These bodies are all specified in relation to their administrative accommodation. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, there are several arm's-length bodies in the education sector that cannot be specified because they are not statutory. These include the Catholic Schools Trust Service and the Controlled Schools Support Council and the Governing Bodies Association. For these bodies, I understand that it is intended that they will, however, be captured under regulations being made by the Department for the Economy. This is because they are located in St Mary's University College and Stranmillis University College. There are other bodies which could make provision on a voluntary basis, even though they cannot be specified in the regulations. These are the Northern Ireland Council for Integrated Education, Synergy and Middleton Centre for Autism. As already stated, the Act allows my department to provide descriptions of persons and premises in order to ensure that the Act can be made workable in the education sector. The proposed regulations do contain such descriptions. Firstly, descriptions of premises. In the case of schools, regulations will include all buildings comprising school premises. This means all buildings used for non-educational purposes, for example, eating, leisure or sport, as well as those used for learning, will be captured so long as they form part of the premises of the school. This will be important in ensuring reasonable ease of access to free products, which is required under the Act. In the education other than at school and statutory youth settings, they are captured where those settings are on Education Authority premises, whether leased or owned. However, community-based youth and EOTAS settings cannot be captured in the regulations as they are not statutory organisations. These gaps in provision may not have been intentional when the Act was being drafted. However, again, provision in such settings could be made on a voluntary basis. Regulations will include administrative accommodation leased or owned by a specified public service body for the purpose of effecting its statutory functions. And as I said earlier, CCMS, CCEA and the GTCNI are included in the proposed list of public service bodies in relation to their administrative accommodation. Moving on to the description of persons contained in the draft regulations, my department proposes to limit provision in all settings to pupils, staff and visitors on school premises or in EOTAS settings. young people, staff and visitors in statutory youth settings, and staff and visitors in the administrative accommodation of specified public service bodies. In all cases, visitor is identified as a person with legitimate reason for being on the premise. This is to ensure that the general public is not entitled to go into these settings to obtain free period products. This is particularly important for safeguarding children and young people. An 8-week public consultation was undertaken on these proposals. Bodies consulted included the Department of Education's arm's-length bodies, schools and my department's wider stakeholder base. 47 responses were received, which provided useful clarification on points of detail, but did not necessitate a significant change to the policy proposals. The response to this consultation is published on my department's website. In terms of the cost of provision for free period products, I anticipate this to be in the region of £900,000 per year. I am hopeful that this funding will be made available to support the effective implementation of the legislation. Upon approval of these draft regulations, my department will conduct a short period of consultation with the specified public service bodies. This consultation will be in relation to guidance that is to be provided under the Act. Once that guidance is published, the specified public service bodies are required to consult with product users on the arrangements to be put in place for providing free period products. Both consultations are a requirement of the Act itself and must be properly carried out. Can I thank the Committee for Education for its consideration of these draft regulations, and I hope that I've addressed some of the points that were raised at recent meetings. I am aware that the Committee would wish to ensure that any perhaps unintended gaps in the legislative provision can be addressed in other ways, and my department will commit to work with other departments and organisations to address these gaps as far as possible. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I commend these regulations to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chair of the Education Committee, Mr Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And speaking on behalf of the Education Committee, I am pleased to be able to offer the Committee's support for the Draft Period Products Department of Education Specified Public Service Bodies Regulations Northern Ireland 2024. Access to period products should be universally available, as is the case for many other basic hygiene products. The previous Education Committee welcomed the passing of the Period Products Bill, having worked on period product provision for some time, and this current committee is glad to see these regulations now being enacted to allow the bill to become a reality. The previous committee had tabled amendments to the original Period Products Bill to require privacy, confidentiality and consideration of sustainable options in the arrangements for provision of period products, which were accepted by the Assembly. It also recommended a co-educational awareness-raising approach to the rollout of the scheme to reduce period stigma and present sustainable options. Since the restoration of devolution, the Education Committee has heard from officials within the department on the work they have undertaken on these regulations. Under the Act, provision is to be sufficient to meet a person's needs while on the premises of a specified public service body, as has been set out by the Minister. A policy on the way forward for take-home provision for pupils, which is currently provided through the school's pilot scheme, will need to be agreed in the context of the universal scheme, again as referenced by the Minister, which will be delivered by TEO, and we look forward to hearing more about how this will be implemented and brought forward. I will not go into detail around the specified bodies, as the Minister has covered that in detail. Department of Education officials were able to provide committee clarity on the costings of the provision, and the committee were particularly concerned on the interface between statutory and non-statutory provision and the sustainability of funding going forward for those measures. The department suggested the cost of this provision could be in the region of €0.8 million per annum. Funding will need to be bid for and expenditure subject to business case approval. So the committee will be keen to hear from the Minister what assurances can be given that funding for this raft of measures will indeed be protected. I want to pay tribute to the department. They have led the way with their period dignity pilot scheme, and we know that this resource has been broadly welcomed by those who use it. The provision of free period products, particularly in schools, has gone some way to helping break down the taboo and stigma that can sometimes be associated with periods, whilst also providing those in need with access to products in a dignified manner. Period products legislation intended to improve access to education, work and sport, alongside improving dignity for women, girls and those who menstruate. The provision of period products is a gender equality issue, and we should all be championing any sort of provision which focuses on equal educational opportunity for all. It also highlights the importance of improving understanding of menstruation and creating supportive, empowering conversations about periods. So, taking all of that into account, the committee has agreed to recommend that the draft period products regulations be affirmed and made by the Assembly. And if I can just add, as Alliance Education spokesperson, that they're very happy to support those regulations for all the reasons discussed by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister and his department for their work on this important piece of legislation, and I welcome survey results that were recently given to the Education Committee talking about young women and girls feeling far more confident in school as a direct result of having access to these products, and that's what we want to see, is a higher attendance of young girls in school, an increase in appetite to partake in sports both in and outside of the classroom. And just on this legislation, I'd like to thank the previous period poverty activists like Katrina at Menstruation Matters, Period Poverty NI, and many more for their commitment in tackling period poverty in all of our communities across the North. And recognising this need, I think it's important that us as MLAs within our offices provide these products as well, just recognising the financial pressures that so many families and individuals are currently under. Lastly and briefly, I would like to thank Pat Catney, former SDLP MLA, for bringing forward this important piece of legislation, and I shared an office with Pat, terribly fond of him, and he was a grandfather who really realised the impact, the lack of equality and the detriment as a direct result of lack of access to these products and what it was doing to young women and girls. So I think I'd just like to thank Pat for his input. We're extremely proud of him in this achievement, and I really hope that this legislation continues to create positive outcomes for women and girls across the North. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. I call Cathy Mason.
Nobody should have to suffer the indignity of using unsuitable materials to mask their periods, or to have to choose between putting food on the table and buying period products for themselves or for their children. Period products are essential. They are not luxury items. And for many people and families who are struggling with the rising cost of living, this can be a financial burden and a huge worry. Concordia, no girl should ever miss school or school activities because she cannot access these products. Free access to sanitary products should be the norm in schools, universities, colleges, workplace, football grounds and concert venues and many more. And Sinn Féin will continue to campaign for this within the Assembly and our local councils. At a recent meeting of the Education Committee, as has been said, concerns were raised as why the non-statutory bodies like the Council for Integrated Education, Corla na Gael Scoileachta and the Middletown Centre for Autism cannot be included in the provision of products. But I do welcome that this has come before us today, and as this bill progresses, we would expect the Department to work very constructively with these bodies and to support them to be able to provide period products in their settings.
Thank you, Cathy. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise today simply to welcome this motion and to commend the Minister and all those who have played a part in getting the motion to this stage. This motion is an important one and represents another significant step in the right direction to ensure that no female is ever disadvantaged due to period poverty. It's heartening to see a number of government, sectoral and voluntary organisations running their own pilots and schemes to provide free period products in our public spaces. The success and demand for these schemes shows a clear need that still exists here in Northern Ireland for free period products. Period products are not optional. They are a basic necessity for women and girls, and it is important that they're accessible to all. It is pleasing to see that this is no longer a taboo subject and that many individuals and organisations continue to speak up and stand up to ensure that women and girls can access the products they need when they need them. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I absolutely support this motion and I thank all that have worked so hard to bring this to the floor today. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I now call on the Minister to wind on the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank everyone in the House for participating in this debate around these regulations, and to the Chairman for the work on the committee. Again, just acknowledge that, and for his kind remarks in commending the Department for taking a lead in this area, and the other members who commented on this quite rightly highlight the importance of making sure that free period products are accessible. It's a necessity. And we need to make sure that it is provided in a dignified manner for those that need it, because there should be no barriers within our educational settings for girls when it comes to being in school, and it is helping to break down those taboo areas as well. And can I just share in terms of what Ms Hunter said around Pat Catney? He was an Assembly colleague of mine, and I know this was an area that he brought forward a private member's bill in respect of, and spoke passionately about bringing it forward, and just once again on the public record acknowledge his work in what he did carry out whenever he was a member of this place for Lagan Valley. So I commend the regulations to the House.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you, Minister. The next item on the order paper is a motion on reducing child poverty. Can I ask the clerk to read the motion, please?
That this Assembly expresses profound regret at the findings of the recent NI Audit Office report on child poverty, including the shocking finding that 1 in 5 children in Northern Ireland are living in relative poverty, and nearly 10% of households are unable to afford basic goods. Calls on the Minister for Communities to lay before the Assembly, no later than September 2024, a comprehensive child poverty strategy which includes specific and measurable targets to reduce child poverty by the end of this mandate, and further calls on the Minister to work with the Minister of Finance to agree an ambitious ring-fenced budget to deliver on the aforementioned child poverty reduction targets by the end of this mandate.
Thank you, Claire. I call on Matthew O'Toole to move the motion. So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. Well, it'll be an hour and 45 minutes now because there's an amendment. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As the amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has also agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Matthew, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Today's motion should be seen conjoined with our motions tomorrow. The SDLP has proposed a series of motions today and tomorrow which are designed to get to the root of the scandal of poverty which afflicts our society. We believe that 25 years after the Good Friday Agreement, we have a moral obligation to finally tackle the stubbornly high levels of deprivation and poverty in Northern Ireland, which are among the highest in these islands, blighting lives, ruining aspiration, and ultimately putting longer-term pressure on other services. And over the past number of years, sharply increased inflation has combined with a decade and a half of immoral Tory austerity to create real need and suffering, and not just among the most destitute, but in working households too. 1 in 5 children living in relative poverty, nearly 1 in 10 households struggling to afford basic goods, nearly 300 people in Northern Ireland dying in cold homes, and we are in the midst of a housing crisis. But this place, the Assembly, Stormont, is not powerless to help. So the SDLP opposition is proposing a series of practical steps that we hope the executive parties will sign up to and that we can implement for the rest of this mandate. We have, in the past, through welfare mitigations, proven that the devolved Assembly is able to take steps to alleviate poverty and to mitigate the very worst of austerity. All we're asking is that we do more of that and indeed go further, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Our motion today should also, on child poverty, should be seen as intimately linked to tomorrow's first motion in Opposition Day business, which is the removal of the pernicious and unjustifiable 2-child limit in in universal credit, which was introduced by the UK government nearly a decade ago. We believe, and it's not just us, it's most expert advisors, academics and campaign groups believe that will be the fastest and most effective way of getting at child poverty in our society. But we're also going to bring forward proposals on eradicating fuel poverty and on ending no-fault evictions within housing. Today's motion on child poverty is the start of that work. Now, what does our motion say? First of all, it expresses profound regret at the recent Northern Ireland Audit Office report, which was published a number of weeks ago, which is full of shocking findings in relation to the stubbornly high levels of child poverty in our society. That report was an indictment, in a sense, of all of us. It shows that not only have we failed to properly address child poverty, but in many ways we've allowed the problem to grow worse. As I said earlier, 1 in 5 children here in the North are living in relative poverty. Nearly 1 in 10 are in absolute poverty, of which half are in, nearly 1 in 10 are in absolute poverty. I will give way, yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for giving way. It might be useful just to explain, because remember we went through this in it was called the Office Committee of First and Deputy First Minister way back some 15 years ago. We did a report on child poverty to explain the difference between relative and absolute poverty, maybe for children.
Well, clearly it's a different statistical measure. One relates to the level of average household income. So, I mean, there is a difference. I'm not going to spend all of my remaining minutes, although I'm sure that I'd love to get into a policy wonkish debate about that. But there is a difference. Clearly, people who are in absolute poverty are in a more desperate situation than people who are living in relative poverty. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be taking rigorous and real robust policy interventions to address relative poverty, because all the indications are that those living in poverty, in relative poverty, are more likely to fall into absolute poverty, and indeed that they themselves are more likely to avail of other services and indeed cost the taxpayer more down the line. The Audit Office report that I referred to also highlights how economically challenging the child poverty is for Northern Ireland in the long term. It not only is a moral, an immediate moral challenge, but it creates longer term costs for other public services. We know that it imposes greater costs on the education service, the health service, sometimes even tragically further down the line, the criminal justice system and social services. So we don't believe that that is a situation that we can be relaxed about or leave to sit as it is. So our motion today calls for a binding target to reduce child poverty by the end of this mandate, and we ask that the Minister for Communities comes forward with a plan to deliver on how he proposes to deliver that reduction, and will necessarily, by the way, and I would acknowledge, need to be a cross-cutting and cross-departmental plan. Though the Minister is the person responding to today's debate, it's important to acknowledge that this is fundamentally and inescapably an entirely cross-cutting and cross-departmental issue. I don't want today's debate to be about me or others simply saying the Minister for Communities is by himself responsible for alleviating child poverty, though his department is clearly primarily responsible for the welfare interventions that we are calling for. But our position is that we do need what we have been calling for and campaign groups have been calling for a number of years, an updated and public child poverty strategy to deal with the very real challenges that we face. And we think that at the heart of that should be binding targets on reduction by the end. When I say binding, I mean publicly available and reportable, so that the public can see how well the executive is doing in terms of delivery, and that those targets should relate to the end, should be deliverable by the end of this mandate. We're not asking that poverty be entirely eradicated by the end of this mandate. That would not be a reasonable or constructive thing to suggest, but we are asking that there should be a measurable reduction, and we are proposing that there should be specific interventions, one of which, and we think the most important of which tomorrow, is the removal of the 2-child limit. We think that's a practical suggestion. We also think, we acknowledge that there's a cost, but we also think that it is affordable, and we've suggested ways in which we think that could be paid for. But specifically in relation to today's motion, our view is that there should be a binding target for child poverty reduction in this mandate. We also think that the Minister for Finance should work with the Minister for Communities and indeed other colleagues to agree a ring-fenced budget to deliver on those targets. We think that's reasonable, we think that's constructive, and we think that's urgent. Now, in relation to one of the amendments that is laid down in the name of the Alliance Party, while we acknowledge that there are elements of that amendment that we would agree with, part of it obviously is the sense that a child poverty strategy needs to be part of a broader anti-poverty strategy. I don't disagree with that, and nothing I would say in our motion contradicts or undermines that. We do, however, have a challenge with the amendment, and I say this in a constructive and mature way, which is that it removes, it appears to us to remove two things. One, the commitment that there is a report to the Assembly by September this year. We don't think that's an unreasonable. Timeline. We do think, as an opposition, part of our job is to ask not just for aspirations, but for targets, timelines, and dates. So we do think that the removal of that date is not something that we're particularly supportive of. Secondly, it also removes the need for a specific ring-fenced budget in relation to child poverty alleviation. We think it's important, given what we've experienced and some other things in relation to what happens when you remove ring fences from budgets, that it is important that there's a specific ring-fenced budget on this. We also think that clearly a large part of that ring-fenced budget is going to go to what I discussed earlier on, which is the removal via mitigation of the disastrous two-child cap on universal credit. So we will wait to hear the arguments made around the amendments, but we are, I'm afraid, relatively sceptical of them, not because we think that they're cynically put down or attempting to negative our motion, but rather we think that they do remove some of the force of our motion, particularly around timelines and specificity on budgets. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, over the course of the next day we will have lots of opportunities to debate poverty. We think that 25 years on from the Good Friday Agreement, it is unacceptable that our poverty levels, and particularly our child poverty levels, remain as stubbornly high as they are. We think we can do better. We acknowledge that within this chamber, all parties are broadly committed to the work of alleviating poverty. But what we do say is that now is the time for the new executive to put its mind to properly dealing with these issues, to implementing not just the recommendations of campaign groups, but some of what was in the expert panel on welfare mitigations that reported to the previous Communities Minister, indeed was working whenever you had your spell as Communities Minister, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. We think it's the time to get on with it, to deliver for the most vulnerable in our society, but also for working families too. So in proposing today's motion and all the other motions tomorrow, we commend these motions to the Assembly, and we ask that we all get serious and committed to alleviating poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Since question time starts at 2 o'clock, Sean, you'll be the next speaker after that, when you'll have 10 minutes to move the amendment. This debate will resume at 3:30, so we'll just ask members to take their ease. Thank you.
time for questions to the Executive Office. Questions 1, 4 and 11 have been withdrawn. I call Connie Egan. First Minister.
Mr. Speaker, through Communities in Transition, we are determined to build a safer society free from the negative influences of paramilitarism, criminality and coercive control. The Tackling Paramilitarism, Criminality and Organised Crime programme has been extended into 24-25 following a commitment from the UK Government and the Northern Ireland Executive. The programme will invest £2.3 million in CIT for 2024-25, subject to the agreement of the Executive's budget for this year. CIT has delivered 82 projects totalling £19 million across the 8 CIT areas. 51 projects have been completed, with the remaining 31 contracts continuing into 24-25, with a renewed focus on the main issues impacting communities in terms of paramilitarism, criminality and coercive control. If we are to bring lasting change and release all communities from the grip of paramilitary control, we need to continue to adopt an holistic approach to tackle systemic issues and work in partnership with our local communities.
Connie Egan.
Very much, Deputy First Minister. I've seen the great work of projects funded by CIT in my own constituency. Can I please ask if going forward for the next tranche of funding there will be more flexibility shown in the areas that are targeted?
Minister.
It's always very difficult because you draw a boundary around certain areas that either qualify or don't qualify, and it sometimes can be, of course, as simple as a house to a house or a street to a street. So in many of the Executive Office programmes we do try to show flexibility. For example, in urban villages we were able to adopt that flexible approach, and I agree with you that there should be flexibility in this programme moving forward. We're currently undertaking that evaluation of phase 2 and that will inform phase 3, but that is certainly an issue that has come up and I've heard the member on that issue.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I ask the Deputy First Minister, how successful has the CIT project been to date and what has been delivered through it?
Minister.
Thank you. There have been a number of projects. 156 social action projects have been delivered already. That accounts for 9,000 participants. And the member will be aware that this is not to replace but to supplement and to complement the PSNI activities in tackling criminality. And therefore these are projects that work very much with the community and building community resilience and building that community capacity and encouraging young people in those communities to pursue positive and progressive pathways, particularly in relation to training, education and sport into employment. It is vitally important that those communities have that bright future, that they feel the dividend from a peaceful and stable Northern Ireland, and that's what these projects have really been focused on.
Alan Chambers.
Can the Minister confirm if she has had any discussions with the Justice Minister to move away from the use of the term paramilitaries and instead focusing on calling them for what they are, and that is drug dealers, child abusers and organised crime gangs?
Minister.
Thank you. There is undoubtedly a significant amount of criminality in relation to some of these individuals and some of these organisations. There are, of course, though, uniquely Northern Ireland aspects to those, because some of those organisations have their roots and have their origins in our past and in the Troubles, and of course that brings a particular dimension to that. So that's why this programme does take that into account. But as I indicated, this is certainly not a light touch on criminality. This is here to work alongside the PSNI, supporting the PSNI to really tackle that criminality and have a zero tolerance approach to that criminality, drug dealing and other abuses within communities, those abuses that bring our communities down. I think it's important to note, though, that within those communities there are many, many fantastic examples of community work, organisations, young people, families and community activity. And of course these areas shouldn't just be seen through the prism of the criminality and other aspects that have plagued them for some considerable time.
Before I call Mark Durkin, could I ask the Deputy First Minister to point the microphones towards her, because Hansard are struggling to hear. That was the one as well. Mr Durkin.
Speaker, I've also seen firsthand some extremely successful CIT projects in the Craigan area of my constituency, and I commend all involved in those. However, there are some other projects, the effectiveness of which maybe isn't as obvious, and this has led to sometimes frustration in the community. There are questions that perhaps the Deputy First Minister can answer around how projects are selected for funding. and how new projects can come forward under that process.
Deputy First Minister.
As indicated in the initial answer, this phase of CIT, and this year we will have 2.3 million. That is building on the work of the previous 2 years. But we are now moving towards a phase 3 of CIT. There's been a consultation which has been underway for some time, and that consultation is really looking at which projects have been the most effective, why perhaps some of the projects that have been supported have not been as effective as hoped for. This is all set within the matrix of the key principles within CIT, and as indicated, those are about building community resilience. It is about working with communities and young people, the transitioning of young people through sport, through training, through other initiatives into positive futures. So many of these projects are based on best practice, but as we know, that doesn't guarantee that they do work, and that's why this consultation and evaluation is important to inform the way forward into CIT phase 3, which must take into account some of the issues that the member has raised.
Does this not have to start closer to home with the Executive Office? Is there any sign of the Minister's partner in government transitioning to be able to condemn IRA murders? We've just had another example of the failure to condemn after the focus on the horrendous Kings Mills massacre. Surely that's a baby step, but a necessary step for anyone in government.
Minister.
Thank you. I think it is welcome that we've had the opportunity today to mark the appalling atrocity of Kingsmill. We know that this has been a very long and difficult journey for those families. The coroner confirmed that this was a deeply sectarian attack, and certainly, personally speaking, I have absolutely no issue with standing here and saying this very, very clearly that all terrorism is wrong. There was always an alternative, and I would certainly urge all members of the Executive to do the same.
Thank you, Minister. Can you provide us with an overview of the successes and key deliverables in the CIT programme, please?
Minister.
Thank you. There were a number of key themes in the programme, including community development, health and well-being, environment and culture, community safety and policing, personal transition, addressing the needs of young people, and expansion of restorative practices. I am pleased to say that following that in-depth consultation and evaluation of this over the last number of weeks and months, that there's been a very positive feedback in terms of the outcomes working with communities. We will be obviously going into that in more detail in terms of the types of projects that have seemed to have worked very, very well. But importantly, what we need to do is to learn from that and make sure that we are pulling forward that best practice, not just into the third phase of this, but into a number of other programmes that we are working within communities to build that community resilience. Because, of course, what works here in terms of that resilience and the social capital within those communities will work with a range of other projects that I know that the Executive is focusing on.
Kelly Armstrong. Minister.
Thank you. We are currently considering a process of identifying executive nominees to the boards of the North-South implementation bodies. We intend the executive nominees to vacancies on the boards of North-South bodies will be progressed in the forthcoming weeks and months, and that appointments will be made at the sectoral meetings.
Kelly Armstrong, please.
Deputy First Minister, can you confirm how the Executive Office intends to improve the work of the North-South bodies so that it aligns with the future programme for government investment strategy and budgets approved by the Assembly?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The North-South Ministerial Council and the sectoral bodies and associated work are all rooted in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement as amended by St Andrews Agreement. That means that it is focused on the stranded approach, and that is right and proper. That sets the parameters for that work. That work recognises that the internal affairs and matters of Northern Ireland and the United Kingdom are a matter for the Northern Ireland and United Kingdom Government. But of course, that work, which does align with the programme for government within the context of that stranded approach, the appropriate areas of work will of course be aligned insofar as possible.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Deputy First Minister, you mentioned the stranded approach. You mentioned the fact that the NSMC's work is set out in parameters in the Good Friday Agreement. Now, none of that is true of the East-West Council. There's no obligation when the East-West Council meets for ministers to bring back any report on what was discussed, or for there to be more than one, to be ministers from multiple parties. I presume, given your party brought down the institutions because in order to, as you said at the time, rebalance east-west was north-south, you would support the East-West Council coming under the same rules and constraints as the North-South Ministerial Council?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I absolutely support full transparency in relation to the work of the East-West Council. It is, of course, a new body, but I do think it was something that perhaps was missed at the time of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, where we had that Ireland and United Kingdom bodies, we had the North-South bodies, but we didn't have a body dedicated under those arrangements to focus on internal UK relationships and arrangements. So I think that there's huge potential with this body, particularly, and not just with that engagement with the UK government, but with the north of England, with Manchester, with Scotland, with Wales, where we know that there's a huge amount of commonality across many, many of the challenges and also opportunities we face. So I fully support full transparency and all of the procedures around that to ensure that members are fully informed about the exciting work that I believe that this body will take forward.
Emma Sheeran.
I think
that
best served when all the institutions of the Good Friday Agreement are operating in full, and that means the North-South bodies as well as East-West bodies. And as such, I welcome last week's meeting of the NSMC. I wonder if you could outline some of the topics that were discussed at the NSMC plenary last Monday.
Sure.
Well, as I indicated, it was an initial meeting. So many of the issues discussed had been issues that there had been sectoral work carrying on throughout that period. All of the sectoral bodies are quote and were able to continue with some of their work. But of course, the issues that were discussed are those issues that rightly fall within the areas of responsibility of the North-South. That included issues such as the Ulster Canal, in relation to the continued funding, for example, of the A5. So there are a number of important issues, collaborative projects that have been in the pipeline for some considerable time. I know it's been an issue of some frustration for many people, including across this chamber, that those projects have not progressed, and it's important that we continue to have that collaboration in relation to those. As I said at the meeting, it is important that we are good neighbours with the Irish Government, and that where it is logical and where it is sat within the appropriate parameters of the institutions, we should of course have that positive engagement.
Question 4 has been withdrawn. I call Sinead McLaughlin. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The redevelopment of Meanan Square is approximately 1.2 million transformative capital project in the Bogside Fountain Urban Village area. The aim of the scheme is to improve good relations outcomes and to develop a thriving place where there has been a history of deprivation and community tension. The project, delivered by the Executive Office's Urban Villages Initiative in conjunction with Apex Housing Association and Meanan Square Development Limited, will see the construction of a mixed-use development comprising of housing, a community hub and essential local amenities. The project will be subject to formal planning application in the summer of 2024. Work is anticipated to commence on site by late 2025, subject to planning approval.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. This project is a really long-running saga and is deeply frustrating at the length of time it has taken to progress. Residents in the Bogside area are actually losing patience. It's a complete and utter eyesore. How confident is the Deputy First Minister that the people of Derry will see this redevelopment taking place at pace, and when will the completion date be?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member will be aware, the first phase of Urban Village is now coming to an end, including a number of the revenue resource projects. There have been some challenges in relation to some of the capital proposals, and this is one of those. Some of those proposals, as we know, can be unexpected. They can be significant barriers to progressing these in the timescales as originally set out. That was certainly the case here. I do welcome the fact that we were able to purchase this in accordance with LPS valuation, and I think that that purchase of this site will enable work now to progress at pace. But it is an issue that both the First Minister and I are very focused on, and we will be asking for regular updates on this to ensure that this happens as quickly as possible, particularly as we're moving towards Urban Village Phase 2.
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister set out the plans and timeline for the community consultation for the Meanan Square project, please? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. The consultation will be subject, as you indicated, to a community consultation over the course of spring of 2024. There will be a 12-week statutory standstill period on the designs to allow for feedback of the community. So that is quite a lengthy period of time, but we do want to ensure that the local community have maximum buy-in, that they have an opportunity to look at the proposals, that they are content with those proposals. And of course, importantly, if these are proposals that are not going to work for the local community, then that we do take those away, genuinely listen to the issues being raised and amend those proposals before substantive work commences. So, we are aware that a 12-week consultation period will delay the commencement of work on the site, but it's important because urban villages, at its very heart, the project has as a key principle that this is a co-designed, co-produced project and projects with the local community and local stakeholders. So we want to maximise buy-in to that.
Speaker, and can I thank the Deputy First Minister for her response and also for the work that she has done over the years in terms of the development of the Urban Villages initiative. The Fountain area is one such area which has benefited from the Urban Villages. Could the Deputy First Minister outline how the Fountain area has benefited and what plans there are for the future in terms of the Urban Villages programme?
Sure.
Thank you. There's been really pleasing progress in relation to this Derry, Londonderry urban village area. It was actually one of the very first areas that I visited back when I was Junior Minister when we were creating this scheme, and it was very clear when we visited all of those areas impacted that there was a significant degree of dereliction, there was a significant degree of support required. And one of the key things that was said to me, I think particularly in the Cathedral Youth Club which I visited, was that there's lots of ideas about how to improve the area. The local community know what the solutions are in terms of some of the challenges being faced, but it was often very difficult to find the appropriate scheme because the criteria was quite exclusionary. So there's been some really good examples, Fountain Play Park, the work being done to completed on the Cathedral Youth Club, and the very exciting Newgate Arts and Cultural Centre, which I know that everybody in the city will be aware of, a very significant new build with a very exciting programme coming up. So look, there's been lots of very positive work. We're going to learn from this as we move into urban villages too.
Patrick Brown. Minister.
Okay, when notifications are received proposing the addition of a new EU Act to the Windsor Framework is made, there is a 2-week period where the First Minister and myself, acting jointly, may decide to table an applicability motion on the regulation. After this 2-week period, an applicability motion may only be tabled by any other member of the Assembly, and a vote will be held before the end of a 5-week period following the notifications being made. A decision to jointly table an applicability motion for new published EU acts will be considered on a case-by-case basis.
Mr. Brown. Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Given the Executive Office has now tabled an applicability motion regarding a new EU Act on organic pet food, can Deputy First Minister confirm that this office will take a similar approach to any and all future EU Acts falling within the remit of an applicability motion?
Minister.
As a member will be aware, the process is set out that there's consideration of that. The Scrutiny Committee will also be helpful in terms of looking as to whether or not an amendment or a proposed new regulation will create any barriers. The purpose of this new mechanism was previously described as the storm and break, but there's 2 distinct elements, of course, to that, depending on whether it's an amendment or a proposed new regulation. But the purpose of that was to allow this House to have scrutiny, either through the committees, through the ministerial roles, and also in terms of debate in this chamber. Of course, that is a duty that falls on the First Minister and I to consider whether or not to move that forward. And in that consideration, we will look at all of the aspects, particularly in relation to whether a new regulatory barrier would be created north, south, east, west. In this case, we believe that applying this regulation would avoid any new regulatory barriers in terms of within the United Kingdom or north, south, and that's why we have made the decision to jointly table that motion.
Philip McGuigan.
And the Minister touched on her response with regard to applicability motions, which is one aspect of scrutiny. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister what role she sees for the Democratic Scrutiny Committee in that and other aspects of EU legislative changes here in the North?
I think it's a very important role. This is only the second proposal that we've had, which would be subject to the applicability motion mechanism. And I know that the committee, of course, with new members, is only getting a sense, I think, of how it will want to work and when it will want to inform. We have raised some concerns that this proposal, this regulation, came in over the course of Easter weekend and into recess. I think it's important that we do maximise the time that we have to take a look at whether or not the First Minister and I should lay down applicability motion, and if that is not the case, then in terms of informing other members in relation to maybe them wanting to do so. So look, I think we need to be careful around the timescales of this and to be fully informed, but I think the work will be essential because many of these issues will be very, very technical, and we will need to know very quickly whether or not new regulatory barriers may be created by these proposals.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you, Deputy First Minister, for her responses so far. I would like to ask, with regard to the Minister signing applicability motions, could she please outline the rationale for doing that?
Sure.
As indicated, this was a new mechanism to ensure that there was appropriate democratic scrutiny, that there was the option and opportunity to take a look at the impact of these. Prior to this, in relation to the protocol arrangements, there was not that opportunity. That created a significant democratic deficit for this House and for Northern Ireland. There is now this opportunity to do that. We are informed through the notification through you, Mr. Speaker, in relation to whether or not these proposals would have the risk of creating a regulatory barrier. In this case, the rest of the United Kingdom had already lowered the requirements around the ingredients to 95% to be labelled organic pet food, and this regulation would propose that the rest of the European Union would do likewise. If we did not set down this applicability motion and indicate we want this to be applied, and this was not applied, this would leave Northern Ireland as the only place within this United Kingdom where it would require 100% of content before it could be labelled. So it is a technical proposal, but it is one to ensure that we do not create regulatory barriers within this United Kingdom or north-south.
Down Dodds.
Question number 7, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I would ask Junior Minister Cameron to answer this question.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Executive Office is committed to supporting isolated minority communities throughout the region and along the border. The Department aims to improve social, environmental and economic well-being, creating a place where people thrive through strategic policies, programmes and services. The TBUC strategy reflects the Executive's commitment to improving community relations and continuing the journey towards a more united and shared society. The strategy is delivered through the TBUC funded programmes. These are managed by the Executive Office and other government departments. These include initiatives such as TBUC Camps, Urban Villages Initiative, Planned Interventions Programme and District Council's Good Relations Programme. The Executive Office support the good relations elements of the new Peace Plus programme, representing €145 million in investment across the programme area. Peace Plus will soon see the rollout of the co-designed local authority Peace Plus action plans and regional buildings positive relations programme, which will promote positive relations characterised by respect, celebrate cultural diversity and encourage people to live, learn and socialise together. The Peace Plus programme places particular emphasis on providing support to those most marginalised within our communities. Through the draft refugee integration strategy, the Executive Office collaborates with departments, councils, key stakeholders and those with lived experience. We recognise that integration is a two-way process and acknowledge the ways communities benefit from the experience, skills and diversity of those arriving. The Executive Office also provides support to victims and survivors through the Victims and Survivors Service. These programmes provide a variety of support, including health and wellbeing support, social support, advocacy and welfare support.
Ms. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her response. Her response was, in fact, fairly general, and I specifically wanted to know about communities that were marginalised, and indeed communities like the Kingsmill families that have felt the brunt of the IRA genocide that was experienced along the border. But would the Minister also agree with me that there are other communities who don't live along the border but who feel just as marginalised? And I think of communities in South Lurgan.
Question, please, Ms. Dodds.
Yeah, in Mornview and particularly Brownlow House,
How can the Executive Office support these communities?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the member for her question. And in terms of an update around that, the Upper Bann area, North Lurgan and Drumgask are CIT core areas, and during 2023-24 CIT provided support to these communities through 2 programmes, Health and Wellbeing and Community Safety and Policing. Total funding of $114,500 was provided to Communities in Transition Lurgan during this delivery year. And this year saw the delivery of a wide range of projects, including North Lurgan and at-risk substance misuse to young men's group who are known to cause antisocial behaviour, and Mind Your Mate programme, which saw multiple agencies come together with groups of young people to educate them on how to communicate with emergency services. So there are other examples I could give the member of interventions that have happened. But following consultations in 2022, Mournview in the South Lurgan area was brought into CIT's remit as an area of influence, and work began on delivering interventions to local residents deemed to be at risk of paramilitary influence, including a physical activity programme and training in first aid and child protection. In 2023-24, a further £10,000 was invested in Mournview on a restorative approach programme, which included community safety workshops, youth engagement and promotion of community pride and inclusion. A 9-month extension period for April to December 2024 has been agreed with CIT delivery partners, seeing £109,000 invested in further delivery. So I think it's important to say that we do want to ensure that we're working across all areas, and it would be good if the member has any very more specific queries, if she wouldn't mind writing into the Executive Office so that the matter can be explored further.
Mr McGlynn.
Okay, Concordia, thank you, and thank the Minister for a response, particularly around the social, environmental and economic well-being. Would the Minister agree that there, in many areas, there's increased rural isolation, and isolation brought about by a denuding of services in some areas, say for example health, domiciliary care and the likes, and would the Minister agree that that could be even further exacerbated? We already have a problem with absence of public transport in some areas. Would the Minister agree that that could be further exacerbated by, number one, the absence of infrastructure for EV, but also the cost of EV? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for the question, and if you don't mind I will come back to the member in writing on that. Thank you.
Please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The role of our offices in Washington DC, Brussels and Beijing is to represent and promote the Executive's interests and priorities overseas. As a small, outward-looking economy, this is key to our ambitions to build a more prosperous region where our businesses and our citizens can realise their potential. The Bureau works closely with key partners including Invest NI, Tourism Ireland, local government and business communities in promoting Northern Ireland as a great place to work, live, invest and visit. We have come to enjoy unprecedented access to key decision makers at the most senior levels, right at the heart of the world's largest economies. This was very much demonstrated by the engagements the First Minister and I had over in St Patrick's Week in DC, as well as those of Junior Minister Riley and Junior Minister Cameron in Brussels. While that is welcome, it is a result of hard work over many years in building those relations and our reputation, and we cannot take it for granted. We need to continue to engage, to build on the access and goodwill we enjoy if we are to realise our ambitions. As we look forward, we will need to have a clear focus on both our priorities for overseas offices, but also on new opportunities and regions.
I thank the Minister for her answer. Can I ask her if she can outline a timeline for a refreshed international strategy moving forward? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the member will be aware, the International Relations Strategy was released by the then OFM-DFM in 2014. It was a refresh for a number of years. Proposals were made in 2016-2017. But there's also been a significant change in the world since 2014 and that original strategy, not least in terms of the geopolitical dynamics, in terms of the economies that are emerging and perhaps would be a good fit for us in relation to enhancing that engagement and looking for opportunities collaboratively. So we're very conscious that we do need to have that significant review and refresh of our international relations strategy. We are working with officials at the moment in terms of that work, and we would hope to set out the timeline for that in the next number of weeks.
Move to topical questions. Call Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, the Education Minister has told me that he was told by the Finance Minister funding was to be cut from integrated schools on the 15th of February. Those schools were not told, the 10 integrated schools were not told until the 22nd of February, but yourself, the First Minister and the Education Minister visited a shared education campus in Limavady on the 21st, before the integrated schools were told their funding was cut. Did you know about the funding cut when you visited Limavady? Why wasn't it public by that stage? And do you agree with the executive decision to cut funding?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member will be aware that the financial situation of the budget in Northern Ireland had been an issue of significant concern for some significant time, including when this place was not sitting. There was a high level of discussion and negotiation and communication with the UK Government to try to secure a better financial arrangement for Northern Ireland. Indeed, personally speaking, I can say very clearly it was my party that had pushed very, very hard for those discussions to commence immediately and to commence prior to the restoration of these institutions, acknowledging that the budget as it was allocated at that point would have been woefully insufficient, and in fact would not have even have allowed us to do public pay settlements, etc. So therefore I welcomed the fact that an additional 3.4 billion was secured from the UK Government. What was disappointing about that, though, and we've said this very clearly, is that there were aspects of that were repackaged. And what he is referring to is a repackage of funding that originally had been allocated towards a particular purpose. So, of course, that has been very difficult to deal with. The budget is very, very tight. We're in a period of fiscal constraint and hard decisions will have to be made. I cannot speak for the Education Minister, but I can only assume that it was communicated to him that he will have rightly and prudently taken time to take a look into this issue, to have those discussions with his officials and to take advice on that matter. Now, it is a matter for him to explain the timelines involved in that, but I can only imagine that that may well have been what has happened.
Speaker, Minister, to be clear, this money wasn't reprofiled by the UK Government. They took a ring fence off, which the Executive made a decision to implement a cut into integrated schools. But on a related issue, last week my colleague Colin McGrath asked the First Minister when we would see a programme for government. She said hopefully by the summer, but let's not be in a hurry. Are you in a hurry to deliver a programme for government? When will it be delivered? And can you confirm that the now more than a dozen commitments made by executive parties in private members' motions will be formally implemented via a programme for government?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. We are very keen to get a programme for government as soon as possible, but that programme for government must be the right programme for government. It must include the key priorities of the executive. It must be realistic. And of course, we are working with the Finance Minister in relation to the budget implications around that. I do believe that a programme for government works best where it is strategic and it has a small number of key actions for the executive. That is not to take away from the significant amount of work that will occur within each and every department. And ministers should rightly bring forward all of those elements of that work to the executive in the normal way. But what we are focusing on is a high-level strategic programme for government. It is possible to get that done by the summer, but indeed what the First Minister was indicating, I believe, is that listening to the consultation feedback, listening to the committees, we will be ensuring first and foremost that this is right, rather than just going towards a deadline. But of course the aim is to get this completed and in place by the summer.
Question 2 is withdrawn. I call Owen Tennyson.
Can I ask the Deputy First Minister to set out the next steps in the truth recovery process in respect of mother and baby homes and when appropriate redress and recognition will be available?
Minister.
There were a number of key recommendations in relation to the report on mother and baby homes. Those have all been actioned and work is underway. I think the key next step, of course, will be around the legislation. There is a draft of that legislation there. There's a number of policy issues which are outstanding. We have been urging work to be completed on that for a consultation to commence as soon as possible. We're very conscious that many of those people most affected, particularly the mothers, are of a certain age profile, and we want them to be able to get that redress and support as quickly as possible rather than to wait in the longer term. The member will also be aware there's a number of other recommendations. I can assure you that work is progressing against all of those recommendations, but there is a key focus at this time on getting that legislation out to consultation as quickly as possible.
Mr Tennyson.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. One of the key issues highlighted in the report prepared for the Interdepartmental Working Group was in respect of the deterioration of records of religious and voluntary organisations. Can I ask the Minister what steps her department has taken to ensure those records are protected, and will we see that reflected in the draft legislation?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Speaker. The member will be aware that we've also appointed the 10-person panel. We have our stakeholder engagement groups. We have the forum in relation to both mothers and those adoptees that were impacted by this. So this issue has come up on from a range of those areas as well. We want those records to be preserved. They need to be preserved because they are so important in terms of informing and giving that information. We have been working with PRONI and other organisations in terms of securing those records. It's not without its difficulty, but we have a determination to work through that and to do what we can, and that work is continuing. I'm happy to follow that up with a more specific briefing on those issues if the member so wishes.
Question 4 is withdrawn. I call Connie Egan.
First Minister, last week at the Executive Office Committee we heard from victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse. Can I please ask what your department is doing to ensure that the institutions responsible for that abuse will contribute to the redress scheme?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This is an incredibly important issue, not just because there ought to be a financial contribution by the institutions because there was fault by those institutions, but I think it's also incredibly important in terms of the acknowledgement of their role, and I know that that has been raised by the victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse, that is an important element. We have appointed a person in terms of that liaison. That person has been in place for the last number of years, and we have extended that by a further 2 years to enable him to continue that engagement with the institutions. We have made progress, and we hope to be in a position to announce very shortly some of the early financial contributions by some of the institutions, but that work will continue. We are determined that institutions should play their part rightly and make that financial contribution, and that is what this work is committed to, and we will update the House in due course as to progress about that.
Egan.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Would you agree with me that the time it's taken for this to progress, it's now been 14 years, has compounded the trauma for those who were subject to the abuse? Because, as you said, it's not just about the monetary contribution, it's about the significance and the acknowledgement that there was wrongdoing.
Minister.
Absolutely, Mr Speaker. This has been a very challenging journey for many of those campaigners who sought for this inquiry to happen, for the truth to be told and for redress. I pay tribute absolutely to those campaigners. It has been a very difficult journey, and a difficult journey that has happened upon very difficult experiences that they experienced, and they were personally very much involved and touched and impacted by what has happened. So I pay tribute to them. It has been a long journey. I am glad that the work of the Redress Board is now drawing to a close in terms of the processing of those applications, with only a small number of those applications left to be processed. We do anticipate that some may come forward now within the last year of the operation of that board. So the work is not yet complete, but we are certainly getting to the end of that work, and I am glad that this inquiry, the Redress Board, has been able to give at least some acknowledgement and recognition of the terrible things that many of those people have experienced.
Harvey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Deputy First Minister, could you provide an update on the Executive's efforts in seeking to ensure that the legislation to reverse the convictions of sub-postmasters applies to Northern Ireland? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Absolutely, there is only, as we understand it, a small number of people in Northern Ireland impacted by this, but those who were undoubtedly would have had their lives profoundly changed by what happened and the great injustice of the issue. And therefore we have been working, along with the Justice Minister and along with colleagues, and I know many others in this House have been doing the same, to push for the Northern Ireland to be included within that legislation. I think it's vitally important. The time it would take for us to put through bespoke legislation would be disproportionate, but also mean that justice would be delayed for, in all likelihood, a number of years. So we have been working hard. We met with the relevant minister when we were over with the East West Council. We took that opportunity to meet face to face to really push that issue and to urge, and we see no legal impediment to Northern Ireland's inclusion within that UK-wide bill. It would be the timely thing to do, and I think it's important to give justice to those who have suffered this injustice.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you. So is the executive in communication with the families affected by the sub-postmasters convicts?
Minister.
Yes, the Justice Minister has taken the lead on this issue on behalf of the Executive in terms of liaising with the families. We've also made the offer that we are happy, more than happy, to meet directly with the families, but I think importantly for them is getting that inclusion within this legislation to enable timely recognition that the injustice is reversed and that they have these issues fundamentally addressed.
Thank you.
Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Deputy First Minister for her answer so far. It was reported in the media this week that it may take up to 11 years for the York Street interchange scheme to commence. This was a huge opportunity for Northern Ireland, secured by the DUP's confidence in supply deal. Does the Minister agree with me that this length of delay is wholly unacceptable?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for her question. Look, absolutely. There has been a challenge when you look at our investment strategy and the proposals agreed by the various executives of the past in terms of particularly big capital projects. Some have been delivered, the Titanic Centre and others, some very, very good successes, but there have been a number of key examples where we haven't been able to get delivery, and that is for a range of reasons. Some of those are planning reasons, there's objections, there's other significant issues, despite the fact that budgets perhaps were secured for those at the time. 11 years in relation to this project, it was frustrating. It did feature in terms of the confidence in supply arrangement because of the frustrations of how long that was taken and funding secured. So this is something that we do need to look at, Mr. Speaker. Our hope would be that the new delivery unit that would be set up under the Executive Office will be able to examine this issue, in particular capital delivery, and try to ensure that we do get these delivered in a timely way.
Ms. Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Deputy First Minister for her answer. Considering this is such an important project for our economy, can the Deputy First Minister confirm that she will continue to raise this as a priority within the Executive?
Look, absolutely. These big projects are key levers in terms of the growth of our economy, in terms of the movement of our city, in terms of what we need to do in relation to the prosperity agenda. We need to grow our economy here in Northern Ireland. That can only happen with that type of investment and the essential infrastructure. This will continue to be a key priority, but as indicated, this and some other projects must serve as an example to be looked at in relation to our delivery unit proposal to see what can be done to ensure that this doesn't happen again and that these big capital projects and infrastructure projects can move forward in a timely way and insofar as possible and within the budget set.
Declan Kearney.
Corlia. Minister, can you provide an update in relation to the Executive's focus on tackling the environmental catastrophe in Lough Neagh?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. The First Minister and I had the opportunity to go down to visit Lough Neagh and to hear from a wide range of stakeholders, those who use the loch, those who rely on the loch for their business, those who enjoy the loch in terms of leisure, and those who live around the loch. This is a significant issue that we need to address. We know that there will not be a quick fix to this, but we need to start now if we are ever going to get to the point of getting a resolution. It is a complex issue. It was important for us to hear from people around what those issues are, and we give that strong indication that we want to work, particularly with the DAERA Minister, but also with stakeholders and those who use and enjoy the loch to find the solutions that are needed, secure the budget for the implementation, and ensure delivery to ensure that we are getting towards that point of addressing these terrible issues that the loch has faced.
Last year, commercial fishermen and their families were exposed to extreme financial hardship as a direct result of the virtual collapse of the eel fishing season. The eel fishing season resumes on the 1st of May. What more can be done to provide protections to ensure that they are not exposed to the same financial hardship this year?
Mr.
Well, I think one of the key messages that we heard when we attended and we spoke to those who work and live by and with the loch was that, look, the loch is still there. It's open for business. It still works. There are many, many fantastic aspects to Loch Ness. And while we have these challenges, and these challenges will need to be addressed, we want to send that very positive message that actually there are significant issues in relation to the high quality work that happens there, the high quality produce that comes out of the loch. There's no safety concerns about that whatsoever. So I think as we move towards the summer, we need to be better in sending that clear message to people. That some of perhaps of what has been discussed last summer had that negative impact when it didn't need to have that negative impact. But of course, overall, this will be about the executive acting to address the big issues and make sure that these problems do not arise that arisen last summer.
We now move to questions to Minister for Health, and we call on Keith Buchanan.
Please. For his question, the Northern Health and Social Care Trust have actually had 4 new providers contract with them in the past while. Collectively, they've taken on 766 packages of care totalling 6,659 hours. The Northern Trust continue to target recruitment of home care staff across the Trust's geographical area, with additional focus on areas where there remains a larger level of unmet domiciliary care need. Demand for domiciliary care packages continues to outweigh capacity within the sector to take on this work. I do recognise the important role of our independent sector home care providers and have approved funding in advance of the 24-25 budget being confirmed to address the requirements of the employer in relation to the national living wages increase. And I have recently announced a £70 million support package for social care providers and hospices. I hope this funding will help the independent sector organisations deal with rising costs.
Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your response so far. Minister, my own mother is a service user, and I see well the work that's carried out day and daily by those workers. The new providers you talked about, the 4 additional providers, when do you see this having a real impact in the Northern Trust? Obviously, the Northern Trust is one of the most largest with a backlog in Northern Ireland. When do you see that in a timely manner? I only recently had a lady in her 100th year had to wait 6 months on a care package.
Minister.
And I think the member, it was my intention that that £17 million roll out as quickly as possible. I've made the announcement actually in advance of a budget being agreed, because I do know that we have that high level of unmet need, especially across the Northern Trust at a local level, because, as the members indicated, not just of the size of the area that the Northern Trust covers, but also the rurality as well. So I do hope that the additional monies that is put in, the Trust is currently reviewing how they commission domiciliary care services to ensure actually a value for money approach and to proactively drive efficiencies to optimise what capacity they currently have.
Ms. Sheeran.
Minister, appreciate the update that you've given us already. I know that obviously I've done a lot of work with the Trust, and even at the end of January, when one of these new providers was first announced in our own situation in South Derry, it was sort of robbing Peter to pay Paul, because another provider had just left the area. Can I ask you specifically, I've just come off a Teams meeting with a lady whose father has been in hospital now for 11 months. He's got complex needs. He's ready for discharge, but he can't get a package of care because he's got complex needs. And the Trust are basically saying that the only option available to them is a placement in Rathmina in Ballyclare, and they live in Blahy. So could you outline what support, particularly for those with more than just the 4 visits a day, you're working on, Liddell?
And I thank the member for the point. If she wants to write to me with that specific case, I'll get back to her and engage with the Northern Trust in regards to that. But she does highlight the issue in regards to those additional complex needs. We had made provision for people who were waiting a long time, especially on a care package, were able to go into domiciliary care. Sometimes that does meet a need, sometimes it doesn't, but in the individual case that the member's talking about, if she writes to me in regards to that.
Neil McAllister.
For your response so far.
To recognise that care packages also exist for those who are not adults and children specifically with learning difficulties and extreme challenging behaviour for their parents. And I asked the Minister what exactly his department is doing for the families who have now waited almost 4 years for respite services in the Northern Trust area.
Minister.
The member will be aware, and I think at the Health Committee she did raise Rainbow Lodge in regards to a specific facility within the Northern Trust, and she has raised that. I have one back to see what additional capacity there is across that facility, but also across the entirety of Northern Ireland in regards to respite, because this is an issue, Mr Speaker, that doesn't affect just the Northern Trust, but our supply of respite is again constrained by the pressures that we're seeing in those cases, like the previous member indicated, where those complex additional needs is actually consuming quite a lot of our current respite care.
Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The announcement the Minister referred to in terms of additional funding was warmly welcomed within the sector, but in terms of sustained investment and clarity, can the Minister advise what his department is going to do to increase capacity within the home care workforce?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for that point, because in regards to the announcement that I did make in regards to that additional 17 million, there have been 2 uplifts to the independent sector home care rate within the last few years, and that has been done, Mr Speaker, to recognise the complex work that this valuable workforce does, and actually to entice more staff into the field. My officials have established the Social Care Collaborative Forum as an outcome of the review of adult social care. That forum is looking at many issues around home care, including maximising capacity and actually the home care workforce, and they are working with the Northern Ireland Social Care Council on developing actually standardised enhanced training, the recognised qualifications and promotional options for home care staff within that field of work. And my hope is that those measures that I have referenced will actually grow the workforce and drive down some of the unmet need that we have across the province.
Ara Hunter.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, many who go without care packages have to stay in hospital even when they're fit to go home. Does your department keep statistics of how many or how long patients are kept in hospital when they're fit to go home but cannot access a care package within the Northern Trust?
Minister.
We do, and it is something that I've actually asked departmental officials to look at, and they have been looking at it. I have a team within the department that has been established, actually within the Strategic Planning and Performance Group, and they look and manage and engage with trusts on delayed hospital discharges through a range of regionally agreed measures. But I need to be realistic. Stabilising and enhancing social care represents a part of that answer of delayed discharges, but that requires sustained and significant additional funding. So there's other constraining factors at work as well as that it's not just waiting on social care packages that are the result of those delayed discharges, and there is ongoing work within my department to look at those and actually challenge trusts as to whether they could be doing better.
Jerry Carroll. Minister.
Puberty blockers are only available on an NHS prescription for those under 18 who were accepted and remain in the Belfast Health and Social Care's Trust Knowing Our Identity Service endocrine pathway prior to March 2020. In March 2020, following the consultation with the Clinical Ethics Committee, the Belfast Social Care Trust, in liaison with the Lane Health and Social Care Board, amended the service specification whereby new referrals after that date would no longer have access to the endocrine pathway. This was due to challenges within the Adult Gender Identity Service, given there was no readily available appropriate transition pathway for young people at age 18 to allow for the safe continuation of endocrine treatment. My officials have been working with the Gender Identity Service Pathway Review Group and the Gender Identity Service Liaison Panel, which includes clinical, managerial and service user representation, actually to develop the Gender Identity Service. At the Liaisons Panel's next quarterly meeting, due to be held in June 24, they will have the opportunity at that point to discuss in detail the ban on puberty blockers by NHS England.
Mr. Carroll.
Minister, there's been an orchestrated campaign against trans and the non-binary community across these islands, and I'd urge you not to follow that, especially given recent comments on the Health Committee. Minister, what commitment will you give to young trans people that they will be able to get access to puberty blockers, gender reaffirming services without any intervention of you, your department or your officials going forward?
Minister.
I thank the member for the clarity. As I said in the opening answer, puberty blockers are only available in NHS prescription for those under 18 who have already been accepted and remain in the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust knowing or identity service prior to March 2020, and that was following consultation with the Clinical Ethics Committee, the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust, in liaison with the then Health and Social Care Board.
And Dodds.
Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Minister, last week the publication of the CAS report caused a significant degree of concern. What action is your department going to take in light of the publication of the CAS review? And can you explain how puberty blockers introduced in the UK merely for research trials could come to be prescribed in a routine clinical use despite not being licensed for this, or there being any meaningful evidence about their safety? And how many children might these have been prescribed to in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
I thank the member for her questions. Our principal focus on this issue in regards to the CAS review has to be providing the best health care and best support for our young people. And I would echo the comments by Dr Hilary Cass about the toxic and polarised nature of much of the debate on this subject, and that's particularly the case, as the member will know, on social media. This toxicity is not in the best interest of our young people, nor does it help us find the right way forward in terms of healthcare and support. Of the specific questions she's asked around numbers, I don't have them with me, but I will write to the member with an answer and share them, Speaker, with the Assembly.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sure the Minister will agree with me that our priority in this area has to be ensuring that trans individuals get the appropriate care and that their dignity and human rights are respected at all times. Will the Minister commit to engaging further with the LGBT sector and children's rights organisations before pursuing any further change in this area?
Minister. And again, I thank the member for his point. As I said in my opening answer, my officials have been working with the Gender Identity Service Pathway Review Group and the Gender Identity Services Liaison Panel, and that includes clinical, managerial and service user representation to develop the Gender Identity Service. The Liaison Panel is actually due to meet again in June 24, where this subject will be discussed.
Jim Allister.
The Liaison Panel advises and you decide. Given that the CAS report highlighted the irreversible harm of the use of puberty blockers, can you give an assurance to this House that there will be no return to their destructive use?
And again, I thank the member referring to my substantive answer at the start, and that's that puberty blockers are only available in NHS prescription for those under 18 who were accepted and remain in the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust knowing or identity service endocrine pathway prior to March 2020, and that is the current stance that I've been advised on in regards to that piece of work that was done following consultation with the Clinical Ethics Committee, the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust, in liaison with the Len Health and Social Care Board.
Call Donny Donnelly.
Speaker, question 3, please.
The reduction of waiting lists is a key priority for me and has been indicated as a key priority for the Executive, and my officials are currently taking forward a range of measures to address this. However, as the member is aware, this is a complex issue and it will take time, effort and, importantly, adequate recurrent investment. In that respect, I acknowledge fully the need to have in place measures to help those on waiting lists. The elective care framework, when I published it in 2021, proposed a £700 million investment over 5 years. Whilst it set out firm and time-bound proposals, unfortunately, as members will know, the subsequent absence of any agreed executive budgets, combined with the political disruption for much of the period since, the implementation of the framework has not been what it should have. Nevertheless, there has still been some good progress made across several areas. The member is aware that I attended the meeting where the Welsh Initiative was presented, by the meeting that was sponsored actually by his party colleague. The initiative and the potential benefits this has for patients on waiting lists. I've asked my officials following that presentation for an assessment of the implications of a similar process here, including the potential costs, and I will then consider that in the context of advice from officials.
Mr Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer there. The Minister will also be aware of the Worried and Waiting report, which was launched in this building earlier today, showing that paediatric waiting lists in Northern Ireland have increased by 173% in the last 7 years, which is wholly unacceptable. With far too many children and their families waiting for outpatient appointments, I would like to ask the Minister what he is doing to communicate with and to support people who are on these waiting lists and often feel very isolated and forgotten.
And I thank the member, and again, although I wasn't able to attend the launch of the report today, I did meet with the Royal College of Paediatrics a fortnight ago in regards to the report, and spoke through some of the recommendations they had, and had quite a good engagement with them at that event. There's a wide range of online wellbeing support available in regards to people who are on waiting lists. That exists across primary care, where the multidisciplinary team programme is improving access to early supports and proactively supporting good physical and mental health and social wellbeing. A new online tracking system, which the member may be aware of, My Waiting List, was launched on the 25th of May last year, which allows patients to check the average waiting times for first outpatient hospital appointments across different clinical specialities in each health and social care trust area. And the new My Waiting Times Northern Ireland website provides detailed information on average assessment and waiting times by speciality and in trust. In addition, the website provides links to support patients' health and well-being whilst waiting for treatment, provides information on travelling to appointments, the hospital travel cost scheme, patient transport service, and advice if treatment is no longer required or if a patient cannot attend to their first appointment.
Liz Kimmins.
The Minister for his answer. And in relation to the Worried and Waiting report that has been published today, can I ask the Minister if he has had time to consider the report and whether he intends to initiate a child health system review to identify the needs aimed at reducing child health inequalities as has been called for within the report?
Minister.
As I was able to talk with the Royal College of Paediatrics on I think it was the 4th of this month, in regards to update them as to where the Child's Health Partnership and the Project Board actually is, about how we look at bringing children's services within the department onto an even keel and actually tackle some of those horrendous waiting lists that have been described. In regards, I suppose, Mr. Speaker, to the other recommendations there, I think the Royal College are fair in regards to how we tackle health inequalities, especially among our young people, but that isn't solely a challenge to my department and the Department of Health. I think it's a challenge to every department and our executive as a whole, actually how we improve access to education, those early years structures and supports, access to special educational needs, housing, welfare, all the rest of it. So when we look at the approach that's being proposed in the programme, where it looks about the child-centred whole child approach, I think it has to be a whole executive approach.
Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's report from the Royal College of Paediatrics has reiterated the awful figures that many of us have known for some time. Over a fortnight into the financial year and with little budgetary clarity still on the horizon, can the Minister provide an update the challenges his department and the trusts find themselves in when trying to tackle the problem of our waiting lists with effectively one hand tied behind their back?
Minister.
And the member makes a valid point, which has been reiterated across this House many times, not just by me, but actually by executive colleagues. When they talk about waiting lists, it's the challenge of that non-recurrent budget, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't allow us to make those strategic changes that we want to do across health, because it needs that long-term recurrent investment. So when we look at the waiting list initiatives, funding that my department has been given over the past number of years on a single year budget, it makes those larger pieces of transformation that we want to do all the more challenging, but we still push on in regards to looking at how we develop overnight care, day case procedure units, rapid diagnostic centres, while we can do that within the remit of the budget that I have available, but also the workforce that is available as well.
Matthew Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, the state of the health service in general, specifically the length of waiting lists, is probably the single biggest example and crystallisation of chaos in public services, and the thing that most of the public in Northern Ireland want dealt with most quickly. It has to be at the core of a programme for government, but we heard from the First Minister and indeed from the Deputy First Minister today that there doesn't seem to be any great hurry in the production of a programme for government.
Please,
do you believe it's an urgent priority, and will you be pushing for health to be right at the core of an urgently produced programme for government?
Minister.
I thank the member. I push all the time that health should be central to everything that we do, not just in regards to a programme for government, but also a budget as well. That was the commitments that were made in this House when this executive was re-established. I want to hold my executive colleagues to that commitment and that promise, not just to me as Health Minister nor my department, but to the people of Northern Ireland, because the member's right, it is the most, I think, crucial topic that we talk about, something that is affecting every household across Northern Ireland. In regards for a programme for government, I think, Mr Speaker, a programme for government will be beneficial, but it has to be a funded programme for government, a costed programme for government, which I'm sure we don't disagree on. But when we're still working with a single-year budget that doesn't allow the large-scale transformation pieces, I'll still push for funding for my department, for the health service and for waiting list initiatives.
Colin Killian.
Question number 4, please.
Minister.
I thank the member. Children and young people with disabilities receive dental care across a range of settings in Northern Ireland: general dental services, community dental services and the hospital dental services. Those with the most complex needs are treated in the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust Royal Victoria Hospital under the care of paediatric and special care dental consultants. The Children's Hospital in the Royal Hospital site provides care for children up to 13 years and young people 13 to 18 years at the School of Dentistry. The Strategic Planning and Performance Group have sought clarification from SPPG PHA governance team and from the Belfast Trust, and neither are aware of any reported severe adverse reactions relating to dental procedures in children at the Children's Hospital or young persons at the School of Dentistry or within the wider Belfast Health and Social Care Trust services, including the Community Dental Service General Anaesthetic lists from 2020 to the present day. Whilst I cannot discuss individual cases, there may be ongoing serious adverse incidents related to dental care, which are currently being raised through the Belfast Trust's established processes, and in line with established serious adverse incident processes, the Trust will ensure the appropriate level of engagement with patients and their families throughout any investigation.
Ms. Hoolan.
Minister, I've been in your position before where officials in good faith give you an answer and you respond to it. I'm telling you that's not fact. My constituent, Ollie Duffy, died in January of this year as a result of complications in the RVH. So, and that was an adverse incident as far as I'm aware. If it not, it should have been. Which again, could I ask a minister to go back and ask again how many children and young people have had adverse reactions who have got disabilities and complex histories? Because I know for a fact there's Alex is one, but there are others.
Minister.
The member, as I'm sure she's aware, I'm not aware of the specific case that she has raised. If there are ongoing SAIs in relation to a specific case, I don't have the detail here in regards to the individual that the member has raised. I will go back and ask officials in the Belfast Trust to investigate it, and the member, I'm sure, would expect nothing less from me.
Patsy Midlone.
Question 5.
In addition to existing areas of cross-border cooperation, my officials are engaging and considering proposals from Minister Donnelly's office for further collaboration across several priority areas. This includes enhanced cancer service provision, alcohol, drugs and substance use and children's services. Cross-border cooperation on healthcare will also be facilitated through the Peace Plus programme. This provides funding and significant opportunities for tackling shared challenges in health and social care across both jurisdictions through partnership working. I'm always willing to explore cross-border collaboration where there's a clear population health need and a sustainable long-term solution, and I will continue to engage with Minister Donnelly on areas for further partnership working, primarily through the North-South Ministerial Council.
Mr. Malone.
Thank the Minister very much indeed for his answer. Indeed, he answered my supplementary. But furthermore, would the Minister please consider, I did recently refer him a case, a very rare case, very rare form of genetic cancer. If there was an opportunity to deal with that on a cross-border basis, or maybe further collaboration indeed with some UK hospitals.
Minister.
And again, the member raises a specific issue, but on the wider engagement piece in regards to cancer specifically, Mr Speaker, the member will be aware of the All-Ireland Cancer Consortium, an outworking of the Belfast Agreement in 1998 has been set up, is still still does good work. I signed a renewed memorandum of understanding back in 2020. Myself and Minister Donnelly have spoke about it. We have engaged. We engaged in the North South Ministerial Council, but we also spoke prior to that, just shortly for me returning to office, when we did have engagement.
Linda Dillon.
Concordia, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, you will be aware that there is a motion come to the Assembly today around the baby loss certificate and pathology services. Previously, whenever the Assembly wasn't in place, the Permanent Secretary did say that they would look at an all-island pathology service. Can you update us on whether that is being looked at and what conversations you've had with your counterpart in the 26 counties around an all-island paediatric pathology service?
Minister.
And again, I thank the member for the point, and I'm aware it is part of a debate later on. It is conversations that we have been having across both departments as to how we make best use of facilities both in Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland, because we both currently face the same challenges. Paediatric pathologists are a very small workforce and work pool, and we've been unable, no matter how many recruitment processes we put out over the past number of years, actually to be recruiting anybody. So we are looking at all alternatives in regards to an all-island approach, but also still maintaining that relationship with colleagues in the United Kingdom, where we are currently utilising facilities in Alderhay, while we still try to get a provision here that looks after the support that's needed for parents and families who find themselves in that very challenging situation.
Sir Dixon.
Answers so far. Minister, can I welcome the work that is done on a cross-border basis at the North West Cancer Centre, but encourage you to expand that. But would you agree with me that none of it can really hit the road running until the Northern Ireland Cancer Strategy has been implemented? When is that going to happen?
Minister.
The member will be aware that the Northern Ireland Cancer Strategy was something that I launched and something that I made clear would only be delivered to its full when it was fully supported financially, and that would require commitment from parties around this service. It's not something that I nor my department want to skimp on or see not delivered fully. Unfortunately, where we find ourselves, it hasn't been able to progress, as I said in an earlier answer, at the pace or the veracity that I would like to have seen, and that has been due to the lack of that recurrent budget, as due to the lack of there not being a minister actually in position to drive that. But there is, as the member has indicated, not just the ongoing work in the North West, but the All-Ireland Cancer Consortium is involved in that cross-border work as well, and there are discussions within the North-South Strategic Group around the developments of priorities for joint research projects and clinical trials, which will be supported by funding from the Health Research Board in the Republic of Ireland. So there's work goes on that cross-border issue. I would wish that I had the funding available to fully implement the cancer strategy, which I launched when I was last in this office.
Mr. Speaker.
The member for his question. Lagan Valley Hospital is our flagship regional day procedure centre. It was opened in October 2020 in the midst of the pandemic. The day procedure centre at Lagan Valley Hospital provided much needed regional support for urgent and red flag day procedures in response to the downturn in elective activity in other hospitals. And since opening, the Day Procedure Centre has treated over 13,500 regional patients across a number of elective specialities. That includes plastic surgery, ear, nose and throat, general surgery, breast surgery, urology, ophthalmology, gynaecology and varicose veins. And that includes a mixture of general anaesthetic procedures, local anaesthetic procedures and diagnostic procedures, utilising both the theatres there and procedure rooms. And in addition, the Day Procedure Centre at Lagan Valley Hospital also delivers endoscopy sessions for the region. And as of the 17th of March this year, the Day Procedure Centre had delivered 4,465 scopes. The Day Procedure Centre at Lagan Valley forms part of a wider network of elective care centres that aim to enhance the efficiency and quality of care for our patients and help to drive down our lengthy waiting lists. Plans for further expansion of elective care centres will be subject to sustainable funding and their workforce required to build further capacity.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer, and I echo the Minister's kind words with regard to the performance of the Legan Valley. Just want to offer the invitation for the Minister then to join me and visit the Legan Valley site and to update himself in person with the fantastic facilities and provision that they're making there.
Certainly accept the member's invitation if he puts it in writing to me.
Colin McGrath.
Speaker, would the Minister consider utilising the Down Hospital to deliver elective care procedures and other procedures, given that there is capacity within the hospital to deliver those and a very willing workforce?
Minister.
And I think the member will be aware I visited the Down a while ago when I was last in office, and I do agree with him. It is a fantastic facility, and as I've made clear, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber many times, that I need to utilise every square foot of all my hospital facility, and I do hope when I later publish our regional blueprint for our acute hospital sector that it receives good support and endorsement throughout all the parties in this chamber.
1 minute, Ms Dodds.
Will the Minister let the chamber know when he proposes to bring forward his plan for the reconfiguration of hospitals in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
I thank the member for that. I hope to do it within the next couple of weeks in regards to where we currently are.
Thank you. Call Colin McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week at the Health Committee, Dr. Alan Stout from the British Medical Association said that on the current trajectory, primary care, our GP services in our community, has 12 to 18 months before collapse. Do you share his assessment?
It's not assessment that has been brought to me in writing, but I am aware of the current pressures that our GP and primary care are currently under in regards. That's why we're currently working through that review of the GP contract and what we need to go forward. We have a good working relationship with Dr. Stout and his colleagues in regards to making sure that we work in partnership to ensure that we provide a future for GP services going forward.
McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that your officials last week could only highlight MDTs as a possible saviour for primary care, could the Minister confirm that he has specifically requested additional funds from the Minister of Finance for the continued rollout of multidisciplinary teams right across the north?
Minister.
I haven't put in a bid for specific MDTs at this point in time. I've made a wider bid for a health service and Department of Health budget. The member is right to identify MDTs as regard to actually receiving that special funding. He will be aware that under New Decade, New Approach, they were an approach that was actually funded under transformation. Those teams that are established are now considered core service now, so they're no longer under that funding stream. So any further investment in MDTs will be transformation monies that we look for, but also how we expand that. I actually attended a conference last week, Mr. Speaker, in regards to how the South Eastern Trust was working with primary care and actually promoting and enhancing MDTs across the province. And actually one of the trust facilitators, or one of the people who presented there, actually made it clear that initially they were sceptical about the benefit, but now they come to rely on MDTs as a key part of the health service. So not only are MDTs crucial going forward, so is the review of our GP GMS contract as well, and the member will know that's something we are working to finalise shortly.
Brian Kingston.
Speaker, the Minister will be aware of the crisis in funding for our community pharmacies. Two issues recently raised with me are, first, that the drug tariff paid here follows the English rate and in many cases below the actual cost of medicine, and secondly, that a clawback in government funding is already 9.7% and is due to double to around double that figure. Is the Minister aware of these issues, and is he seeking a review to ensure the viability and continuation of our community pharmacies?
Minister.
I thank the member for the point. Community pharmacies, as the member knows, continue to play a pivotal role in delivering health services to communities in Northern Ireland. They have and continue to be some of our most accessible healthcare professionals on front line of community health during the response There's a very high level of public confidence in their professionalism and dedication shown by community pharmacies during what has been extremely challenging years. My department recognises the fundamental role that community pharmacies have been carrying out and has repeatedly acknowledged the concerns raised by Community Pharmacy NI, who are the representative body for community pharmacy, and by individual contractors themselves in respect to drug pricing increases and the differences due to inflationary and cost of living increases generally. My department remains committed to working with CPNI on commissioning arrangements within the existing ministerial mandate and financial envelope. However, it's important to emphasise that there's no provision for additional funding for community pharmacy sector within the current assessed budget available to health, and that's disappointing in regards to our overall package. The department is working, and there are significant difficulties facing us financially, but I do want to work as close in partnership with community pharmacy as is possible.
Mr. Casey.
Well, I thank the Minister for his answer, but it is disappointing that there is no prospect of additional funding coming to community pharmacy. The pharmacists who I've met with tell me they themselves are not able to draw a salary. They are literally using up their own life savings out of loyalty to their customers and to their staff. And I ask again, is the Minister seeking to take forward any sort of review on the funding arrangement, or is he just accepting that there's no money available?
Minister.
I will say to the member, currently, as he knows, I have no budget currently available. But in relation to 24-25, I have approved actually front-loading DDRB uplifts in recognition of the National Minimum Wage uplifts in April 24, and that will be paid forward in £1 million per quarter to be reviewed in year in light of budget and the DDRB. I've also approved non-recurrent funding of £4 million associated with medicines inherent service pressures and an increase of the retained margin from £26.5 million to £31.5 million on condition that CPNI agree a concurrent margin survey methodology, and this becomes a target rather than the minimum threshold. So it's not that there's not monies there. I have already made those commitments to CPNI, and we continue to engage as to how we can actually progress and support them.
Stephen Dunn.
Can I ask the Minister for an update on investment proposals to further support NHS dentists, and are there any lessons we can learn from dental reform across the UK?
Minister.
I think the member for his point, and he will know that I have actually just recently announced some additional fundings into dentistry in regards to what we can do moving forward in regards to access for children, and also an increase of the PUPA scheme in regards to how we can consult them or support them as well to make sure there's more access for community dentistry for people of all ages.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for his answer. What advice would you give to the many parents within my constituency of North Down that are simply unable to register their child with an NHS dental practice, especially considering the importance of dental health within early years?
Minister.
And I thank the member, and I can supply more details with him in writing if he wishes, but the announcement in regards to the additional package that I announced in dentistry, there was actually £1 million specifically earmarked for that, for dentists, NHS dentists to take forward and work with unregistered children in regards to that, but I can't get that detail to the member in writing.
Question 4 is withdrawn. Call on Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will be aware of the stark warning of the British Dental Association that a proposed prohibition on dental amalgam could leave NHS patients in Northern Ireland without care. Can I ask the Minister, is he seeking a derogation on that new law?
Thank the member. I'm aware of the developments regarding EU regulations on mercury, which actually includes dental amalgam, and they are a cause of significant concern. The changes would significantly restrict dentists from placing amalgam fillings, increase costs for patients and taxpayers, and have a negative impact on the capacity of a service that is still struggling since the pandemic. My view remains that a phase down, in line with the wider UK position, rather than a phase out of amalgam, is the best interest of patients in Northern Ireland. I am, however, conscious that this is a matter for the New Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee to consider in detail in terms of their role in assessing impacts in Northern Ireland, and thereafter members of the Assembly will wish to consider whether the initiation of the Stormont Back process is necessary and justified. My department has already written to the committee to advise of concerns around the significant and persisting impacts of the new laws, and I will continue to help the committee in any way I can.
Mr Tennyson.
I thank the Minister for his answer, but surely the storm and break mechanism is a last resort, and we should be seeking to engage as best we can to secure a derogation in advance. So I ask the Minister again, does he believe a derogation is the right option, and what engagement has he had with the UK Government and European counterparts to pursue that aim?
Minister.
I thank the member for his point, and I'll continue to engage with ministerial colleagues, as the member I'm sure is aware that this regulation also falls under his party colleague, the DAERA Minister's remit, because it's an environmental issue. But I will continue to work with him as a ministerial colleague. I'll also engage with colleagues across the UK, because the EU Mercury regulation applies directly in Northern Ireland under the terms of the Windsor Framework, and that regulation has been incorporated into UK domestic law as part of the retained EU law. So the current position in the UK is that that measure has been incorporated to phase down the use of amalgam. So I'll continue to work with ministerial colleagues, UK colleagues, and indeed the BDA to redress this.
Question 6 is withdrawn. I call Mr Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Would the Minister be in a position to give us an update in regards to the shortage of medication in relation to ADHD?
I thank the member for his question in regards to that. While supply disruptions of some attention deficit hyperactivity disorder treatments have now been resolved, my department is aware of ongoing supply distribution involving various strengths and preparations of other ADHD treatments across the UK, which has been caused by a combination of manufacturing issues and an increase in global demand for these products. As the Department of Health and Social Care leads in the maintenance of medicine supply chains to the UK, my department has been working closely with them, the other devolved governments, and the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency to ensure the impact of these shortages are mitigated and patients can continue to get medical supplies they need. There are national and locally tried and tested mitigations in place to deal with medicine shortages, and during this period of supply disruption of ADHD treatments, communications have been issued to healthcare professionals across health and social care settings, which have provided advice on appropriate actions to take to manage patients affected by these disruptions.
Mr Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer and assurance in that regard. The Minister would also be aware that Brexit had implications in regard to the medical alignment in terms of packaging and licensing. Could the Minister give us an update, or is he confident that the post-Brexit arrangements are indeed still working, and if there was any impact on those medications due to that point?
Minister.
I thank the member. In regards to these specific medicines, I don't think there was any direct implications in regards to that. The medicine supply notification was issued in regards to specific products on the 13th of February, and that means there will be periods when certain strengths may not be available, but that doesn't come directly from any impact as towards Brexit negotiations or any outworkings from that.
Patrick Bryan.
Can I ask the Minister what he is doing to resolve the delays in red flag breast cancer referrals in the South Eastern Trust area, which have been caused by the rollout of the Encompass system?
Minister.
In regards to the rollout of the Encompass system, I am aware of some delays to certain procedures, but I am assured again by the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust that those are being worked through. In regards to a wider process in regards to how we actually access red flag breast assessments, there is now a regional approach being taken across Northern Ireland while we try to equalise the service provision that we currently have to make sure there's that equality for service. But this is something that we do need in an area that we do need significant investment in, and especially in regards to red flag procedures, which have been on an increase over the past 3 years.
Minister, or Mr Bryan.
Not yet, Mr Speaker. What specific learnings and actions is the Minister taking to avoid this happening when the system is rolled out in other trust areas?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his point, and I think now he refers specifically to Encompass. The advantage of rolling it out initially in the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust has allowed us to identify which has been some challenging areas of communications and framework, delivery through different letters and different procedures of how we notify different parts of the system. Those have been taken away and learned from, and I'm hopeful that there has been workarounds and changes to methodology put in place, that those areas which are specifically identified for Northern Ireland Trust, which haven't been in other programmes, will be addressed as we further roll out Encompass across Northern Ireland. Belfast Trust coming now in June of this year, with the Northern Trust following in November.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer so far. Could I ask what discussions he's had with the Education Minister to ensure a joined-up and collaborative approach to addressing the needs of SEND children and their families? Minister.
I haven't had any direct meetings with the Education Minister, but it is something that he and I have spoken about on the edge of an executive meeting recently, because it is an area that I think we do need to work in partnership with. It is something that the Education Minister has actually has expressed his admiration for the healthcare workers who are working in the school setting, especially in the support of special educational needs. And I think that is a piece of work that our two departments can work on collaboratively for the best approach for those children.
Mr. Brooks. Thank you. Could I encourage him to have those conversations and to encourage his officials to do so as well, particularly around data sharing, I think, at the earliest possible stage to support the planning for education, but also for the increased integration of DOH counterparts to the EA's local integrated teams as well at the earliest possible stage? Thank you.
Minister.
No, and I thank the member. I didn't maybe make myself clear. Although he and I haven't engaged, our teams are deeply engaged and deeply embedded as we work how do both departments actually support young people with special educational needs. We are acknowledged in regards to the significant numbers who are now needing assessment and additional supports, and I do think it's something that we can work cross-government, cross-departmentally to make sure we get that joined-up approach in regards to what are a number of children who do need those additional supports that we can provide as we work together.
That concludes the time for questions to the Minister for Health. I would remind members that if a member is asking a question, that another member doesn't walk in front of them. That's the member is asking the question of the Minister, but they ask it through the chair. So it is not acceptable to walk between the person who's asking the question and the chair. So I'd ask members just to take that in regard. Now, if we can move then to back to the debate, and I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the proposer of today's motion. We know that this issue strikes at the very core of our society. There won't be a single MLA in this chamber today who hasn't dealt with the ramifications of poverty in their constituency offices.
Ms. Mulholland.
Oh, apologies.
To move the amendment.
Moved.
I call Sean.
Apologies. I want to thank the proposer of today's motion. This issue strikes to the very core of our society, and there won't be a single MLA in this chamber who hasn't dealt with the ramifications of poverty in their constituency offices. We know that those who are most vulnerable from the effects and impacts of poverty are those children who are growing up in homes who are experiencing poverty. The recent Northern Ireland Audit Office report revelations are stomach-turning. 1 in every 5 children living in relative poverty, and for the member that asked earlier, relative poverty is classed as the below 60% of the median of that year, absolute being a baseline, 60% of a baseline, which I think is normally 2010, 2011, but I would imagine that the member might be aware of that. The recent Northern Ireland Poverty and Income Inequality report released 2 weeks ago by NISRA paints an even bleaker picture. It says the percentage of children in relative poverty before housing costs has risen to 24%. So that's approximately 109,000 children, a significant increase from 18% the year before. The number of children living in absolute poverty, according to that NISRA report, has increased to 19%, approximately 86,000 children, up from 15% the year before. The simple fact is that the number of children growing up in poverty here is rising. We are bombarded with statistics in this chamber, but I had to stop for a moment to let that sink in. Children whose basic needs not being met, going to school hungry, going to bed hungry, whose parents are having to make heartbreaking decisions that no parent should ever have to make, and I am thankful of my privilege that I don't have to make that. It is a distressing fact that in our communities in 2024, that is a reality for over 100,000 young people. The void of governance created when the Assembly was down has only exacerbated an already inexcusable situation. There are many priorities that we've talked about since the Restoration. Lifting families out of poverty should be the top of that list. A rising tide lifts all boats, and there can be none more in need of lifting from a life of poverty than over 100,000 children. As I've said, we can be so desensitised to these statistics because we hear them so often. But behind each of those statistics lies a child whose potential is stifled by the chains of poverty that they live in. Colleagues and I have not been silent about the need for the Minister for Communities to take decisive action, and it has to be the most effective action that will impact families most quickly and in the most useful way. We want to see the issue of poverty and deprivation underpinned in any future programme for government. We want the implementation of an integrated and cross-departmental poverty strategy to be presented before this Assembly without delay, and we will continue to put pressure on the Minister to do that. There is currently a statutory obligation that just isn't being met, and all parties have signed up to that previously. To go back to the point made by the proposer, the reason that we have tabled this amendment, removing the reference to a specific child poverty strategy, is because we've heard from campaigners we need to have a holistic approach to addressing poverty that addresses it comprehensively, that considers the multifaceted factors contributing to the measures of poverty. That includes addressing issues such as unemployment and support for work-limited parents, housing affordability, healthcare access and education, which all impact families and children. Children do not exist in silos, and as such, we do not believe that we should address such an interconnected issue with a singular frame of reference. Poverty often has a multi-generational element, so by tackling poverty across all demographics, we ensure our interventions are comprehensive and can break the cycle of poverty more effectively. A broader anti-poverty strategy can provide support to entire families. This approach recognises that improving the economic stability of parents can positively impact children's well-being. By combining efforts to combat poverty across various demographics, we can push for a joined-up approach to have policy coherence and hopefully mitigate the fragmentation and the siloism that we so often see. In terms of budgetary elements, I would hope that this too would allow for a better coordination of resources and services, maximising their impact on reducing poverty and therefore ultimately improving the outcomes for children. And that's why we're calling for specific and measurable targets to be established within an anti-poverty strategy, targets that translate into tangible outcomes for children. Actions that employ cross-departmental intervention and prevention strategies that work collaboratively to break the cycle of poverty and forge a future where every child has the opportunity to thrive. Just as crucially, we need rigorous monitoring mechanisms to track the progress of any anti-poverty strategy. It cannot be another document to linger and languish on a shelf. Regular data collection, reporting and analysis across all impacted departments and services will enable us to identify areas of success and areas where we need to improve. But we know that merely setting targets is not enough. We must also ensure that adequate resources are allocated to them, and I am acutely aware of the financial burden on this executive. I know all departments have urgent priorities, but right now the question we will be continuing to ask the Minister is not how much will this cost, but it's how much will this cost not to do. The long-term economic and social costs of allowing the rates of child poverty to continue to rise are stark. We know that they are estimated at £825 million to £1 billion per year. I urge the Minister to collaborate closely with the Minister of Finance to secure an ambitious budget dedicated solely to achieving the poverty reduction targets. We cannot compromise any longer on the eradication of poverty. And because it also must address an immediate and pressing issue that will have significant implications for families, we need to talk about the benefit cap mitigations cliff edge. It all plays a part. The significance of the mitigations cannot be understated. They were put in place to offer essential support, whether that's for absolute necessities, housing, food, utilities. The adverse effects of the Tory benefit cap policy have been recognised, and we know that steps have been taken. But we absolutely need to have something in place for the cliff edge next year. Recent statistics from NISR on the benefit cap reports in Northern Ireland break down the number of children living in households receiving those benefit cap mitigations. And whilst we can't provide exact figures based on those categories, Advice NI estimate that at least 2,240 children will be immediately impacted if we don't extend the current mitigation regulations. Furthermore, some of those families don't even know that they are in receipt of mitigations, thus absolutely not preparing them at all for the impending cliff edge. So I call upon the Minister for Communities, along with executive colleagues, as we look towards budgets for the next year and for hopefully multi-years after that, to act immediately to avert the looming cliff edge in terms of the welfare mitigation schemes, particularly that benefit cap mitigation. But in saying this, we recognise these mitigations are not a cure-all. They are a temporary solution to a systematic problem that needs a more comprehensive approach. And while they provide crucial support to families in need, they don't address the root causes of poverty. They are just one way of easing an imminent threat. And that's why we understand that poverty cannot be tackled by just addressing one facet alone. We have to push for that cross-departmental commitment to eradicating poverty, to address the social security system that is simply not fit for purpose, developing affordable and social housing solutions, investing in education and skills development in early years, in childcare, ensuring timely and universal access to healthcare services, extending access to nutritious meals in schools, investing in our community and voluntary sector who are already on the ground dealing with families and their support services. It would be as a result of working on each piece of this interconnected jigsaw puzzle of services and policies that we can build a brighter future for all children. There won't be a member in this chamber that will disagree that any investment in children's long-term future can only benefit us all as a society, but it needs to be done in a holistic and cross-departmental manner. Thank you.
And thank you for moving the amendment. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. And I call Colin Gildernew.
I would like to thank the proposer of the motion today for the opportunity to speak on this issue, and also the proposers of the amendment, which we will be supporting. With growing levels of child poverty across the North and the findings contained within the Audit Office's report, it is vital that this Assembly embraces a renewed sense of collective purpose on this issue. We must send a clear message that we are united in our commitment to addressing inequality in all its forms and to improving the prosperity and opportunities of all citizens, especially our young children and young people. The cost of not doing so is simply too high, both for children whose life experiences are impacted personally and to public services in the long term. It is therefore crucial that the Minister for Communities, as the lead department, makes an anti-poverty strategy a key priority, and I hope he will outline his intention to do so and his anticipated timeline in his response to the motion today. That is not, however, to place the onus on the Minister for Communities in its entirety. This strategy, if it is to be effective and sustainable in the long term, must have the buy-in from all ministers, both in terms of policy development and a joined-up approach, and also in terms of resources. We are all acutely aware of the current budgetary constraints, the reasons for them, and the challenges that they present to all departments. But until this strategy is brought to the executive table, it is essentially stalled. I also want to acknowledge the Minister's predecessor and my own party colleague Deirdre Hargey for the progress she made in advancing the strategy during her time in post and her commitment to a co-design approach. The voices and the input of those who have lived experience and those who work at the coalface are absolutely crucial to finding meaningful solutions. I would also like to acknowledge the substantial body of work that has been carried out by independent panels into the welfare mitigations, the discretionary support fund and the expert panel, which have provided us with valuable insights and recommendations that must be taken account of. I would implore the Minister to ensure that the strategy is ambitious, that it seeks not only to lift people over the poverty line, although that is clearly the priority, but also that it offers economic opportunities to prosper, to break the cycle of intergenerational poverty, and to provide our children and young people with the chance to fulfil their true potential. I believe this can be achieved by addressing regional imbalances, investing in underserved areas, and providing the skills and suitable employment opportunities which pay a living wage for those who are able to work, and which provides greater support for people with barriers to employment. Barriers such as the cost and availability of childcare, disability and health conditions, and indeed caring responsibilities, to name but a few. It's also important that the strategy ensures access to affordable credit and debt support, as well as to the independent advice sector. Crucially, it must address the clear gap between people's income and what is needed to meet their basic needs, a gap that has been widened by the cost of living crisis, but also by years of successive cuts and freezes to social security entitlements by Westminster. Deliberate policy decisions, such as the 5-week wait for a first payment of universal credit and the 2-child rule, which I have no doubt has contributed to the increasing number of children growing up in poverty. Collectively, we need to challenge these policies at source. The British government continues to deepen poverty by cutting support to children and their families, and simultaneously underfunds this institution via the block grant. And it needs to be called out at every opportunity. The welfare mitigations have gone some way to protecting people against some aspects of Tory cuts, and are often cited as the reason poverty levels here have remained lower than in Britain. So it's important that those continue and are extended to enhance support in line with the available budget. I want to mention in particular the benefit cap mitigation, which is due to end next March, which impacts predominantly on families with children. It's vital this continues, and I would ask the Minister for his commitment to do so in his response today. In concluding, Ceann Comhairle, I want to echo the amendment and the recommendations contained within the Audit Office report, and concur that the strategy must have clearly defined targets. Those must be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic and time-bound, alongside robust monitoring mechanisms. That is by no means an easy task, but with the political will and the necessary funding, it is achievable.
And thank you. I call Brian Kingston.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the DUP is fully committed to an anti-poverty strategy that makes a tangible difference to children's lives across Northern Ireland. This will be crucial towards stopping the recent rise in the number of children and adults living in relative poverty. Furthermore, we believe it is not possible to deliver better outcomes for children from lower income households without taking a whole system approach to tackling the causes of disadvantage in our society. We had submitted our own amendment to the motion today, making that point, which wasn't selected for debate. However, we do welcome the Alliance amendment in that respect, and in particular its focus on an integrated anti-poverty strategy. We need an anti-poverty strategy that is deliverable and will not simply gather dust. That means focusing on interventions that yield the greatest results. The recent Northern Ireland Audit Office report expressed concern that a, quote, very broad focus may negatively impact the assessment of the effectiveness of specific interventions and the Department's ability to coordinate the approach to a new executive anti-poverty strategy, end quote. The Northern Ireland Executive continues to be hamstrung by the absence of a fiscal floor, baselined back to the point from which Treasury funding for Northern Ireland public services dropped below assessed need in April 2022. Going forward, it is vital that we are afforded the same protections that Wales enjoys to prevent its funding falling below need. We require the uplift in funding and a proper fiscal floor. Without addressing this chronic underfunding, the prospect of ring-fencing funding for tackling child poverty, or poverty more generally, is deeply challenging amid competing pressures. In this sense, we feel that the Alliance Amendment injects a sense of realism in this regard. There are many drivers of poverty, and in our view it is misguided to think that outcomes for children from low-income backgrounds will be transformed without a holistic approach to the factors that, in many cases, led previous generations into the same situation. However, we also recognise the need for targeted interventions to address child poverty. Evidence suggests that adults who grew up in poverty tend to earn less, have a higher risk of unemployment and pay less tax over their lifetime. Therefore, the earlier support is provided, the better. Dealing with low incomes cannot be singularly addressed by providing financial support to those affected, although it is essential that the most vulnerable are protected in this way. We need to address the root causes of poverty, and they are multifaceted rather than simply tackling the symptom. Creating opportunity for children from disadvantaged backgrounds, whether through greater educational attainment, training, apprenticeships and employment, will be crucial to breaking the cycle of poverty for many. This requires the buy-in of a number of executive departments, not least education, economy and communities. Child poverty is an executive responsibility. Its significance in the context of devolution is enshrined in the Northern Ireland Act 1998. Therefore, building on the Audit Office findings, there must be strong levels of accountability for individual departments. Departments need to be able to monitor and report on progress against specific actions. Poor health and well-being also remains a key barrier to tackling poverty. A focus on prevention, early intervention and better management of chronic conditions can help unlock opportunities in the labour market for those children who find themselves trapped in poverty. It is also the case that the longer a child is in poverty, the larger the attainment and health gap with their peers. That highlights the urgency of interventions. More affordable childcare will also enable more parents to return to work, raising household incomes. It is important to recognise the work that the Department for Communities is actively doing to address poverty and support the most disadvantaged. The Make the Call service has already assisted over 11,500 people in 2022-23, ensuring tens of millions of pounds in additional benefits were accessed
The
by
member
those
brings his remarks to a close.
entitled, but previously not availing of this vital sector. One more, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Department also provides $6.6 million to support the independent advice sector every year, helping thousands more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. A bit of favouritism there, wasn't it? Maybe. You'll be telling me off. I rise in support of the motion and hope that collectively we can agree to confront the harsh reality that plagues our society, and that is the scourge of child poverty here in Northern Ireland. But child poverty is not unique to Northern Ireland, but our children are. And it's a topic that strikes at the very heart of our collective conscience, challenging us to confront the systemic inequalities and failures that perpetuate its existence. And as the report from the Audit Office states, the estimated annual cost of child poverty in Northern Ireland is quite staggering, somewhere in the region of £825 million to £1 billion. Now, this financial burden not only impacts the lives of individual children, but indeed impacts on their families and also undermines the economic prosperity of our society as a whole. Equally troubling is the correlation between poverty and adverse health outcomes. Children who experience poverty are 4 times more likely to develop mental health problems by the age of 11. This sobering statistic highlights the devastating toll that poverty can take on the well-being of our youngest citizens. Furthermore, educational attainment remains a significant challenge for children living in poverty. There's a 24% GCSE attainment gap for children receiving free school meals, which highlights the profound impact of socio-economic disparities on educational outcomes. Additionally, the profound health inequalities persist across our region. There is an 11 to 15-year gap in healthy life expectancy between the most and least deprived areas in Northern Ireland, and this underscores the need for targeted interventions to address these disparities. Moreover, Mr Speaker, the implementation of policies such as the 2-child limit further exacerbates the challenges faced by families already struggling to make ends meet. Now, shockingly, 1 in 10 children in Northern Ireland live in households affected by this limit, amounting to over 45,000 children across this region. Mr Speaker, in the following moments I aim to address this pressing issue through a structured approach focusing on 4 key points. First and foremost, let us acknowledge together that child poverty is not a matter of individual choice or personal responsibility. I'd be a minister for a minute, absolutely. Yes.
And I know the member is very passionate about this particular issue, and you did talk about the inequalities and the regional inequalities. I come from a constituency where our child poverty rate is sitting at 23%, one of the highest really throughout the UK as well. And we're talking about regional balance when we talk about our economy, but surely we need interventions to those areas that are most affected by poverty.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the elevation. And I do agree with the member's points, and to illustrate it better, my name is Butler. The Butler family live in West Belfast. I live in Lagan Valley. Lagan Valley sits at the bottom of the table in terms of the prevalence, but West Belfast sits near the highest, and I share the name and family, and I just can't get my head around why we would accept in 2024 the imbalance that we are speaking of. First and foremost, I've already said this. So I was getting to the point where it's a wider reflection of wider societal inequalities and systemic failures that have left many families struggling to make ends meet. It's a stain on our collective conscience, and one that we must acknowledge with unwavering determination. We cannot simply stand by and accept the status quo. Instead, we must commit ourselves to eradicating child poverty through concerted action and solidarity. Secondly, to effectively tackle child poverty, we must adopt a multifaceted approach that addresses its root causes whilst providing immediate relief to those in need. This requires significant investment in key areas such as education, healthcare, housing, and indeed social services, as we have heard of already. We must ensure that no child slips through the cracks of our safety net, providing them with support and opportunities that they need to thrive. And by addressing the underlying structural issues that contribute to poverty, we can create a more equitable society where every child has the chance to fulfil their potential. Thirdly, it's essential that we empower families and communities to break the cycle of poverty and build a brighter future for their children. This means providing parents with the support and resources they need to provide for their families, from affordable childcare to living wages and stable employment. By investing in initiatives that strengthen family units and promote economic stability, we can create a more inclusive society where every child has the opportunity to succeed. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we must hold ourselves accountable for the well-being of our children, and we cannot measure our success solely in economic terms. Instead, we must consider the health, happiness, and overall quality of life of our youngest citizens. By prioritising the needs of children and investing in their future, we can create a more prosperous and equitable society for all. So, in conclusion, the issue of child poverty in Northern Ireland is one that demands our urgent attention and unwavering commitment. By acknowledging systemic inequalities, recognising that periods of non-functioning government perpetuate its existence, adopt a multifaceted approach to tackling its root cause, empowering families and communities, and holding ourselves, particularly in this chamber, accountable for the well-being of our children, we can create a brighter future for generations to come. So, Mr. Speaker, I challenge all of us today to stand together in solidarity and strive to eradicate child poverty once and for all in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the opportunity to speak here today and thank obviously those who proposed and the amendment. I suppose the bottom line for all of us is no child should be living in poverty. That's the bottom line for me, and sure the bottom line for most within the Assembly. We must make sure every child gets a good start in life, and it's not only the right thing to do, but it's obviously the smartest thing to do when it comes to investing for the future. As a colleague has mentioned to the left, my own constituency of Derry, we have over 9,000 children in poverty, over 23%. What does that mean? Our young people living in cold homes, some going hungry, going to bed, going hungry, going into school in the morning, and missing out on everyday essentials. It's totally unacceptable, and it's quite shocking, and it should remain shocking for every member of this Assembly. Poverty impacts on every aspect of a child's life. It denies children chances to try new things and develop their interests and talents. And for many children, poverty also means growing up too quickly. They're having to deal with their parents' worries, their parents' anxieties, and there are children, as we well know, it's harm for their future, and they're just their childhood. Some have very little, if any, of a positive childhood. So the consequences of tackling child poverty are clear. It brings severe, sustained and lifelong negative impact on our children's health, their social and emotional well-being, their education and their life chances. We all generally know, and there's been a lot of information forwarded today regarding the stats around this, but I'm just going to mention a few. And as Robbie had mentioned, children in poverty are more likely to have poor mental health or at a higher risk of psychological distress. 4 times more likely to have poor mental health by the age of 11. That should not be happening here today. Children growing up in poverty on average do less well in education. The gaps open up very early, even before children are starting school. And for someone who worked 20 plus years in the community and voluntary sector, the importance of early intervention cannot go unestimated in our communities. The likes of our Sure Start programmes, our preschool programmes, our family support early intervention programmes are absolutely critical. And that's where you find you may not see the poverty in our communities from a physical perspective, but behind closed door, when you actually go in and see the poverty that some of our families are facing and the resilience of our families and our children, it's remarkable. I also want to highlight, and as I mentioned as well, that poverty is much higher in certain households, as we all know. Not all households are the same. Families with dependent children at home, the household needs obviously are greater and expenditure rises. Our lone parents, 36% of lone parents live in poverty. 93% of those lone parents are females. Lone parents tend to work fewer hours due to childcare needs and have a lower hourly wage, reflecting the gender pay gap. As my colleague Colin Gildernew mentioned, where someone in the household is disabled, 29% of families with a disability live in poverty, compared to 17% of families without a disability in that home. And households with younger children and households with larger families, you're talking between 32 and 46% of children living in families with 3 or more children are living in poverty. And then, as we mentioned, the 2-child tax limit, that's just not common sense. The UK government doing that, it just doesn't make sense. And I suppose what's really, really important to note, and we all know, it's households with working parents that are increasingly moving into poverty. We have thousands of families working night and day just to get by, working 2 jobs, sometimes 3 jobs, juggling with childcare, ending up with hardly anything to show for it. And then also, finally, I'd also like to mention with regards to disadvantaged areas and disadvantaged neighbourhoods, and we know obviously we've all probably have neighbourhoods like the neighbourhood renewal areas with 36 across the north that require ongoing investment and support, and they play a vital glue in a community in bringing all the services and agencies collectively together to work to deliver for our children and our young people and make life better. So I strongly agree that the Minister must prioritise the anti-poverty strategy to ensure its effectiveness and take the learning, I suppose, from the Audit Office report. And there's a range
bring remarks to a close.
Yeah, and I would just go forward with the range of recommendations that are there, like to increase family incomes, etc., accessible, affordable childcare, addressing the gender pay gap, building social and affordable homes. We know what we need to do.
Okay, the member's time is up.
Thank you.
Call Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is important to base a strategy and action plan on reliable research and informed studies. And the Northern Ireland Audit Office recently published its report on child poverty in Northern Ireland, and to highlight some of the findings, the Audit Office report concluded that around 1/5 of the children in Northern Ireland live in relative poverty before housing costs are factored in. The report found that there has been little sustained improvement in reducing child poverty levels since the Executive published its previous child poverty strategy in 2016. And the report found that the previous strategy's outcomes were not clearly supported by specific actions and interventions. Accountability arrangements were not understood by all, and a lack of joined-up working has hampered the effectiveness of the strategy. It also found limitations with data and measures used to assess and monitor child poverty. It states the cost of dealing with the effects of child poverty are likely to be significant. I wish to highlight just some of the key recommendations in the Audit Office report. First of all, that an integrated cross-departmental anti-poverty strategy is urgently needed. As the coordinating department in this area, when the Department for Communities presents a draft strategy to the Executive, it should include an action plan containing clearly defined indicators and targets, which are aimed at quantifying and reducing poverty, including measures of persistent poverty and the poverty gap. Second, that in developing the action plan for presentation to the Executive as coordinating department, the department should work with contributing departments to ensure that the focus is on a number of properly defined and more specific actions, including early intervention and prevention, and that they can demonstrate clear links between actions and reducing the scale and impact of poverty. A third recommendation is that collective ownership and accountability arrangements for the new anti-poverty strategy should be clearly outlined and agreed at the outset. The Department should provide the Executive with recommendations regarding an independent monitoring mechanism, which includes key stakeholders to provide regular independent scrutiny and review of anti-poverty strategic outcomes, as well as to identify and address gaps in understanding of the accountability process. The fourth recommendation is that in leading on a new anti-poverty strategy, the Department should work with other contributing departments to identify opportunities where delivering interventions in a genuinely cross-department way, including the role to be played by non-governmental organisations, would be appropriate and effective, and present these proposals to the Executive for consideration. A fifth recommendation is that the new anti-poverty strategy and action plan is prepared. The Department should work with contributing departments to ensure that, as far as possible, actions included are properly costed to allow the Executive to make decisions on the budget allocations required, to enhance transparency and allow an assessment of the value delivered by publicly funded services. Direct spending on new actions within the strategy should be monitored and reported. A sixth recommendation is the Department should present proposals to the Executive for monitoring mechanisms to measure the new anti-poverty strategy's objectives and outcomes, and to enable data to be collated and reported in a timely fashion. And the fifth recommendation is that the Department should continue to work closely with the Department for Work and Pensions on their work on developing a new poverty metric to enable them to determine whether a more nuanced poverty measure should be developed and implemented for Northern Ireland. My party welcomes the Audit Office report and the informed analysis and recommendations that is provided for taking this important matter forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the amendment this afternoon, and I also thank the proposers who brought the motion today, but hope that the amendment will receive support today. I feel the amendment draws out not only the need for the strategy to be appropriately resourced, but also the necessity to provide a prevention strategy at the heart of any anti-poverty interventions. It also highlights the need for child poverty interventions to be embedded in the Executive's anti-poverty strategy with measurable outcomes at its heart. It's been a statistic that many members have referenced, but the Northern Ireland Poverty and Income Inequality Report has shown us that the percentage of children living in relative poverty in Northern Ireland has risen from 18% in 21-22 to 24% in 22-23, and that's approximately equates to 109,000 children. And I do think it is important we do just take stock of the sheer numbers of children that is impacting. It's not acceptable, and we can't continue on that upward trajectory. And I would say that it is high time that the commitments from previous mandates in the area of tackling anti-poverty are now delivered on. The Audit Office report made it clear that any new anti-poverty strategy should include an action plan containing clearly defined indicators and targets aimed at quantifying and reducing poverty. And that should include early intervention and prevention, with a clear demonstration of the links between the actions that we're going to carry out and how they reduce the scale and impact of poverty. So thinking about early intervention, I would like to focus some of my remarks on the role of education in this space, and much has been said around the cross-departmental aspect to this, and that we cannot just say this is for the Department for Communities to deliver. And we know that children who grow up in poverty are more likely to have lower levels of educational attainment. And it's incredibly worrying, therefore, that for more and more families simply accessing education at the moment, the cost of just getting to school is becoming a huge financial burden, and I believe any anti-poverty strategy needs to tackle that. And with that in mind, since the restoration of devolution, all parties have supported motions to tackle school uniform costs, to reinstate holiday hunger payments, reviewing the criteria for free school meals. So I would urge the Minister of Education once again to pursue this work as quickly as possible, but in conjunction with the executive colleagues as part of the wider anti-poverty strategy. And I would welcome the Minister for Communities today maybe clarifying just what some of the work with the Department for Education has been in relation to the development of an anti-poverty strategy. The expert panel who produced the Fair Start report highlighted that addressing educational underachievement brought about as a consequence of social disadvantage extends beyond the Education Department alone. And if we are serious about wanting to see fundamental change for the benefit of our most disadvantaged children, then an anti-poverty strategy must prioritise education and learning as a clear route out of poverty. And I can't talk about these issues in relation to education and how it connects to an anti-poverty strategy without mentioning the other strategy that we have talked much of in this chamber, and that is the development of the early learning and childcare strategy. Childcare is an incredibly important anti-poverty and early intervention tool, and it's vital that the anti-poverty strategy captures that properly. Working families are struggling with the crippling impacts of extortionate childcare costs in Northern Ireland, but sadly we still see progress going very slowly from the Department of Education, and I would ask that that work would be continued at pace. An anti-poverty strategy which is genuinely cross-departmental and concerned with early intervention and prevention rather than expensive late interventions which have been mentioned by other members must have early education and childcare as a key element. And all departments with a role in this space, yes education, but also communities, health, economy, must work together in the interests of children in Northern Ireland. Any child living in poverty is one too many. So, as the amendment clearly outlines, we must ensure that we have specific measurable targets included in any strategy, alongside monitoring mechanisms that will measure outcomes and allow us to learn about what we're doing well, but what needs to be improved. We must not return to this chamber in a few years' time to debate this issue again and to bemoan the delay in the delivery of an anti-poverty strategy. How many other children will have suffered if we allow that to be the case? So we must... Yes, I will give way.
I agree with much of what he said, but would he agree with me? He talked about the importance of urgency. Isn't that why it's important to put a specific date and a timeline on the Minister coming back, which is why our original motion contains the date of September 24?
Thank the member for their intervention. We would certainly advocate for urgency on this. I think the key for us is that this child poverty strategy does need to sit within the wider anti-poverty strategy, and I think that distracts from that. We must act collectively, collaboratively and comprehensively to deliver for some of our most vulnerable children and families. And I would commend the amendment to the House on this basis and hope that it receives support today.
Thank you. And I call Danny Baker.
Working together, we can help to give every child the very best start to life. It is clear there is work to be done. Many children across the north live in poverty, and has already been stated the impact that this has on our children. Ensuring children reach their full potential must be a top priority for all of us. Just recently, this House passed a motion to make school uniforms more affordable. Also, we have prioritised tackling holiday hunger and called for the holiday hunger payments to be reinstated. We can make a difference to children and families when we work together across this chamber. Savage Tory cuts have attacked our most vulnerable. They have stripped key services away from our schools and hospitals, affecting hard-pressed children and young people. Poverty affects children's health and education, and it affects every aspect of their lives. We must remove barriers, and that's why we must work together. Department across department, party across party. We must put our shoulders to the wheel and stamp out child poverty. Much work is still to be done, and lessons must be learned. I would call on the Communities Minister, as the lead department, to make this a top priority, and I would urge him to bring forward a timeline for an anti-poverty strategy. We must remain focused on addressing inequality in all its forms and improving the prosperity and opportunities of all citizens, especially our children. That is our duty, to cherish every child equally, to guarantee equal opportunities for all. That is the very best, very least they deserve. Gormaila.
Thank you. Call Mark Durkin.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, creating a society where every child has a fair chance to thrive shouldn't be an ideal but a basic tenet of any democracy. And if a government is judged on how it treats its most vulnerable citizens, then surely the fact that 1 in 5 children live in relative poverty, rising to 1 in 4 in more deprived areas. That's a damning indictment on leadership here. Food bank usage and the number of homeless young families is at a record high. How has this been allowed to happen? Poverty is a lived reality for a growing number of families in Northern Ireland because leadership parties here put short-term political popularity over doing what's right for the people they purport to represent. Figures which I requested from Minister Lyons show an 18% increase in the number of children living in relative poverty before housing costs in just 1 year. As of 2023, 109,000 children were deprived of the basic necessities. To those who have held these institutions to ransom for 5 out of the last 7 years and prevented action, you should be ashamed of the Dickensian conditions you've helped the Tories create. Poverty is a complex issue, but understanding why child poverty is so pronounced here isn't that difficult an equation to solve. The child poverty strategy ended in 2022 in the midst of a cost of living crisis and an economy reeling in a post-pandemic landscape. And while there was plenty to criticise about that strategy, now we have none. Nothing. Furthermore, where is the anti-poverty strategy? The previous Communities Minister gave assurances that it would be implemented within the last mandate. Minister Lyons said he's considering the next steps, but where is the sense of urgency? The lackadaisical approach to date adds insult to injury. So we do welcome an amendment that recognises the need for the anti-poverty strategy to be brought forward, and we'll support any effort to do that, except if it removes any sense of urgency to do so. And I fear that this amendment does remove urgency. We were considering opposing it for that reason, but the fact that the UP and Sinn Féin are supporting it confirms to me that it lets them off the hook and allows them to kick the can even further down the road. Children growing up in poverty here have worse outcomes in mental health and education. In deprived regions like Derry, today's Waynes have a life expectancy 11 to 15 years less than those in more affluent areas. That is harrowing and underlines the need for concerted efforts, as others have said, across all departments to tackle regional imbalance. Poverty is a... Certainly.
Agree with me that constituencies, mainly west of the Ban, have suffered discrimination for countless years, and our children in particular have suffered decades of neglect from this place and have paid a heavy price as a result of the lack of leadership.
Members, the next minute.
I thank the member for his intervention, and it will come to no surprise to him that I do agree, and it is refreshing and heartening to hear the right noises being made by ministers in this executive. The proof of the pudding will be in the eating. We need to see action as well as hear words. Poverty is a vicious cycle. It entraps families, and it's nigh on impossible to escape from. We need to foster conditions to create jobs and to equip people here to do them. Tackling child poverty requires, as everyone has said, I think multifaceted is word of the day. It requires a multifaceted approach. Economic challenges such as low wages and colossal childcare costs place immense strain on families already struggling to make ends meet. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation found that a significant number of children living in poverty had at least one working parent, whereas lone parents had the highest level of in-work poverty. I have very serious concerns that the universal credit migration will exacerbate this situation. For example, under this system, the threshold criteria for free school meals and uniform grants will drop from £16,000 to £14,000. At a time when welfare eligibility thresholds should be considering inflationary increases, welfare reform, which we vociferously campaigned against, will see thousands of low-income households stripped of support. Even those who are eligible for free school meals face a cruel summer as we await executive action on holiday hunger. Families here are no longer just about managing. under callous Tory policy, compounded by executive absence and apathy, they are teetering on the brink. The Tory assault on the poor, the political malaise here, has left families falling through widening gaps in a social security net that has been allowed to wear thin. Systemic barriers entrenched in our policies and institutions will perpetuate cycles of poverty across generations. We need to stem this trend now, or society will pay dearly in the future. Anywhere that fails to invest in its children undermines its own future prosperity.
Thank you. I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, I want to start by saying it is deplorable in the extreme that at least 1 of 5 children here living in poverty. I say at least because I'm sure it's a Conservative figure. The figure is around 30% in my own constituency. And it's not just a stat. It means children who go cold and hungry, children who are denied opportunities to socialise, children whose very development is stunted by the crushing economic policies of the Tories and their abettors in this Assembly. In this debate, we've heard some fine words from seemingly fine people who say they want to end child poverty. The words are fine, Deputy Speaker, because they are abstract. And they are abstract because they are hypothetical in their aims, because they are far removed from the nasty policies of this and previous executives. We despise child poverty, say parties around me who have spent a decade and more impoverishing children in working class communities like mine. Let's reduce child poverty, say some who voted exactly for welfare reforms like the punishing 2-child tax limit. We need a strategy to end child poverty, say parties and politicians who last week voted for a new round of budget cuts, including restrictions on workers' pay. Child poverty, Deputy Speaker, is a deliberate policy pursued by the Stormont executive. It can only be a deliberate policy that has seen Stormont's executive parties refuse to bring forward an anti-poverty strategy in the last 2 decades. And it can only be a deliberate policy to follow the lead of a Tory administration which has overseen the worst drop in living standards since records began. Deputy Speaker, a few years ago I saw a devastating and heartbreaking report that found Tory austerity had caused over 333,000 excess deaths. Unbelievable figure. So I would ask, why has the Stormont executive followed its policy once again, and why is this new executive doing that like they did previously? And in my view, it's because the executive has no alternative. They have accepted child poverty as an inevitable feature of our society, in spite of the obscene wealth that is concentrated in fewer and fewer private hands. And I'm sure we've all seen, and it's been referred to I think already, the stat that said 62.7% of children in poverty are in working families. These are children whose parents and family members staff this very building, our hospitals, our schools, our public transport, restaurants, factories, shops, and so on and so on. These are the working poor who keep our society afloat and create the ever-growing profits of a wealthy few. It's not the millionaires or the corporations that keep our society afloat and functioning. These people, the working poor, need to see a strategy to end child poverty and need to come forward urgently. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist, Deputy Speaker, to figure out where to start, and you can stick these proposals in the strategy. Start by providing free school meals to all children. Stop cutting their parents' pay. Fund the youth services that they rely on. Regulate and challenge the corporate profiteers, energy companies and supermarkets amongst them, while children lie cold and go hungry. You could stop hiking people's rates and rents. Build public homes for children and their families and begin to address the crisis that has been created. Repeal the 2-child tax limit. You could back off the cuts and revenue-raising measures people are planning, which we know will force more and more into poverty. Because it's all well and good, Deputy Speaker, strategising to end child poverty, but if the actions take you in the opposite direction, then you might as well just tell the public the truth. That most in this building accept the existence of child poverty as an unfortunate reality. Accept it because you parties refuse to see beyond the horizon where the wealthy minority, their wealth is sacrosanct. They accept it because they believe that the government's job is to mitigate and manage everyone else's expectation, including the child living in abject poverty. If you want to end child poverty, then you need to challenge wealth inequality, invest in our communities and invest in our children. And if you don't, Deputy Speaker, then you can submit all the motions and create all the strategies that you like. Unless parties and the executive is prepared to act, it won't make a single bit of difference.
Thank you. Members, all of those who indicated wish to speak have done so, and I now call the Minister for Communities to respond, and the Minister has up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I say to Mr O'Toole and to the SDLP that I am actually grateful for the opportunity today to debate this motion and indeed the other motions that it will be bringing to the Chamber tomorrow. I am flattered that they want to spend so much time with me today and tomorrow, but I hope that we actually can have useful debates on these issues which impact some of the youngest and most vulnerable members of our society. And I want to be very clear, addressing poverty in all its forms is a key priority for me. And there have been many statistics mentioned in this debate and in the Northern Ireland Audit Office report. And I know it's a cliche, but we should never lose sight of the fact that there are individual families and individual children behind each of those statistics, and they are impacted by child poverty. And of course, government has a role to play in helping to deal with that. And from my own point of view, I believe that child poverty is a blight on our society. It creates hardship, it limits opportunity, and it stifles the potential of our children and young people. I am ambitious for this place, I am ambitious for our people, and therefore I'm committed to working with executive colleagues to fundamentally address the causes and the impacts of child poverty. Now, today's debate allows us to discuss how best... I'll give way to the member.
1 in 5 children in poverty is a shocking statistic. And Minister, would you agree that words of comfort are not enough? We are told that it's time for real change. When is that change coming? Cold houses and empty bellies have a ripple effect through a child's life, in terms of educational underachievement, in terms of their employment prospects, in terms of their health outcomes. It's a cycle of poverty which these children have then. It means that their children have cold homes, educational underachievement and poor health outcomes. What action will be taken now?
Deputy Speaker, that's exactly what I was coming to, because I agree. This isn't just about warm words anymore. We need action. And in fact, I've listened to all of the contributions across the Chamber today, and I've spoken in many debates in this place over the last 10 years, and I don't think that there has ever been a debate where there does seem to be such commonality, a lack of interventions of substance, because I think that we're all on the same page. We all understand that action needs to be taken, and that's what I want to outline today. As has been said, I'm reluctant to use the word again, but yes, it is a complex and multifaceted issue. And I think actually that highlights how this isn't just for one department to solve. We genuinely need to see a cross-party and cross-executive approach to this strategy. But I don't want to, and this has also been said during this debate again, I don't want to produce a strategy that's just going to sit on a shelf. And I don't want us to get any credit for simply developing a strategy. I want us to actually deliver on that. But my focus will be on working with executive colleagues to deliver a strategy that prioritises the outcomes, that actually makes a tangible difference to people's lives. Now, over the last few years, no one can be in any doubt that Northern Ireland, alongside the rest of the UK, has faced a range of challenges that have impacted on us all. But in particular, those have impacted the most vulnerable in our society. And the most recent statistics published by my department show a significant rise in the number of children and working-age adults living in poverty. And that's of real concern, as it appears that poverty in Northern Ireland is returning to the levels it was before the pandemic. And while I note that levels of children in poverty after housing costs in Northern Ireland is still lower than the averages across the rest of the UK, that is no reason for us to be complacent. So we need to work with executive colleagues to drive poverty as low as we possibly can. And a key aspect of work will be ensuring that children who have been affected by poverty can achieve in education and have healthy and productive lives in a thriving society. Now, dealing with poverty means not only dealing with low incomes, as others have alluded to this afternoon. It will also involve us tackling issues such as educational attainment and health inequalities. And while we address these issues, it's also essential that we ensure our society and economy provides opportunities for the future. Ensuring that there are high-skilled and meaningful jobs available for everyone will be key to dealing with the issue of poverty in a sustainable manner. So, as we've said, this is absolutely not something that one department can deliver by itself, though I look forward to taking the lead on this issue on behalf of the Executive. As we all know, this is going to impact upon departments like health, education, finance, economy, indeed all of the departments in the Executive. So, as I've already stated, it's essential that we work together to support individuals and families as they work to escape poverty. This means schools supporting disadvantaged pupils to achieve the best results that they can. It means health services supporting those with long-term and chronic conditions to be able to live fulfilling lives. It means strengthening our economy so that high-skilled jobs are available to all. It means creating a partnership between our broader society and individuals and families who are trying to lift themselves out of disadvantage. It's also essential that we acknowledge that tackling child poverty means addressing wider issues of disadvantage in our society. Child poverty doesn't exist in a vacuum. We simply can't lift children out of poverty without also addressing the issues that affect their parents, grandparents, carers, and all the people who support children throughout their life. If children in poverty are to truly see their lives changed in the long term, it will require an approach to tackling poverty that is broad enough to address the issues that prevent children and their families from fully engaging in society. And this will not only benefit children, but it will also allow us to build a more inclusive country and a brighter future for all. Now, it's clear from the comments made by colleagues in the Assembly today that we do agree on the urgency of this work, but it's equally essential that we take our time to ensure that the responses are effective. An anti-poverty strategy, which will also address child poverty, is likely to have a lifespan of 10 years. Given that this will impact upon a generation of our population, we need to make sure that it includes the right priorities, the right actions, and the right interventions. And given the many competing priorities that we are facing, it's essential that we focus our efforts and our resources on the areas that will yield the greatest benefits. I have been considering how best to take this work forward at pace, and I will shortly be bringing a paper to my executive colleagues setting out how we will develop the anti-poverty strategy, including setting out a timetable. And once the executive agrees this approach, I will be in a position to share more widely. I note that much work was undertaken previously in respect of an anti-poverty strategy. However, given the time that has passed since this initial work was undertaken, the changing economic circumstances and a changing budgetary environment, it means it will be necessary to revisit this work, but also to build on it, reflecting the changing pressures and priorities that we face today and in the years to come. I do think it is important, however, to say that even in the absence of an agreed strategy, we're not sitting on our hands, and that work is being taken forward today to support the most vulnerable in our society, and there are many different ways within the department in which that is being done. The work around universal credit and the different benefits that are available, my department's making the call, wrap-around service. Importantly, my department also promotes the value of work and the positive impact it can have on poverty, health and well-being, social inclusion and our economy. Our labour market policy supports good jobs as a route out of poverty, supporting individuals and families. We also provide significant funding in the region of £6.6 million to the independent advice sector to provide local and regional advice on a range of issues, including social security, immigration, appeals and tribunal representation, as well as regulated debt advice. And I know that other ministerial colleagues would be able to show of the work that they are doing in their departments to help those that are impacted by poverty. Yes.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I welcome the comments that he has made. But will the Minister agree with me that one of the biggest obstacles that he will face in ensuring this strategy is effective is ensuring that there's a cross-departmental approach and consensus in terms of eradicating child poverty? He will agree with me that has been an issue in the past when departments work in silos. Can he give an assurance that this executive will do better by our children?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I can certainly give the assurance that I will do all in my power to highlight the importance of this issue, to ask for that cross-departmental collaboration. I was in this chamber earlier on today. I was able to highlight some of the sensible working and collaboration that we are already doing, and I hope that that continues. And I say that because we have shared objectives within this executive, and I believe that if we can tackle poverty, and in particular if we're tackling it at its core in terms of child poverty, we can make such a difference to all of the other things that we are trying to do. I've often said that this is a department, I believe, in particular, where we can make a really positive impact early on, get that early intervention that makes a difference, which takes the pressure off the education system, the justice system, the health system later on. And I do not believe that I will have a difficult time getting that support from executive colleagues for what it is that we are trying to do. Of course, the budget could be another issue. And moving on to that point, the motion proposed today calls for a ring-fence budget to be provided for the strategy. Given the range of anti-poverty interventions already being taken forward, the multiple factors that lie behind this issue, this might be a difficult task, but ultimately consideration of a specific ring-fence budget alongside how we measure and monitor progress will be a matter for the executive to consider in the context of developing this strategy. So I do want to make sure that we put in place a process to ensure that this later work is taken forward at pace and in a collaborative and holistic approach, so that we can make a real difference by those that are impacted by poverty. It's not just about financial resources, but about opportunities, concrete outcomes, and ensuring that we live in vibrant communities that are safe and welcoming for all. So these are indeed important issues, and I did just want to highlight some of the comments that have been made today, and begin with the proposer of the amendment. I am in agreement with so much of what it was that she said, and I think that her amendment is a sensible approach to addressing some of these issues. Mr Gildernew, the chair of the committee, had talked about a timeline. I don't have a timeline for the member today, but I am sincere in saying that I want to make sure this progresses as quickly as possible. Some of that is outside of my own hands, but I believe with support from the executive in this assembly, we can ensure that that is progressed. I want to pick up on the point that Brian Kingston has made as well. That's why we're taking a little bit of time to get this right, that we've been waiting a long time for it. We want to make sure it's effective and it's deliverable. I've heard time and time again, we don't want a strategy that sits on the shelf. We want to make sure that it actually has those targeted interventions. And as he said, it's not just about the immediate support that we can give, but actually getting to the root of the problem. I think that Mr Butler summarised well the issues that we are facing, and he's right, it's not just about the money in people's pockets, but it's about the quality of life that people enjoy as well. I think that the Deputy Chair of the committee, Ms Ferguson, had very well outlined the real impact that poverty has. We should never lose sight of that. That's why this is so important, because we have children who are perhaps going to bed cold or going to school hungry, and that has a huge impact on them, not just in the immediate term, but also in their potential. And I think that poverty robs people of their potential and of opportunity. It's one of the reasons why this needs to be tackled. Mr Robinson is absolutely right that the strategy should be based on evidence, and we need to make sure we have that collaboration between departments as well. I was particularly interested in what Mr Matheson had to say, because I think that the work that the Department for Education will be doing will be absolutely key to this, because if we're really interested in making sure that we're making the longer term impact, that is done at education is absolutely key. to dealing with these issues, and he's right to highlight that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am running out of time, but I hope that members are aware that I understand how grave this problem is. I hope they understand my determination to deliver a strategy that is deliverable, that is effective, and actually makes a difference for the people that we represent, because that's what we're here for, to actually help improve their lives, and I will not be found wanting in terms of my contribution to getting there. Thank you.
Minister, thank you for that response. I now call Kelly Armstrong to wind on the amendment, and the member has up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. The cost of poverty impacts the whole of the executive. It impacts society from birth to grave. The Northern Ireland Poverty and Income Inequality Report for 22-23 that was released on the 27th of March confirms that it's actually 1 in 4 children are living in relative poverty in Northern Ireland. And that is something I'm ashamed of, and I think everyone in this House agrees that it is a shameful thing. Poverty and child poverty will only get worse in Northern Ireland unless we take deliberate actions to address the issue. As my colleague Shan Mulholland has already stated, poverty is multi-generational, it's cross-community. We need a holistic approach, looking at unemployment, looking at housing, looking at education, looking at all of those areas where we can make improvements to improve the affordability and the cost of living for people in Northern Ireland. We need to break the cycle of poverty by having an anti-poverty strategy that of course must include child poverty actions. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm giving you a promotion. Deputy Speaker, there is a direct link with working age adults who are in poverty with the number of children that we have in Northern Ireland in poverty. Action for Children, who very kindly met with me last week, outlined how over 58% of children were living within work-constrained families, and indeed there are 12,000 children are living in families where both parents are working. That says something about this place. It's not just about families that are unemployed. It's not just about families who are on benefits. This is an issue that is cross-cutting across all departments in Northern Ireland. There are multiple barriers, of course, for people to get to work, and that will need the Department of the Economy to deliver access to skills. It will need the Department of Education to deliver early years and childcare. It will need the Department of Infrastructure to provide affordable access to services. An anti-poverty strategy has the opportunity of bringing all of this together. That may well take a little bit of time, and the reason why we have put forward the amendment in the way that we did, and I know that Mr O'Toole had asked the question about why don't we go for the target of September. To be honest, I worked in the community and voluntary sector for a long time before I came to this House, and somebody that doesn't want to know what you say puts a consultation out over the summer months. September is too quick for this. I think we do need to have co-production and co-design in order to bring forward an effective anti-poverty strategy that can be monitored, that can be responded to, and will actually bring forward actions that will make a change. I only have 5 minutes, so I'll not give way. I believe in co-production and co-design, and I believe that there are a wealth of organisations that can help the Minister and the Executive in order to bring forward a clear and precise anti-poverty strategy that has measurable targets that we can achieve before the end of this mandate. The Northern Ireland Office confirms that some of the many reasons child poverty is linked to low wages, worklessness and rising cost of living. This is all issues that if you talk to any department is impacting all of them. The Northern Ireland Audit Office on page 10 of the Child Poverty in Northern Ireland report by the Controller and Auditor General says it is proposed that child poverty will be included within a new overarching anti-poverty strategy, and that's something that the Minister has alluded to bringing forward. We need to learn also from what has happened before, because we do need specific actions, we do need specific interventions, and we do not need a strategy that's going to sit on a shelf somewhere. I have to say that it was brought up before today about the cliff edge that's coming up next year on mitigations. An anti-poverty strategy that is developed now can hopefully bring forward measures that will influence what we will do next with mitigations in 2025. Therefore, we need to take forward clear actions to deliver these anti-poverty measures so we no longer have people falling off that cliff edge. Deputy Speaker, children don't apply for benefits, but they suffer when their family is unable to access support. I believe that we do need to have one particular thing, and it was brought forward to me by the British Association for Social Workers, and that is an audit of poverty. An audit of poverty will look once and for all at Northern Ireland and say exactly what the issues are with poverty across all of society. Anything that affects adults affects children. Anything that affects children is affecting adults. We need to see what that looks like. The Minister is right. Poverty is a blight on society. It does limit opportunity. There is an opportunity today for this House to support the amendment. We agree with the original proposer's indications, but we just think it needs to go further. Let's not just limit to children, but let's get rid of poverty in Northern Ireland for everyone. Thank you very much.
And thank you. I now call on Cara Hunter to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and the member has up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome today we have the opportunity to talk about an issue that is so important, like tackling child poverty. In the SDLP, we want to deliver motions on the issues that matter most and are impacting the most vulnerable within our communities. And who is more vulnerable than children experiencing poverty? Under years of brutal Tory austerity, we have continued to witness how those who are the most vulnerable struggle and suffer the most. Certainly, while canvassing over the years and meeting people within our constituency offices, I know I'm not alone when I say I hear time and time again, firsthand, the common theme, specifically in the past 1 or 2 years, about the inability to afford the basics. To afford breakfast, lunch and dinner, and keep the lights on, and afford hygiene products, and afford car insurance, and pay electric bills, and the list goes on. And we know that children feel that too. Parents are struggling, both parents who are working and parents who are on benefits. And child poverty, the awful thing about it is that it isn't always obvious. It happens quietly when a child turns up to school with an empty stomach, and if you aren't looking hard enough, you just might miss it. Maybe they can't afford to go on a school trip or a trip to the cinema. They're wearing school uniforms that are too small or shoes that are too small because this month the budget just couldn't stretch far enough. Parents are doing all they can, but they cannot make budgets stretch. The cost of living married with low wages is a complete disaster and is too much and is putting pressure on so many parents and their shoulders. These small moments of humiliation in a child's life due to poverty can be so difficult for our young people because it is not their fault, but the consequence of a cruel, callous Tory government which does not prioritise the health and well-being of our young people. We know that poverty impacts the whole family, and research has shown that poverty has a profound negative impact and effect specifically on maternal depression, stress and anxiety, and I really welcome that that's been echoed around this House today.
Can the member give way?
Yep.
I thank the member for giving way. And she is right to point out that Tory austerity has had a crippling impact and has been detrimental to the development of children here. But will she also agree that this House, when it sat, also was detrimental to the implementation of severe welfare cuts from the Tory government that were implemented in this House by various parties, and also in the absence of these institutions the situation has worsened and children are worse off than they ever have been?
I thank the member for his intervention, and rightfully so. Welfare reform has crippled families here, and that's had sadly a trickle-down effect on our young people and continues to worsen the crisis here. And also, in addition to that, the instability of this institution has prolonged suffering within our communities by children and families, and I think that is really important to raise here today. But just to return to my initial point, early intervention is absolutely key, and a number of studies point to improvement in children's educational outcomes, social outcomes and emotional outcomes as family incomes increase. So as we see family incomes increase, we also see the betterment and the development of our young people. But without that support, children living in poverty are less likely to receive A to C grades when it comes to GCSEs and are on average 6 months less ready for school than those who do not experience poverty. And this can trickle into higher rates of unemployment and increased uptake of welfare later in life. So I think that's important. That's why we're here today, and now is the time to tackle this head on, and that's why decisions made within this building are so important. We need to meet the needs in early years to create a comprehensive child poverty strategy with measurable targets to reduce child poverty and increase the quality of life for all our young people, regardless of their background or belief. I believe that we have a shared consensus across this House to get this over the line, to create a time-bound strategy with ring-fenced funding that seeks to support our children in those key early years of development. A time when they develop their sense of self, a time when poverty sadly can craft and shape their experience in this world, and it can often make them feel unequal to their peers. And if we look across these islands, to Scotland specifically actually, who have done a remarkable job in showing us just what can be done to support children and young people, and just how beneficial investment in our young people and tackling child poverty can be. This issue matters, and if we invest in our young people today, we will have a much better, healthier generation tomorrow. And that's why today and tomorrow our party have focused our motions on tackling poverty head-on. Studies have shown that child payments will transform young people's lives who have endured poverty. Scotland has actually become gone from being one of the most unequal places to live in Europe to being one of the most equal. So in short, we've seen strategies across these islands that can help tackle child poverty, and ideally what we want to see, and I really do welcome the hunger from the Minister and his department to move forward on this with regards to child poverty. Yep.
And that parties have had decades to implement anti-poverty strategies and have failed to do so. And we should also, through the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, share my concern that when parties have the Communities Minister, they don't implement anti-poverty strategies, and then they urge the other ministers across the chamber when they become Communities Minister to implement anti-poverty strategies. Would she be concerned about that perspective?
I thank the member for his intervention. Absolutely. I think the emphasis is on each and every one of us, while we have ministries within our parties to do what we can to tackle child poverty, specifically as children are so vulnerable and cannot speak for themselves. So the duty is on us as elected representatives to utilise our positions, whether in ministries or not, to speak up for them and to use our voices to ensure that they get the best support and investment as early in life as possible. To meet the needs in early years, I really feel as though this issue matters. That's why our party over the next few days will be talking about tackling poverty. And we know that child poverty specifically, it's an issue of dignity. It not only affects the immediate well-being of children, but also shapes their future prospects and opportunities. And growing up in poverty can have long-lasting effects on children's physical, emotional and cognitive development, perpetuating cycles of disadvantage and limiting their potential. Children living in poverty often may experience, as mentioned in this House, is really important as well, stigma, and living in poverty can often create a sense of social exclusion as well at school, as they may be unable to participate in activities or access those resources that other peers can afford. And a prime example of this actually would be to do with extracurricular school activities or sports. Some sports are more expensive to take part in than others, so it limits opportunities and equality, and that's not right. Addressing poverty with dignity for children means prioritising their unique needs and rights, ensuring that they have access to quality education, which was mentioned previously, healthcare and opportunities for play and social interaction. We must recognise the inherent worth and potential of every child, regardless of their socio-economic background. It is essential for breaking the cycle of intergenerational poverty and creating a more equitable society. And just before I move to members' points as well, I think it's really important to mention here child and youth poverty is on the increase, and sadly now we really are moving towards that statistic of 1 in 4 experiencing child poverty, and I think there's a number of pathways out of this, and we should really be looking at that economic investment in youth work, in the youth sector, to support pathways to sustained employment as well. I think that's really important to raise here today. I'll just raise a few of members' points. Shan had touched on the importance of early years and access to nutritious meals and the importance that has later in life. Colm Gildernew had raised that the cost of living crisis is only worsening, something I wholeheartedly agree with, and I think we all see every day within our Assembly offices. Mr Butler touched on child poverty is linked with poor health outcomes, and sadly it can be worsened as well with adverse childhood experiences, and then we're seeing that impact later in life with mental health challenges. And I think another point he had raised was just around the stability of this place and the link that it has to do with our young people and their sense of hopelessness. And while we do have this place up and running in this institution, creating laws and having conversations like we are today, our young people feel heard and they feel part of the democratic process, and that is so important, specifically when we're talking about the poverty that they experience and endure. My colleague Sinead McLaughlin touched on the importance of regional balance, and being based in the northwest myself also, we've seen decades of underinvestment. We've seen how that materialises into a lack of jobs and people fleeing essentially our part of the north to go elsewhere, and the impact that that has. So it is time to invest in these areas. Ciara had touched on the key point of why we're here today: no child should live in poverty. That is the be-all and the end-all. We all share that view, and that's why it's so important that we get this delivered. Mr Robinson had touched on the importance of dealing with these issues with urgency, and Mr Carroll finished with the emphasis on the impact of Tory austerity here, robbing children essentially of their childhoods due to the ongoing pressure of poverty within the home. And then lastly, the Chair of the Education Committee touched on the role of education in tackling this too, which I feel is important. In closing today, Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank members for their comments. I welcome we're all on the same page in terms of aspiration, but we aren't all on the same page in regards to delivery, because we want specific targets and dates. Within our motion, we have motioned to September 2024 being a time that we want to see this done by. I think that parents everywhere want to see action and action now, so I think that time-bound element is so absolutely crucial. Yes, very quickly.
Would the member agree with me that the reason for the time-bound motion is that the consultation can happen afterwards? There are multiple different routes to doing this, and so we don't accept that a timeline shouldn't be in the motion?
Absolutely. I just feel, I don't believe that we can support this amendment today. It removes the urgency we've all talked about, and I thank everyone for their contributions today, and hopefully we can get this over the line. Thank you.
And thank you for concluding that debate. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Sean Mulholland, Kelly Armstrong and Nick Matheson be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Aye. No. Aye. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order. Members will resume their seats. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Shan Mulholland, Kelly Armstrong and Nick Matheson be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. Do we have tellers? Members, order. Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Kelly Armstrong and Nick Matheson. Tellers for the noes are Cara Hunter and Patsy McGlone. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order members resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
67 members voted, 57 members voted aye, 10 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The amendment is agreed. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you, members. Members, just take a rise for a moment until we change the top table. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Order, members. We will resume the sitting. I have received notice from the members of the Business Committee of motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. if that's necessary, under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday 15th of April 2024 be extended to no later than 7:30.
I call Sinead Ennis to move the motion. The question is that the motion stand in the name of Sinead Ennis be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, noes. If any. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the Assembly may sit until 7:30 this evening. Next item on the order paper is a motion on baby loss certificate scheme and pathology service. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly acknowledges the grief, pain and trauma caused by the loss of a baby during pregnancy, recognises that the trauma felt is exacerbated by bereaved parents having to travel to England for post-mortem due to the absence of a local perinatal and paediatric pathologist. Further recognises the potential of an all-island paediatric pathology service so bereaved parents can access post-mortems on the island of Ireland. Believes parents should have the option to have their child's memory recorded with an official certificate free of charge, and calls on the Minister of Finance to develop a baby loss certificate scheme for those parents that have lost a baby during pregnancy before 24 weeks.
The committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and published in the marshal list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Gura Mayogat can call you. Baby Robin Elizabeth Purvis, born sleeping on 21st of April 2023 at just under 17 weeks gestation. A date that will be etched in the hearts and minds of her mum and dad, and indeed her whole family, who still and always will grieve the immense loss of baby Robin, particularly as they approach her first anniversary this day week. Robin's parents, like thousands of families across the north who have been impacted by baby loss, had begun to plan for the arrival of their beloved baby. From the very first day that pregnancy was confirmed, the excitement of a new baby coming gave them so much joy and happiness. And pregnancy can be a very exciting time for expectant parents as they build their hopes and dreams for their child, who he or she will look like, and the joy that baby will bring to their lives. But it can also be a time of worry, and as a mummy to 2 boys myself, I know too well the feelings of anxiety in anticipation of every checkup and every scan appointment through your pregnancy, yearning for the regular reassurance that your baby is doing well and is safe and healthy. So to be given that earth-shattering news during pregnancy that your baby has sadly passed away is the worst news imaginable for many parents. The devastating loss of a baby during pregnancy is too often overlooked and treated as taboo in our society, with many parents suffering the tragedy alone and feeling that no one will understand the depth of their loss. The heartbreak of losing a baby is a reality that touches the lives of countless families around us. Today, we in this chamber can take a positive and progressive step forward by officially recognising this loss, by committing to deliver a baby loss certificate scheme for parents who lose a child before 24 weeks of pregnancy. By introducing this scheme, we can send a very clear message to the parents who have suffered pregnancy loss, that your baby existed, that your love was real, that your grief is valid, and that you are not alone. This certificate is not just ink on paper. It is a testament to the love that was felt, the dreams that were woven, and the hopes that were held for a precious life cut short. It is a symbol of acknowledgement and remembrance. And I want to take this opportunity today to read to you some of the courageous but heart-wrenching testimonies that were submitted to a survey that my party conducted from over 4,000 parents. I lost my baby at 14 weeks. I just had the operation and we were sent home from hospital with nothing but a broken heart. Another lady who had multiple losses said, "My heart, hopes and dreams for my babies are still shattered." Another said, "Until you have had this experience, you will never understand how devastating it is." And one dad described how the pain never really goes away, saying, "We can still remember the feeling of loss we felt at the time, over 30 years ago." Today, we have an opportunity to do the right thing by these parents and to put our arms around those who carry this grief by bringing the introduction of the baby loss certificate a step closer. Pregnancy loss affects approximately 1 in 4 pregnancies, and sadly, where this loss occurs prior to 24 weeks, the lack of support and acknowledgement for that baby and their families is stark. What we have heard loud and clear from everyone who has kindly shared their story and experience of baby loss, and from those health professionals and organisations who provide support to families following the loss of a child at all stages of pregnancy, is that we need to do more. And whilst I recognise that everyone deals with their grief differently, it is very evident that a baby loss certificate would go some way to providing many families with comfort as they deal with their loss. However, there's so much more we can do, and I want to commend both my colleagues, the Finance Minister Kiva Archibald, who has committed to work towards the delivery of this scheme, and the Economy Minister Conor Murphy, who's currently working to expand parental bereavement leave to include those who have lost a baby prior to 24 weeks. Pregnancy and baby loss can be a complex and multifaceted issue, and it is evident that there is no one-size-fits-all when tailoring support for families impacted. Therefore, we must ensure that any scheme brought forward is easily accessed by those in need, so as to not create any additional stress or suffering during what is an already very traumatic time for them. We have some fantastic organisations across the North who are providing invaluable support to families through their loss. Cradle, Little Forget-Me-Nots, Aching Arms and Tiny Life, just to name a few. And these organisations bring a wealth of experience and expertise to help us as policymakers develop the compassionate care and support that bereaved parents need and deserve, regardless of the timing of their loss. And collectively, they have emphasised just how significant the implementation of a baby loss certificate scheme would be to recognise the loss for families and facilitate the grieving process. So members, today, let us hear the voices of every mum and dad who have suffered the loss of a baby during pregnancy, and let's commit ourselves to working together across all party lines to deliver this baby loss certificate scheme. Gara Mayagad.
I call Alan Robinson to move the amendment. Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The continued absence of a local perinatal and paediatric pathology service is extremely disappointing, and there is no doubt that it places an additional burden on bereaved parents at a devastating time in their lives. It should not be in the case that a mother faces a stark choice between accompanying their baby to another part of the United Kingdom for a post-mortem, with all the upheaval that causes, or being separated from them at a time of immense grief. My party believes the Department should continue to pursue all options to reinstate a regional service in Northern Ireland. Our citizens deserve to have timely and reliable access to this provision in their own communities, in familiar surroundings, within our NHS, and in close proximity to vital support networks of friends and family, which is incredibly important. And that does not mean we oppose greater cross-border cooperation in this area. The problems in terms of training, recruitment and staffing shortages are shared throughout the British Isles and internationally. Finding common solutions which allow both of our jurisdictions to attract, retain and perhaps share skills and expertise will go a long way to supporting a long-term answer to these issues. There needs to be a recognition that the scarcity of skilled health professionals remains a key obstacle to either restoration of a dedicated service in our province or the concept of an all-Ireland network service for perinatal and pathology services. It is our understanding that prior to the loss of the Belfast Trust service, contact was made with the Irish authorities to examine the feasibility of providing an in-reach service in Northern Ireland. At that point in time, that was not deemed viable due to capacity constraints. There has been little evidence to date that that position has changed. In light of this, it is crucial that we do not raise false expectations as to the likelihood of a cross-border service, particularly in the short term. It would be wrong to go down that route only to have it emerge that the current skills and infrastructure in the Republic of Ireland do not have the headroom to absorb the increased demand. In such a case, we could be in a situation where bereaved parents face broadly similar wait times to those experienced presently. Therefore, whilst we agree that this must be a priority for the Department going forward, it is also a time for a careful and evidence-based approach. No option should be off the table. However, parental choice on whether to access this service, wherever it resides, must be respected in all scenarios. It certainly will be helpful as well if the Health Minister at some point, through ministerial questions or whatever, can answer a number of points. Is there still an open-ended or rolling recruitment process ongoing in this field? How many consultant posts in this field have been recruited successfully in GB or the Irish Republic in the same period? Is feedback from parents, staff, funeral directors who have been used or work as part of the interim pathology service in Alderhay still being captured? What action has been taken on the back of that? What proportion of parents chose not to accompany their baby? How does that square with rates prior to the loss of the regional service in 2019? And lastly, have wait times for postmortems and turnaround times for results improved since 2019? And how does that trajectory compare with outcomes in the Irish Republic? Regarding the second element of this motion, my party supports a baby loss certificate scheme. It is a matter of profound sensitivity and importance, the recognition of the loss of a baby, no matter how or how early it occurs. The introduction of a baby loss certificate in Northern Ireland is not just about a document. It is about acknowledgement, compassion and support for those who have endured the unimaginable. The loss of a child before 24 weeks is a silent sorrow that many parents carry without the solace of formal recognition. While England has taken steps to offer a voluntary baby loss certificate, and other parts of the UK are facing a lobby to provide same, Northern Ireland has yet to implement this compassionate measure. This certificate would be a symbol, a tangible expression of the loss parents feel. It says to the grieving, your loss is real, your baby's existence was significant, and your pain is acknowledged by society. It is a step towards healing, a gesture that can provide comfort during a time of indescribable pain. Implementing the baby loss certificate scheme is not about bureaucracy, it's about humanity. It is about standing with those who feel invisible in their grief and saying, we see you, we honour your child, and we are listening to you. This place is back with a lot of hope and a lot of fanfare. So, let us be the voice for the voiceless. Let us bring this change to Northern Ireland, because every precious life, no matter how brief, leaves an imprint on this world, and it deserves to be remembered.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I just start off by saying to anyone who has undergone a loss in pregnancy at birth or just after their baby has been born that I'm very sorry. It is a grief that is very hard to bear, and I thank Mr. Robinson for the words that he's just said. It hit home to me, and you'll understand in a moment. I've spoken in this house before about being a parent who has lost multiple babies during pregnancy. I'll not talk today about the pathology service because I never got that far. Whenever of my 14 pregnancies, the 13 that didn't live, we never had the opportunity to have their remains checked out because I lost my children before 24 weeks. At the time you leave the hospital, if you're lucky to go to the hospital, or you're at home and you maybe have a visit with the GP, and that's it, it's over. Empty arms, and I know the organisation very well, explains exactly how empty you feel afterwards, and the fact that we have no recognition of our children hurts, and it hurts really hard. What I would say is that the new scheme that's been brought in by the UK government is very, very welcome. It's part of their women's health strategy. It's designed to put a greater focus on women's specific health conditions, including fertility and pregnancy loss. And it thinks about gynae conditions such as endometriosis, but the scheme will help women like me who have experienced miscarriage and have nothing other than either a positive pregnancy test on your medical record and then followed up by a negative pregnancy test. At times you might have the word miscarriage used, and that's it. All my hopes and dreams for each one of those children live with me and only with me. There is no formal recognition of them. I don't have a grave. I never had a wake. I never had a funeral. And that's why it's very important to me and very personal to me that we bring forward this scheme. But I will say to you, Minister, please don't do what England has done and cut it off at 2018. I lost my first in 1996. I was married 6 months, and boy was that a shock to the system. I didn't know anybody else who'd gone through it. That baby sits here every single day, and the other subsequent babies sit here every single day. But I stand, there's an annual service of remembrance that happens. We take it year about, and there's one up in Derry, but there's one in St Anne's Cathedral and St Peter's Cathedral in Belfast, and I stand beside women in their 80s, daddies in their 70s, people in their 50s like me, couples maybe who are in their early 20s, all with the tears tripping them, remembering in the one place, in the one space that we can all come together to remember our children. We take flowers to the front of the church, and the place is a mound of flowers. The smell of flowers is very strong. But to think that we have the opportunity for a certificate, but for that to be cut off at 2018 is very difficult for me. To have a certificate, I don't care, I'll print it myself. As long as I can have something tangible, a piece of paper that says one of my Armstrongs was here, even for a very short time, is so important. Please don't take that away from an 80-year-old. Please don't take that away from a 60-year-old. Or please don't take that away from somebody in their 50s like me. Let's do something really positive, really helpful for all those parents out there. And I thank the Minister and the Executive for even thinking about taking this forward, because it's such a taboo thing that nobody wants to talk about it. This is something special that this House can do. This is something special that I will hold very dear if we can make this happen. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I feel wholly inadequate in following the member from Strangford, Kelly. Thank you so much for sharing such a personal testimony. I'm going to read from a script, but many of you will know that I'm passionate about the rights of children and young people, and that extends right into the protections of pre-birth and how we recognise and value every single life. And Kelly, through the Speaker, thank you so much I mean, there perhaps may not be a speech, and there may be a speech today that reaches into our hearts, but I would say to the members that are here today, we obviously have an amendment, and whilst the amendment is okay, and to some it may add some value, I would ask that we don't divide on this, and we regardless of the benefit of the amendment and the motion, I think they both have value. I think we can do better than that when we come to the vote. But thank you, Kelly. There really will be few topics that we share and talk about in this chamber that will bring such emotion and should evoke such passion in all of us. The loss of a child at any age can be one of the most devastating things that can happen to a family. I think of my own granny on my mum's side who had 16 children, and 11 of them survived her, 5 didn't. And would have dearly loved to have had a facility to have them recognised in that manner that we're talking about today. My heart goes out to each and every woman, man and family that's affected in this manner. That's why I very much welcome the recent introduction of the pre-24-week baby loss certificate in England, Mr. Speaker. And as we know, they were introduced there following a recommendation by the Independent Pregnancy Loss Review commissioned by our Westminster Government. But pregnancy loss is no different there than it is here, and so I think it's only sensible that the relevant departments here engage with their counterparts in England with a view to assessing and hopefully improving on what could be implemented here in Northern Ireland. On that topic, I welcome the early clarity from both the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Health locally that their officials are working collaboratively on that issue. And it has been mentioned, in relation to the paediatric pathology, I'm sure we are all equally as concerned whenever the announcement was made in 2018 that post-mortem examinations of babies and children from Northern Ireland were to be moved to Liverpool. And as I've said, the loss of a child is absolutely devastating. And whilst few things could possibly be worse, what compounds the situation locally is the subsequent realisation for parents that their little one has to be flown to England for the necessary examination. And at that moment, the last thing that parents will want to do is to get on a flight, perhaps leave behind a wider family supporting network. And this can compound their grief, and quite frankly is a cruel position to ask any grieving parent to put themselves in. And that's exactly what's happening here at the moment. And whilst I would love it, I really would, if Northern Ireland were to have its own standalone paediatric or perinatal pathology service, we need to remember why it was lost in the first place. It wasn't because it had been determined that it was the right thing to do. It was because of the size and scale of Northern Ireland, and thankfully our low numbers of babies and children passing away, and that is not to take away from the pain that each of those deaths will have. As such, it was just a very difficult service to retain the sufficient level of staffing. So following the resignation of the sole paediatric pathologist at the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust, significant efforts were made to retain the service here within Northern Ireland, including, I believe, repeated recruitment drives both nationally and internationally. Those attempts ultimately were unsuccessful and resulted in the service being provided from Liverpool. And whilst I hope, as I've stated, that the House doesn't divide at any point in this motion, I would say to the proposers of the amendment that my party would absolutely prefer to see a cross-border dimension to this service rather than what we have at the moment, and leave it to the status quo. Because as difficult as it may be supporting families wherever they travel, whether that be Dublin or Liverpool, it's bound to be easier not to have to get on to a plane and travel. I recognise, however, that even with the feasibility of an all-island approach, and we've discussed that already, such a service would still take time, especially due to the time required for new trainees and specialisms in this area. It's also my preferred outcome that the reinstatement of the standalone Northern Ireland service would be something that we could proactively and pragmatically seek to do. Mr. Speaker, the current situation of having to choose between flying to England or letting the remains of a little one travel alone is cruel. And whilst it was rolled out a number of years ago, we now have a momentum through this brave motion to address that. I hope today's debate will focus minds and act as a driver for the current position that many families sadly find themselves in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Baby loss is a topic that's often met with silence, yet it affects countless families across the north and a number in this chamber. Some here have been very brave and spoken out about it. Others have not spoken, it doesn't make them any less brave, but I acknowledge your loss. In my years campaigning for improvements in paediatric pathology and early baby loss, I've met with hundreds of parents who felt their loss or the topic of miscarriage remained taboo, hushed, while their experiences and views all different. All of those that I've spoken to recognise the value in a certification scheme. Losing a child is a pain that no parent should ever have to endure, and it's important to note the level of grief is not determined by length of pregnancy, and nor should official recognition be. For so many, the first glimpse of those blue lines symbolises the beginnings of life, a child for whom they see a future, who they tell their loved ones about. Yet 1 in 4 families will lose a baby and not have that loss recognised beyond the confines of the hospital walls. It's my hope that in us speaking here today, we can help erode that stigma that still does exist and encourage others to speak more openly about their own experiences. I'd like to share a few words from parents who reached out to me on what a certificate scheme would mean to them. One mother said, "It would mean my little one existed. It would provide proof to the outside world." Another said, "I lost babies whose names I'd chosen, who I'd hoped for so long. Having tangible recognition would provide some comfort to me and others in my position." I want to thank those parents for entrusting me with their stories, and for the wonderful organisations like Sansi and I who offer a glimmer of hope in the darkest of times. This recognition would provide an acknowledgement of the significance of these precious lives and would honour the grief of the families who mourn them. But our work doesn't stop there. Alongside the implementation of an early baby loss certificate scheme, we recognise the pressing need to improve perinatal and paediatric pathology services. Too often, families are left waiting for answers, for closure, for the chance to understand what happened to their baby, and this is totally unacceptable. Since 2019, these post-mortem examinations have had to be carried out in England due to a lack of specialist staff, so we certainly support the amendment, and I think everyone here will. But it should never have reached this point. 5 years ago, I'd received assurances from then Health Permanent Secretary that work was underway to seek a cross-border solution, and it's just unforgivable that to date there's been no progress on that.
Will the member give way?
Certainly.
And speaking so eloquently about baby loss and miscarriage, and I recently spoke with an inspiring lady in my office who had experienced a miscarriage and had no bereavement support midwife or specialist counselling service offered to her. Does the member agree with me? This is absolutely unacceptable, and we must do everything within our power to change this, to support these women and others.
Members, next minute.
Member for her intervention. At present, there is a notable lack of support for bereaved parents, including bereavement midwives, as well as signposting to available and appropriate aftercare support. We do have bereavement midwives who are brilliant, but they're few and far between. And I can think of one in particular. She'll kill me for mentioning her, and here in my own constituency, Melissa Crockett, who has provided support for so many families over the years and strived to deliver better services in this area as well. Unfortunately, some parents feel that they have been left in limbo, struggling with their grief in silence with nowhere to turn. A report from the Baby Loss Awareness Alliance, Out of Sight, Out of Mind, found that 60% of bereaved parents felt they needed specialist psychological support, but were unable to access it. So bereavement care needs to be a component of the maternity strategy. It's clear that transformation in this area of health, as well as so many, is long overdue. Which does bring me to my next point. Given the gravity of the subject presented today, and the majority of actions I've alluded to in the motion fall under the responsibility of health, I'm struggling a wee bit to understand why the Finance Minister stands here today. Of course, we recognise the administrative role of the Department of Finance in issuing certificates, but this isn't, as Minister Archibald acknowledged herself in question time last week, something that she can do without the Department for Health. So it would stand to reason, in my view, to have Minister Swan answering today's motion, but getting this done is more important than getting credit for getting it done. A precedent has been set by England and Scotland in terms of recognising early baby loss. Parents here, families here, mustn't be left behind. Let's work to build a health service and a society where every family receives the compassion, the care, the support they deserve and need in their time of need.
Thank you, Sinead Ennis.
Pregnancy loss and baby loss is probably one of the most traumatic things that anybody can go through, and I want to pay a tribute to Kelly Armstrong for sharing her experience. I'm sure it's not easy to recall those experiences, and she put it more eloquently, I think, than any of us can do so. So I want to thank her for sharing her experiences with us. And anybody who's gone through a pregnancy will know the range of emotions that you experience. You know, you're excited, you're nervous, you're anxious. I think, but most of all, you just want to get through it. You want to get through it unscathed, and you just want to get to the point where you have that baby in your arms. And unfortunately for so many people, that just isn't the reality. So I think if we can do this small step, and I think it is a relatively small thing that we can do in terms of the administrative side of it, by issuing the baby loss certificates, then I think that is absolutely something that we should do. If that helps in any small way in terms of the healing process for those families and those parents, then it's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. And I want to thank the Minister for Finance, as it does sit within her remit. I want to thank her for being so forthcoming in terms of her support for that aspect of it. But Cancor, I want to focus my remarks more so on the paediatric pathology element of this motion. And as I've said, the death of a child is agonising for parents and families. And for over 5 years, the North has been left with no practising paediatric pathology, forcing families to face further heartbreak by having to take their child to Liverpool Alderhay for post-mortem services. And I suppose, just to give members a bit of background, I've been campaigning on this for a number of years, and I was first alerted to it back in 2017, 2018, when I assisted a family in my own constituency, actually in Warrenpoint. And I remember meeting with them and sitting with them in their living room while they recalled their experience of baby loss, and then subsequently been told, no, your child, you can't access the post-mortem services here. We don't have those services. Your child will have to travel to Liverpool. And they were just shook to their core to think that in this, the most traumatic thing that has happened to them, and all they wanted to do was be with that baby and bury that baby and come to terms with what had happened, that they were actually going to have to be separated from their baby, and it was actually going to have to travel to Liverpool. So that is something that they still have not got over. So I've been working with that family and a number of other families, because I think since 2018 there's been over 800 families that have been impacted by this, who have had to take a hospital post-mortem after the death of a child. So that's not an insignificant number. So in July 2023, I wrote to the Department for Health seeking an update on their work to recruit a paediatric pathologist, and I was disheartened to learn that the obstacles and pressures across these islands and globally actually still exist in regards to the perinatal and paediatric pathology services and recruitment. And I want to quote from the response that I received from the Department for Health, because I think it might be relevant to the amendment. So part of the response that I received stated that you will be aware that the restoration of a safe, robust and sustainable local service is made extra challenging by the need to recruit a team of paediatric pathologists simultaneously. Regrettably, despite significant efforts to recruit into this speciality, these difficulties remain. Therefore, it is increasingly unlikely that any further efforts by Belfast Trust to recruit into this speciality will be successful, given the current overall UK position. The letter does go on to say that the Department remains committed to progressing work with the Department for Health in the South regarding the feasibility of an all-island approach in the longer term. So, Cancor, just to be clear, we are certainly not closing the door to any specialised services here in the north. But efforts to secure a paediatric pathologist service here haven't been successful, and with all the evidence suggesting that it is not unlikely to be successful in the short term, I think what we need to do is put the needs and the wishes of those families that are impacted first. And certainly my take from having met with families who've experienced this, they don't want to be separated from their child, and they can't understand why they can't access the services here on the island. Members may be aware that there were pre-COVID discussions, and I think it's been alluded to here as well during the discussion, with the Department for Health in the South, and the letter does go on to say that those discussions are ongoing and have resumed. So I think I do agree. I think that the Minister for Health, it would have been useful for him to be here, maybe to hear some of those, to hear that, maybe give us a personal update on that. So I think, just to conclude, Cancorla, Sinn Féin have been working to see greater all-island cooperation with regard to the paediatric pathology services, so that parents can access these services on this island. This would ease the burden on families who are already experiencing trauma due to the death of a child from having to travel to England for a post-mortem. It's time to deliver post-mortem services on the island of Ireland for those parents and families who heartbreakingly must access them. That is what they deserve, so I would urge all members to support the motion. Thank you.
I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Mr. Speaker, firstly I want to say to Kelly, that must have been very difficult for yourself to share your story, and it really took me, so I'm thinking about you at this time. So I think it's great that we're actually able to bring this to the floor, and hopefully we can start to make some changes here within Northern Ireland. Miscarriage and other types of baby loss prior to 24 weeks in pregnancy are often minimised and treated as a clinical event rather than the loss of a baby. And sadly, the emotional impact of the loss is often disregarded for many. At all and any stage of pregnancy, your baby is important. It's a life from the moment you see those blue lines, and people must no longer grieve in silence. For many, the earliest of losses can be deeply distressing, both emotionally and physically. It means the loss not only of a pregnancy, but also of the hopes, the plans and the dreams that they had for this new life. And having no formal acknowledgement or marker of their loss can compound the grief. This new certificate scheme would make a genuine positive difference to many who have experienced pregnancy or baby loss, offering a formal recognition of the tiniest of lives. A number of years ago, I recall a constituent who had lost their baby. Their grief can't truly be explained in the comments here today, but through their grief, they felt totally and utterly unsupported. They were told the heartbreaking news and handed a leaflet. Yes, counselling was offered, but shockingly, this counselling service was actually offered in the hospital unit where this lady was told the heartbreaking news that she had lost her baby. I recall at the time writing to the Minister of Health for my predecessor, David Hilditch, highlighting this, and the service was moved, but I am still totally shocked that this was even comprehended as acceptable. More recently, I was contacted again by a constituent who had felt the devastating loss of her baby. She was understandably upset that she could not access these baby loss certificate scheme, as it only applied in England. Whether you live in London, Lisburn, Carlisle or Carrickfergus, the loss of a baby will have the same devastating impact. Parents here in Northern Ireland should be afforded the same rights as those who live in England. Parents are not getting the support they need, and staff aren't able to provide the care they want to. But it's the very simple fact that those who are going through or have went through the loss of a baby need their voices heard, and they need to be supported with specialist support. Your grief is your own to share or store for whenever you're ready, but the introduction of this new scheme, hopefully, will offer a formal recognition of the tiniest of lives lost. Delivering this important service will highlight our continued commitment to deliver on the Women's Health Strategy and will be a very important step in supporting parents to provide that recognition. Thank you.
Call Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the members who have spoken so far on what is a sensitive but very important issue. I also want to pay tribute to my colleague Kelly Armstrong. It's not the first time that I have heard Kelly speaking out bravely about her own circumstances, but it's not always commonplace for everyone, and the bravery of every woman who chooses to speak out must be commended. but also, so as previous member Mark Durgan has said, those who do suffer alone and hide their grief onto themselves, deal with it in their own way, and whether we as legislators can actually help those people cope individually is really the matter of which we are here today. I thank everyone who has contributed already to the debate, specifically around the issue of those baby loss certificates. Everyone in the chamber will know someone personally who has lost that very much wanted and loved child. Whether it's at 12 weeks, 6 weeks, 21 or 22, the issue remains the same, that every one of those individuals mattered and were loved by the women who have lost them. I also today want to pay tribute to the caring midwives who do take such precious care of those families who have lost a baby. And this can take many forms. I know many midwives who have ensured where they can possible to get those little handprints, snippets of hair, or even just the gentle handling of the women who are currently or who are undergoing that loss. The care of which our medical practitioners, such as those midwives, take is much appreciated by every single woman who has undergone a miscarriage. However, the service is simply not adequate, and I want to touch on that today. We need to ensure that we fully invest in our perinatal mental health services for those who have lost either through pregnancy or at stillbirth. They need to ensure that from day one, right up until they are ready to leave that service, that they have the appropriate level for care. I want to focus now on the paediatric and perinatal pathology aspect of this motion. And as been mentioned previously, following the resignation in 2018, we have heard many times from the Health Minister, both before the collapse and after the collapse of the Assembly, with regards to the unsuccessful trawl of the reinstatement of those services. So I must ask today, though, what is then the plan? Is there any training opportunities? Is there a workforce plan regarding this particular service? Is there any scoping exercise currently being done or has been taken place before to see if people want to actually train and work within the pathology service here? And if not, why not? We will be supporting the amendment that is put before us, and we will also be supporting the original motion. But like many other people in the chamber, I would call on the Health Minister to perhaps answer this issue in more detail, perhaps through another statement, and how he can work in conjunction with the Minister of Finance, because, as others have said, this is not an issue that should be tackled through one department alone. And I look forward to perhaps hearing from the Health Minister, and no doubt his colleagues will express the sentiment of everyone in this room. But I do thank the members for bringing forward the motion and the amendment today, both of which we will be supporting. Thank you.
Danny Baker.
Traumatic experiences that a person can go through in their lifetime. Pregnancy should be a time of hope and joy for prospective parents, a time that should be exciting and filled with memories. Unfortunately for women that suffer miscarriage and baby loss, nothing could be further from the truth. The loss of a baby can have far-reaching impacts on the lives of not just the parents, but the wider family, and it is only right that this grief experienced by many within society should be acknowledged through the certificate scheme. Many of my family and friends have experienced pregnancy loss, stillbirth, miscarriage, and their babies passing away just days and weeks after birth. I know the love they have for their babies and think about them every day. It is truly heartbreaking, and life just isn't fair. But we can send a message today that we care. So I would ask everyone to please support this very important motion. Gormagad.
Guy Middleton.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak today on this very important motion, and indeed pay tribute to all of the contributors who have already spoken, and to Kelly for her particularly important contribution, and indeed sharing with us as well in terms of her loss. Mr. Speaker, losing a baby at any stage during pregnancy or after is without doubt one of the most difficult experiences anyone can go through. The trauma and the grief and often unanswered questions is tragic for grieving mothers, fathers and their loved ones as well. Losing a baby has a profound and lasting impact on people's lives. We must act together to provide a method of recognising the life that existed and the loss of the precious life. For the many who have sadly had to experience the pain of losing their baby, the lack of a formal process to acknowledge the loss of life, the fact that their baby did exist, and the loss of their baby's life is incredibly significant. I speak this evening from personal experience, as my wife has experienced several baby losses prior to 24 weeks. The excitement that comes with pregnancy, the bonding and the planning, the life that exists within, and the terrible, painful, sudden and traumatic loss proves to make the grieving process all the harder. In our case, when medical professionals couldn't find an answer as to why, we of course were left with a very painful and private grief, with no formal way of acknowledging the loss due to not reaching certain date-based thresholds. The pain in these instances is much more than physical, and we know as a family unit that a formal certificate to mark our babies' lives would have helped profoundly in our journey. Members, baby loss certificates are a tangible and meaningful way for grieving parents and loved ones to recognise and grieve their profound loss. Such a certificate would serve as a reminder that they're not alone, that their baby's life did matter, and that their baby will never be forgotten. It is important to pay tribute to the many groups and charities and individuals who over the years have worked tirelessly to provide support to bereaved families. Such organisations are strong advocates for the many babies who have sadly passed away, unaccounted for in death registers, but forever loved and missed in their parents' lives. Within my own constituency, I specifically want to mention Julianne and all those at Life After Loss, who provide much-needed support, comfort and friendship to the many families who have sadly lost their babies during pregnancy. Julianne, like many other women, has her own story of loss, which she has bravely shared, and for years she has used her story as a motivation to help others. Julianne recognises the difference a baby loss certificate would have made to her own journey, and is actively and passionately advocating for this to be formalised. The introduction of certificates may seem like a small step forward. However, this would be a powerful, compassionate and empathetic way of supporting the many families in all of our constituencies who face tremendous loss. There are, of course, Mr. Speaker, wider challenges in terms of stigma around openly talking about pregnancy loss and the feelings of isolation and, for some, self-blame. I believe that we as public representatives have the power to encourage change, to talk about our own journeys and to open the doors to those who have their own experiences of loss. And of course, every story is unique and deeply personal, and we must listen to those who have walked this journey in order to provide better and much more compassionate help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Linda Dillon.
And I want to begin, like others, to thank Kelly for her sharing her very personal story of the loss of her babies. And like others, I would like to say to all of the families who have suffered the loss of a child or children that we are thinking of them today during this debate. Over the past week, I've spoken to numerous people who have reached out to talk to me about the need for a baby loss certificate. And I'm pleased to hear during this debate that there is a large degree of consensus, and I hope that that will mean that the Finance Minister will be able to implement this sooner rather than later. And I want to thank the Minister for her positive response during question time last week on a question in relation to the baby loss certificates. There are no words that can describe how much it will mean to parents and families who have suffered the loss to have the official recognition of their loss and to have official acknowledgement that this child existed and was and is part of their family. It is important to recognise that many organisations and families themselves have found ways to acknowledge and remember their child, and I want to mention specifically the Remember Me registry. And one of the babies on that registry is baby Peter Carberry from Coal Island, the firstborn son of Shauna and Tony Carberry. And because they lost him pre-24 weeks, there was no birth or death certificate, and they had to ask for the remains of their precious son to be returned to them for burial, something that should just naturally happen where there are remains. This happened 23 years ago, but he was and is very much part of their family and will never be forgotten. The Remember Me registry has a Little Angels page that provide a memorial space for these babies and a baby loss certificate and QR code for their memorial place if they have one, and it is providing comfort in the absence of anything else. When Shauna was pregnant with her last son, she went into preterm labour and had a meeting at her bedside to advise her and Tony that if labour continued that day and the baby was born before midnight, it's a miscarriage. Nothing. If born after midnight, birth and death would be registered. It was the most horrible night and will never be forgotten. Thankfully, Ross did survive, and I know him, and he's now a beautiful, healthy 15-year-old boy. And to think, had he not gotten through that day, that there would never be any official record that he ever existed. So I believe, and I hope that everybody here will support this, that everyone who wishes to should have the opportunity to have a baby loss certificate. This should be a straightforward application process for all of those who want it. In relation to the paediatric pathology, I will just say this: I do think it is important that we have a service on this island so that families do not have to put their baby on a plane to go to England. I think it's really important. We lost members of our family, and thankfully, not to say that you would say thankfully, but it was many years ago, and we did have paediatric pathology here. I can't imagine if they had had to put their baby on a plane and send it to England, how they would have felt. You know, so I think it is really important that somehow we find a way to have that service on this island for the families who need it, because it would be unbearable to have to put your child on a plane whenever all you want to do is take them home and bury them.
Owen McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, and this is not an easy motion to speak on. It deals with deeply emotive subjects that can be incredibly traumatising for women and families, and it's focused on the loss of life, the loss of the most innocent of lives. And I believe that all of us right across this House only want the best for our families and children. And while many of us differ in this place, often quite heatedly at times, in terms of policy, we can recognise our shared humanity and share our own human stories. And in terms of this motion, I'm incredibly grateful and thankful to Kelly and Gary and to others telling their story. I think that it enriches this discussion that we're having here today, and it helps us to understand exactly that it is that we are discussing. And it is that sense of shared humanity that we are discussing today. That must be our starting point. And I think that if that is the starting point, then I think any policy or any changes to policy that take place that follow, then it will be coming from the right place. In our present state, parents who lose a baby, which I do appreciate is not, or it is imperfect language, during pregnancy must travel to England for the child's post-mortem. And whilst I appreciate that the HSC will pay for the travel and accommodation, and that staff will help and will provide care, dignity and compassion throughout the time, it does feel unfair to me that we aren't able to provide that service here. It is regrettable that we are in a position here where we have tried to restore our regional paediatric pathology service, but despite repeated attempts, it has just failed. And it's also regrettable, Speaker, that despite attempts by the Health and Social Care Board in the past to approach providers in the south, that no provider could be found that would be able to provide that service for those from the north. All of us want the best for our families and children. One of the singular things that we could do for them, should they choose, is to provide that certificate in their baby's memory, to recognise that they had a life, to recognise that they were loved by someone and that they were part of a family. And I have seen that love and that sense of family at events that I've attended, annual events that are organised by SANS within the constituency, and I've been able to join parents and share a moment with them. But it's only a moment for me with them. It's their life that they're living day and daily, and to have some sort of recognition, I think, in the form of certificates would be very much welcome. And therefore, for those reasons, we at the SDLP are happy to support the motion and the amendment. There is clearly work that we should be doing here, and it should be our priority to provide that service for families and children here. Thank you.
I call the Minister of Finance, Ciamh Archibald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion and on the development of a baby loss certificate scheme for parents who have lost a baby during pregnancy before 24 weeks. At the outset, I want to pay tribute to those women and parents who have gone through the heartache of losing a baby during pregnancy, for shining a light on this issue and for sharing their own stories publicly to encourage change. I know that is not easy. The loss of a baby is a tragic thing for any family to experience, and it's also very personal. To share that experience publicly in order to campaign for change takes a lot of courage and a lot of selflessness. I want to thank all those parents, including those in this chamber, the health professionals and organisations who support those who have suffered loss, who have got in touch and shared their stories with me and colleagues in advance of this debate today. I believe we should do everything in our power to support those who have had to endure the pain of losing a baby. Although this motion is broadly framed, and while the health matters referred to in the motion are obviously important, the focus of my response is on the registration and certification of life events, which is a core function of my department. Many of us will have first-hand experience of the registration service at both the happiest and saddest times of our lives. I feel strongly their work should be extended to include a baby loss certificate scheme. As you will be aware, under current legislation, the death of a baby is only officially recognised if it occurs after the 24th week of pregnancy. In these awful circumstances, the death is recognised as a stillbirth. The parents of a stillborn child can register the stillbirth of their baby and obtain a certificate which recognises their baby's existence. In my view, it is important the same recognition should be afforded to parents who have lost a baby prior to 24 weeks. While many early pregnancy losses go unreported, it's estimated, as others have said, that 1 in 4 pregnancies end in loss during pregnancy or birth. Baby loss clearly touches many families across our community. It impacts on people from many different walks of life and backgrounds. It unites people from across our society in a shared suffering, which is all too often borne in silence. A certificate will not reverse or undo the pain which baby loss inflicts on women and families, but the introduction of a voluntary baby loss certificate scheme may in some way help parents to process their loss. The scheme would give bereaved families the opportunity to have formal recognition of their loss. It could help many of them to recognise that the suffering they feel is valid, that their experience is common, more common than it ought to be, and that its impact is real. And it could help to start conversations with family members and friends, bringing this experience into the light, making it part of the family's story and helping with the grieving process. It is my expectation that a baby loss scheme would be voluntary, and there would of course be no pressure on parents to use the service. It is my hope that this would give families the same benefits as have been experienced where it has been introduced, and that it would help those families who choose to avail of it. In taking forward this scheme, it is important that we will work quickly and efficiently. In correspondence this week, the Health Minister and I have both affirmed our commitment to work across government on these proposals. The Department of Health is engaging with their counterparts in England as the new system there is embedded. In parallel, I have asked my officials to work with those in the Department of Health to consider how a scheme of this kind can be implemented here, with the aim of providing the best possible outcome for bereaved parents who wish to have their baby loss formally recognised, and I want to see this progressed as quickly as possible. I would like to thank the proposers of the motion and all those who have made important contributions to today's debate. It will help to shape the development of the scheme going forward.
I call Diane Dodds to wind.
Mr. Speaker, in addressing the motion and the amendment today and in winding up on this, I not only just want to acknowledge the importance of the issue, but to agree with our colleague Mark Durkin, where he indicated these are really two separate issues. And perhaps it would have been better had we dealt with them separately, and therefore the Health Minister could have been here to deal with the issue of the lack of a paediatric pathology service in Northern Ireland. But we are where we are, and we will be supporting the motion, and obviously we'll be supporting the amendment. These are very emotional and difficult issues, and I think we should acknowledge and thank the Chair of the Health Committee, Liz Kimmins, for bringing forward the stories of so many people who had contacted her. And one of the things that I think that we have all agreed in this chamber is that we must do better to support those who are affected by early baby loss. We all know that when we hear of a pregnancy, that is the start of hopes, dreams, and all of the issues that are so important. But we have also heard in this debate today that in the United Kingdom, an estimated 25,000 pregnancies end through miscarriage. And it is the most common complication in pregnancy. So this is a really significant issue that we do have to deal with. And so therefore, a certification for those who have had a miscarriage or lost a baby through an ectopic pregnancy prior to 24 weeks is a small but important acknowledgement of that child's life. And I think we've all agreed on this today as well, a certificate is really not enough. And we must look at how clinicians support mothers and parents. I've heard the loss of a baby through miscarriage be referred to as a clinical episode, or something that's very cold and so on. And we really must get away from language that takes away from that loss. And I do think that this will require, there's some absolutely brilliant examples of training with midwives and so on. But I do think it will require more training, more knowledge and so on in order to make this a better process for everyone. And that we should look at not just simply the baby loss certificate, which is important in itself, but also the training that we give and how we address the issue with parents. As our colleague Cheryl Brownlee indicated, to just simply be sent home from hospital with a leaflet is a fairly brutal experience for new parents. The second part of the motion around the lack of a child pathology service, I think we all agree in this chamber, and I won't labour the point, that as Robbie Butler said, it is actually cruel to actually not have this service within Northern Ireland, or at least access it on a wider all-island basis. I do think that's important. I think it's something that we should be working towards, and something that is important if we see ourselves as a compassionate society to actually do. I do think that a failure to address these issues, there are many huge issues that this Assembly must address. So we must have a budget, we must have a programme for government, we must have all of these things. But sometimes it's the simple things that actually make a difference, and that is very important. So I want us to ensure that we look at all options to ensure that this issue is resolved. It has gone on for 5-6 years, and really that is far too long for this to have persisted. And perhaps it would be good to hear from the Health Minister on the issue. Can I just say in closing, to thank you for Kelly for sharing your story, but you do make a massively important point about the cut-off date, and I hope that the Finance Minister picks up that point in developing the scheme. Thank you.
I call Orla Flynn.
And so I just want to start off by sincerely thanking every member who has spoken on the debate this evening. And it's been said a few times, but it really doesn't get more personal than this when people in the chamber are choosing to share their own wee bits of personal recollections and accounts if they've been through the experience of baby loss. So it is an emotional debate for many members in this chamber. And I think then, as Diane was saying there, that's reflective of how emotional and how personal and how real this is for all of our constituents, for all of the people that we represent, because we're obviously reflective of the communities that we come from. So, you know, even if you're just looking across the chamber how the debate has went this evening, you know that, you know, it's reflective of how people are feeling in terms of these issues within their own homes. And sadly, many people have been through this, and we'll all know if we haven't been through it ourselves. I'm sure our family members have, our friends have, our relatives. So I think we all get the importance of it and the emotion around it. And I think that, again, for an issue that clearly has been felt by so many people, going back historically, it obviously has been overlooked for a really long time. So I think it's a brilliant initiative that if we can bring this forward in terms of the certificates that are going to acknowledge that loss of a wee baby before the 24-week period. But then it's also been highlighted from some of the groups around, you know, the certificates is sort of, you know, their one option of, you know, trying to help support people in terms of baby loss, but then there's other issues around the support services and around the education and awareness of the issues. And again, I have no doubt that it has been particularly difficult for the members in the chamber that spoke about their own personal stories. I know that Kelly had spoke to me, one of the first conversations that me and Kelly had up in Stormont. It was before I had even started my IVF, and I still to this day appreciate Kelly's openness and kindness when she was speaking about her own experience. And, you know, even when Gary was speaking about his and some of the language that he was using around how you start bonding with a baby in early pregnancy, you know, and all that self-blame, no matter how soon or how late you lose a baby in pregnancy, you still go through all the emotions and all them feelings. And I have spoke previously about my own experience. The assembly wasn't sitting at the time, but I did fall pregnant. My first round of IVF, we fell pregnant, and now I lost the pregnancy very early on. I was only 8 weeks pregnant, but even still, that was 8 weeks still of love, happiness, joy. But so I do think that it's important, although it can be really hard to speak publicly. I was terrified the first time that I done it, and I wasn't even planning on doing it. But I done it sort of with a wee bit of determination in the back of my head, thinking if it helps someone else, you know. So, and there is loads of stigma around the issue still. So it's like when you can speak up, try and do it, because I think that helps. But I do hope that today's debate has given some comfort to the many families who have obviously been going through this trauma of baby loss and sadly will continue to go through it. And again, very, very conscious that every single journey is different. You know, the loss of every baby and every pregnancy, circumstances are different, timing's different, everything about it's different. So hopefully no one feels, you know, offended or whatever, you know, depending on what their own circumstances were. But the point is that for people that have went through baby loss, it's all out of love and it's all out of joy, and we're just trying to, hopefully with today's motion, bring that support and bring that comfort through the certificates. And then just on the point around, obviously, the postmortems, like that is a huge, huge additional pain and trauma of not having access to them services here in the north or here across the island. And I just can't even, my brain cannot even imagine what a family goes through, you know, first of all, you know, losing their wee baby and then not having access to a postmortem. I can't even imagine. So I think that the reinstatement, I know it's separate to obviously the Minister of Finance, and it's an issue that, well, judging by tonight's debate, I'm sure that all members across the chamber would like to pick this up and see how we can support the Department of Health to maybe bring something forward. But I think Mark had said it was unacceptable, the delays in not having this service. Sinead had quoted 800 babies or families since 2018. Like, it really isn't good enough. So I know that, again, it's outside of Kiva's remit, but I think that following today's debate, if we can get the certificates over the line, then brilliant. But if we can come together to really try and make progress on that pathology service, that will really, really make a massive, massive difference to families who are going through the most unimaginable pain and trauma, that are having to travel in those circumstances. In the case that Linda mentioned, where the family couldn't even travel, was separated from their wee baby. It's just terrible. So, again, just to conclude, I'm sorry that I didn't take notes on when everybody was speaking. I was listening to you all. But obviously, you know, Kelly's remarks, sharing her experience, so powerful. Gary's stuff really hit home with me too, Gary. So thank you for that. And then the personal accounts that Liz shared, that Linda shared. Mark had spoke about the bereavement counsellor and his constituency and all the great work that they're doing. CAR's intervention, actually, even around those bereavement services. And then I know Diane had touched on that as well, around even around, you know, the training with clinicians and the language that they're using. Because we've all said it, it doesn't get any more emotive, it doesn't get any more personal than this. So anything, any good that we can do coming out of today's motion, then let's do it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and to all the members that have spoken. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of Diane Dodds and Alan Robinson be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.